Guys. We are with you, Naruto-kun. Yes, Fox, have you really decided to end the fun without us? 3 teenagers stood in front of Uchiha Madara. Do you really think you can defeat me? Do you think that because Obito was killed, my entire army was destroyed, Edo Tensei was destroyed, that I am within your power? How could you? The man couldn't finish, because Naruto appeared in front of him like lightning and lunged with his foot right at Madara's face. Shut up, bastard. We didn't lose so much to listen to your senile ramblings. Rasen Shuriken. The shuriken-shaped sphere hit Madara straight. Naruto, behind you, Sasuke yelled. Damn it, Naruto hissed. Kurama, how did he manage to dodge? I was hitting him right in the face. It was most likely a clone. You are so naive, Uzumaki Naruto. You speak as if you are confident in your victory, but you are the only one left alive. You're right, but still, if I'm destined to die, you'll go with me. Naruto opened his mouth to answer, but Sasuke appeared in front of him with his katana at the ready. Fox, don't get distracted by stupid talk. You know our task. Sasuke sharply spun Kusanagi in his hand and tried to get the man, but he dodged. Don't make me laugh. Madara laughed. Your attempts are becoming more and more pathetic. Pathetic, you say? Naruto hissed. Really? Let's skip the preludes already. This is the only technique left. There's no other way. I know. Come on. Secret Bayou technique. Full connection. An explosion was heard, at the epicenter of which the outlines of a huge creature appeared. When the smoke cleared, a huge golden fox with intricate black patterns on its sides appeared before the world. 9 tails fluttered terrifyingly, forcing one to admire the beauty and power of the creature. Guys, the fox called. The voice was powerful and resonant. It made the blood run cold. Use your most powerful techniques. The friends did not need to explain anything, so they immediately began to attack the enemy. 2-headed lion strike, Hinata shouted as she lunged. Amaterasu, Sasuke supported, opening his eyes wide. If Madara was almost able to dodge Hinata's blow, and yet the girl left Madara with a jagged wound on his side, then he simply didn't have time to dodge Amaterasu. Naruto, are you ready? Sasuke shouted. Tailed Mega Bomb was the answer. A powerful explosion shook the earth, and then darkness fell. Naruto woke up in a strange place. No ceiling, no floor, no walls. Where am I? He asked into the void. This place is called the Divider of Worlds. Naruto turned around abruptly. In front of him stood a man in his 40s with black hair tied in a high ponytail. A necklace of 6 tomo hung around his neck. Sage of the 6 Paths. The young man whispered. But how? It's simple. You're dead. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Rikido. Kyuubi appeared next to him in a rather reduced size, resembling a panther. Really? Kurama. The man sat down next to the fox. I missed you too, and I'm glad that this young man was able to rid you of hatred, and, leaning down, he whispered in his ear. You keep an eye on him. What do you think I'm doing? Kurama chuckled. You probably want to know what will happen to you. The friends nodded. Do you want to live again? Start all over again, fix the mistakes? I see that you do. I will send you to the past, where you can do it, but it will not be easy. Naruto nodded. But I have a gift for Naruto. I hope you like it. He did not have time to finish, as Naruto squeezed him in his arms. Thank you, old man Rikido. He whispered. And one more thing, your friends will also get into the new world with you. So they died too? Naruto asked. Yes, but I'm sure you'll be fine. It's time for you to go, said Sannin, stroking Naruto's head. You're a very brave and kind young man, Naruto Uzumaki. You'll cope, I believe in you. And the friends were swallowed up by darkness again. Chapter 1. Uto. Naruto. The blonde heard through his sleep. Where am I? He jumped out of bed, but unfortunately, the bed ended and Naruto fell from his bed with a loud thud. Are you there? Of course I'm here, where else can I go? Any ideas? Open the door. The young shinobi shrugged, stood up and opened the door. Bro. Something quickly slipped into the room and knocked the young man off his feet. Naruto watched this hurricane with a stunned look. Naruto, are you okay? A girl of about 7 with bright red hair gathered in 2 high ponytails sat on his chest. Unruly bangs easily fell on her forehead, slightly covering her sky-blue eyes. Naruto. The girl waved her hand in front of the shocked blonde's nose. And what do you mean by that? Naru asked sarcastically. How should I know? Kurama hissed. Act according to the situation. I'm fine. The young man smiled a little nervously. Ah. Well then get up. Mom has already made breakfast. The little girl rose to her feet. Mom. Naruto didn't understand. Of course. What did you think, Dad? Don't make me laugh, Kami-sama, his eggs won't burn. What can I say about Mom's masterpieces? Alright, I'm off. The miracle smiled. The girl ran out the door, and Naruto remained lying on the floor, shocked. Do I have parents? And also a sister, apparently. The fox grinned. Oh God, what have I gotten myself into again? Naru groaned, passing by the mirror. He screamed. I'm 13 again. Why are you yelling so much? Ricardo said, start all over again. So that's the beginning. What was it that my little sister said about breakfast? He went to the closet to get dressed. To his surprise, there were some gray t-shirts and black pants on the shelves. All the clothes were camouflage colors, like Hinata's during his genin days. Kami-sama, and this is called clothing. Naruto was horrified. If I understood correctly, Ricardo transferred us to an alternate reality, into your 13-year-old body. I was kind of weird here. Naruto mumbled, putting on a beige t-shirt and brown pants, the brightest and warmest things in his wardrobe. The house was quite large and cozy. Naruto wanted to cry. Family. Was that Ricardo-san's gift? Now he had parents and a cool little sister. He went down the stairs and went into the kitchen. A real family idyll. His beautiful and strong mother was cooking at the stove, from which came very tasty smells. His father was sitting at the table, reading some scroll, and his sister was sitting next to her father, playing something. Naruto, sit down, breakfast is almost ready. Mom smiled. The young man still couldn't hold back his tears. Mom. He ran up to her and hugged her tightly. Naru, baby, what's wrong? She hugged him back and began to stroke his head. I just love you so much. Naruto whispered through tears. I'm a baby too, me too. Come on, sit down to breakfast. The boy sat down at the table and his sister immediately clung to him. Good morning, Dad. The blonde smiled radiantly. Haven't you forgotten that there's an exam at the academy today? Father asked coldly, without even saying hello. I hope you won't disgrace me this time. Minato. Kushina hissed at her husband. How can this be? Naruto sat in complete shock. His father, so strong and loving, was now looking at him like he was carrion. Kami-sama, how did that Naruto live that my father looks at me like that now? I don't know. Ricardo said that it just won't happen, so now everything is in your hands, Kyubi said confidently. Of course, Dad, I won't let you down, the young shinobi smiled. Chapter 2. Naruto walked thoughtfully through the streets of such a familiar village. No one had wiped it off the face of the earth. No one had left this beautiful place in ruins with a huge crater in the center. Everything was as before, and this thought made him want to cry. While the blonde was thinking about this, he himself didn't even notice how he reached the familiar building of the academy. Kurama, I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. But how? What awaits me there? Since when did you start thinking so much? For as long as I've known you, you've always walked forward with your head held high. So what's changed? Yes, you're right. I really have started to think a lot. Naruto raised his head. Don't give up and move forward. That's my ninja way. And the blonde entered the building with his characteristic smile. When he entered the classroom, all eyes were on him. Oh. Just look, a mouse has come. Naruto heard. Hey, Namikaze, why did you come? Last time wasn't enough for you, so now you decided to embarrass yourself in front of all of Konoha. It turned out to be Ino Yamanaka. What are you? Naruto approached the girl. I just decided to take the genin exam. PFFT. Ino laughed. Don't make me laugh, little mouse. You've never hit a target with kunai, let alone the genin exam. Now the whole class was laughing. Let's make a bet. The blonde extended his hand to the girl. If I pass the exam with flying colors, then you will fulfill one of my wishes, but if my grades are lower than yours, then I will fulfill your wish. Going. Yamanaka grinned. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. Sakura, break it. The pink-haired girl broke the argument and grinned. You don't have a chance. This time you'll screw up completely. The girls laughed. We'll see. Naruto sat down on the bench next to Sasuke. Hey, Naruto, Why the hell did you sit with Sasuke-kun? An enraged Sakura ran up to him. Sakura-chan. The young shinobi was taken aback, involuntarily looking at Sasuke. His shoulders began to tremble slightly, but it was impossible to tell from his low-bowed head why. But Naruto understood. Hawk, let go of the past, he whispered involuntarily. Fox. Sasuke's eyes widened. What are you talking about? The pink-haired girl didn't understand. Oh. Just like that, Sakura-chan. Go. The exam is about to start. The blonde waved his hands. Dobe. Sasuke whispered. So you too. Don't be stupid, team, Naruto smirked. Has Hawk lost his famous composure? Sasuke looked thoughtfully at his friend, with whom he had been through a lot. Now it seemed that Naruto was fine, but he saw pain mixed with happiness in the fox's eyes. Pain, from the memories of losing friends, but happiness, to see them all alive and well. Sasuke was in exactly the same state, but he did not hide it from Naruto. Now his beloved stood before him, alive and well, and no one was killing her in front of him. Team, calm down, the exam is about to start, we'll still have time to get drunk. Naruto hissed at his friend. I'll take you at your word, Uchiha grinned. Iruka-sensei entered the classroom. Naruto hung his head low. It was one thing to see parents he never met in real life, but it was another thing to see those whose death you witnessed. Iruka-sensei was the first one to acknowledge him and love him. He died right in front of Naruto, shielding him from an enemy's blow, and Naruto blamed himself for his death. Now Iruka-sensei was explaining all the stages of the exam with a joyful smile, like in the good old days. A single tear rolled down the 13-year-old boy's cheek. Naruto, Sasuke whispered. Please, be patient until the end of the exam. I feel bad too. I know, team, I know. Naruto frantically wiped his cheek. We'll handle it, the blonde whispered confidently. The Uchiha only smiled at the corners of his lips. The exam consisted of 3 parts: a test, a practical part, and a fight. In the first stage, Naruto and Sasuke had no problems at all, because they had been in many of the situations described in the test themselves. In practice, they had to throw kunai and shuriken at a target, and fight with a teacher, and get him at least once. Naruto deliberately didn't finish first, thinking that there shouldn't be too much change for this Naruto. So the blonde handed in his work third and went to the good old training ground at the academy. Naruto. Hello, Mizuki-sensei. You wrote the test so quickly. The man didn't believe her. Well, yeah, Naruto smiled sheepishly, putting his hands behind his head. I hope that's correct. Well, your task is to hit the target with 2 kunai and 6 shuriken, 3 in each hand. Is that clear? Yes, of course. The blonde answered seriously, although in his heart he really wanted to laugh. Kurama did it for him, sitting in the boy's subconscious. Naruto took the kunai without emotion and with incredible ease, not typical of a 13-year-old boy who was simply a terrible student, threw it right at the bull's eye, driving it almost to the hilt. The same fate befell the shurikens. Naruto, Mizuki-sensei whispered in disbelief. This is simply brilliant. Did you really prepare for the exam? This is the highest score. The man ran up to the student. Thanks, I tried. Naruto smiled as always. Well, he whispered under his breath. It seems like a good start. Chapter 3. So, the last part of the exam was left, the passing fights. Naruto passed the second part of the exam with flying colors and it was time to move on to the last one. The blonde went to the second training ground, where there was no one else yet. Wow, am I the first one or something? Naruto whispered in shock. You won't get it, Dobe. The boy heard behind him. Just like in the good old days, Lise. Sasuke. The blonde turned around. Well, who would have doubted it? But I won't lose to you, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke only smirked at this statement. Hey, Naruto, do you know that my clan is thriving here? Everyone is alive and Itachi didn't kill anyone. And my family is alive too. My father is the 4th Hokage, my mother is no longer the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and I have a little sister. Tears were already streaming down my cheeks. Sasuke couldn't hold back and started crying either. Dobe, we finally have a family. Okay, guys, finish it. The boys heard a voice nearby and immediately got into a fighting stance. You were Anbu, and now you're crying like girls. Red chakra materialized near Naruto's stomach, taking the shape of a small fox, the size of a small dog. Kurama. Naruto didn't understand. Yeah. The fox jumped onto the blonde's shoulder. Now I can become material whenever I want. Most likely, it happened because of our arrival in this world. Kurama. That's so cool. The fourth son admired. But you better go to print, otherwise someone might see you. Got it? The fox nodded. But I'll be back. The boys just laughed at this statement. 5 minutes later, the rest of the boys began to approach. So, Iruka-sensei began. At this stage, it will be clear who is ready to become genin this year and who is not. Now you will be paired up and you will have to fight, Mizuki-sensei continued. You fight until your opponent either surrenders or is unable to continue the fight. You fight until the third blood. So, the first fight. Thus began the fights between the boys for the title of genius. Naruto was so bored that he decided to take a nap under a tree. Sasuke joined him, realizing that there was nothing interesting yet. Next fight, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Namikaze Naruto. Chapter 4. Finally, come out, team. I'll tear you to pieces. Naruto shouted, going out onto the training ground. You're taking on too much, Dobe. Sasuke approached. I'll put you on both shoulder blades. Enemies, get ready, Iruka-sensei shouted. And, they have begun. Naruto, at the teacher's signal, immediately rushed at Sasuke, but his friend dodged the fox's attack as if it were an annoying fly. However, it was not surprising. Sasuke was an Anbu captain and this situation amused him quite a bit, as did Naruto. The friends, without saying a word, hit half-heartedly. Of course, if they had gone all out like they usually did, the academy would have been reduced to rubble. But even that was enough to make everyone gasp as they watched the battle. If we talk about Sasuke, there was nothing surprising. After all, he is the best student of the stream, but Naruto is the complete opposite of himself. He passed the test among the first, threw all shurikens and kunai perfectly, and now shows impeccable knowledge of taijutsu. In general, a picture in oil. This went on for another 10 minutes. Somewhere around the 6th minute, weapons came into play, but no techniques were used. After all, this was an exam, not a mortal fight. Although Sasuke's hands were already itching to move on to a higher level. A few more minutes, and Mizuki-sensei finally stopped the fight. In general, it's a draw. I think everyone agrees with me. A wave of indignant whispers went through the entire training ground, like, Sasuke-kun is still the best, and why the hell is this little guy showing off in front of the coolest guy in the academy? Iruka-sensei just smiled. He was sincerely glad that his hopes were justified, and Naruto really grabbed his head and prepared for the exam. Naruto approached Sasuke and extended his hand, raising 2 fingers up. Sasuke only smiled at the corners of his lips and responded to this sign of peace and friendship. Hinata was walking home. She still couldn't understand what had happened to her little brother. He used to be so quiet. However, nothing much had changed, and she would have been calm if she hadn't seen her brother's exam fight with the best student of the school, Uchiha Sasuke. No one ever picked on him, afraid of getting it right, but today her brother fought him on equal terms, and this gave food for thought. I'm home, the girl shouted as she entered the house. Hi, sister. Her brother jumped out of the kitchen. Listen, where is everyone? Everything is clear with Dad, but Mom didn't even warn us. She probably went to Aunt Mikoto's again to have tea. She often does that. Have you forgotten? Oh yeah, right, sorry, I forgot a little. Well, okay, I'll be in the room, and with these words Naruto quickly ran to his room. Kurama, the boy asked into the void. Well, do you think we're off to a good start? How can I tell you? Your little sister has clearly started to suspect something, and that's not very good, the fox in his subconscious side. But how? Naruto began to think hard. If only she saw my fight with Sasuke. But I don't think it's that bad, considering that Iruka-sensei saw my fight, and he will definitely report everything to father. For some reason, I don't doubt it. And why are you talking about this so calmly? Kurama pretended to roll his eyes. Well, because by definition I can't behave the way the Naruto here behaved. I don't have that kind of character. By the way, do you know where that Naruto could have gone? Sometimes it seems to me that he has merged with you. It's as if you interact with each other. Do you remember what happened to you before in this world? Naruto concentrated. Various memories began to emerge in his head. Flashback. Here he is, 5 years old, and he is walking with Hanako in the park. She cuddles up to him and asks, Brother, you won't leave me, Will you? The girl raised her blue eyes to him. Never, Hanako. Do you hear me? Never. He smiled radiantly. Here he is 8, and he and his sister are running down some alley. Naruto, I'm scared. She pressed herself against him and cried. Come on, little sister, don't cry. You're the daughter of the fourth Hokage himself. You have to be strong and fight until the very end. A man like the fourth Hokage was a very prominent figure. There were those who revered and respected him, but also those who had a grudge against him. And 2 small children of such a prominent person are simply the perfect argument for blackmail. Naturally, the Hokage knew this and assigned an elite squad of Anbu to them. But today, this did not save them, and the children ran through the village, trying to hide. Naruto was scared. He didn't like fighting, and he felt like the life of a shinobi wasn't for him. But he knew that no one would ask his opinion. Especially since he valued his little sister very much and wanted to protect her, but he was only 8. What could he do against those who had already eliminated the elite Anbu squad? Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand and he turned around. It was one of the kidnappers. Well, kid, did you get caught? The man grinned nastily. Run, Hanako, Naruto yelled. Run to daddy, now. The girl looked with all her eyes at her brother, who was trying to fight off the kidnapper. I'll be quick, brother, just hold on. She screamed and ran as fast as she could. It's okay, you're enough for us. The man grinned. Naruto's pupils widened in horror. He was scared, very scared, but he was glad that at least his sister had run to their father and they couldn't get her. He knew that help wouldn't come. His father didn't care about him and the boy had long since come to terms with that. Naruto remembered everything very vaguely after that. The man and the gang had left the village and stopped at some old abandoned house. The boy was tied hand and foot, and his eyes were covered with thick cloth. Naruto tried not to cry from despair. What were they going to do with him? What? Are you scared? He heard when someone sat down in front of him. A pathetic bastard of that scum. The fourth. Do you know what he did to our village? No. The man leaned towards the child's ear. He killed everyone. The whole village. Only we are left. But we will take revenge. The boy could not stand it, and treacherous tears flowed down his cheeks. Naruto whispered. You won't succeed. Why? Asked the kidnapper. Because my father doesn't care about me. The child screamed. He doesn't even consider me a son. Even if you start blackmailing him, he will never come to save me. The boy's words were extinguished in an explosion. What? But the man couldn't finish, because he was already dead. The body fell to the floor with a dull thud, right next to the child, whose face was splattered with blood. Are you okay? Naruto heard above his head. Why yes, thank you, the kid whispered. Then the stranger began to untie him. When the blindfold fell from his eyes, a young man about 4 years older than Naruto appeared in front of him. The boy's gaze involuntarily fell on the dead body at his feet, but strangely enough, Naruto did not feel sorry for him. Revenge is a rather slippery slope. My name is Uchiha Itachi, and yours? The young man asked, lifting the baby into his arms. Namika's Naruto, the boy whispered. Itachi didn't show his surprise, but inside he froze. So this is the Hokage's son. And, how did you find me? I didn't expect a favorable outcome. I was returning to the village from a mission and felt a strange surge of chakra, so I decided to check it out. Apparently, not in vain. Thank you, was all Naruto said. He was still scared. How would he look his father in the eye now? He probably wouldn't lift a finger. Since then, Naruto closed himself off and only allowed his sister and mother to come near him. It was as if his father did not exist for him, because the boy's guesses were confirmed. The Hokage did not send anyone to search. End of flashback. Ladies, and here your life is not a bed of roses. Kurama delivered his verdict. Yes, it looks like that Naruto gave up, which is not in my principles. I think you need to show your father and the whole village what you're worth. Right, let's prove it to them, Kurama. Sasuke woke up with a terrible headache. Not only was his clan alive and well, and Itachi hadn't been given any mission, but he also had a brother who was 2 years younger than him. What war? This little guy would cause a worse apocalypse. Sasuke, get up, you have to be assigned to teams today, you can't be late. Came from below. I'm on my way, Mom. The thought of having a family made him want to cry. He could finally feel his parents' love and not go down the road of hatred. And Naruto had never taken him out drinking, so he owed it. Having dressed, Sasuke went to the kitchen. His mother was bustling about at the stove, from which a divine aroma was coming. His father was busily discussing something with Itachi, who had just returned from another Anbu mission, and his younger brother, whose name was Takenaga, was trying to understand what his elders were talking about. Brother, you're finally awake, Takenaga shouted. Yes, good morning, Sasuke mumbled sleepily. Ototo, you have an important day today, so hurry up, Itachi smiled. Yeah. Sasuke sat down at the table. The food was very tasty. Sometimes it seemed to him that it was all a dream. Such a family idyll. Breakfast together. Too good to be true, but it was so. Naruto walked into the academy building fearlessly. Today would be the day of team assignments, and he really hoped that the teams would be the same as in his past life. So, mister, I want to become Hokage. Are you ready for your debut? Keep quiet, red ball of fur. I feel sick without you. Naruto, you're supposed to be the most optimistic person we've ever seen. So what happened to you? I really don't know, Ku. I just feel uneasy. These are the feelings of the old Naruto. Your characters have merged. Here is the result. You are already hesitating before the ceremony of distribution into teams. What can we say about Anbu and becoming Hokage? The fox flared up. Yes, you're right, Naruto mumbled. I'm always right, I'm the nine-tailed demon fox. And stop mumbling. You're scaring me. That Naruto was actually spineless, and there were reasons for that, but I will try to fix it. And the boy entered the building. Naruto, oh. He heard a cry in front of him. Save me. It was Sasuke, who was running as fast as he could towards his friend. Oh. How serious? The blonde was surprised. Fox, I beg you, do something. The brunette hung on Naruto's neck. Sasuke-kun. The boys heard. Is it that serious? Naru was taken aback, listening to the stamping of feet. Yeah, save me. A huge crowd of girls appeared at the end of the corridor. Okay, just don't complain later. The blonde yelled when the girls were a few meters away from them. What are you? But Sasuke couldn't finish, because Naruto pressed his lips to the brunettes. Taken aback by such impudence, Sasuke froze like a statue. The girls' reactions were divided. One half screamed, how dare you kiss Sasuke-kun, he belongs only to me. The other, Yaoi. Let's run, was all Naruto managed to croak. For the first time, I agree with you, Sasuke nodded. As the boys ran past their classroom, they were noticed by Kiba, Shikamaru, and Chuji standing at the door. What's wrong with them? Kiba didn't understand. It must be something serious, otherwise they wouldn't be running at such speed, and together, Cheji gave his verdict, opening another pack of chips. Yes, it is problematic, Shikamaru agreed. After about half an hour of running like this, the young Kunoichi finally decided to take pity on the poor guys and went to their classes. Phew, Sasuke plopped down in his seat. You can't even tell me. Naru plopped down next to me. I can't stand another time like this. Sasuke-kun, someone nearby exclaimed. The boys turned around sharply. Sakura, Sasuke whispered and turned away. Hello, Sakura-chan, the blonde smiled. Sasuke-kun, wouldn't it be cool if we ended up on the same team? Sakura continued, not paying any attention to Naruto. So, class, Iruka-sensei entered, and Sakura had to shut up. Today, you are leaving this building forever into the world of shinobi. I hope that you will protect your village with your lives. And visit me in the future. At this phrase everyone laughed. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. They had already firmly decided for themselves that this time they would not let anyone die, that their newfound family would be with them. Then the teams were listed. Team number 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Namikaze Naruto. Sakura stuck her tongue out at Ino and looked fanatically at Uchiha, but at Naruto's name she noticeably soured. The boys themselves just grinned. Thank Kami, at least that didn't change. Suddenly the door to the classroom abruptly opened. Sorry I'm late. A short, pretty girl entered. Of course, Hinata, your team is right here. Sit down, said Iruka-sensei. Team number 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino. Hinata, Naruto whispered. Commentary on Chapter 4. I came from my dacha to Moscow for a week. Here's a chapter. I'm already writing the sequel. I'll probably post it tomorrow. Smiley face, thank you for being with me. I'm crying with joy, my first fanfic with so many likes. Arigato. I'm already writing for you. Chapter 5. After the sorting, Naruto and Sasuke ran to the rock where the Hokage's faces were carved. In their opinion, it was the most peaceful place to think, taking Hinata with them. She did not resist or ask what was going on, as she knew what the conversation would be about. Come on, tell me everything, Hinata. The blonde began bluntly. Hinata, as always, blushed. Okay, I woke up in my room. You can probably imagine my surprise when I found out that my father was alive. In general, there was nothing special. I just saw Konoha and our clan's territory untouched. I met many of my acquaintances alive, and after that I didn't leave my room for a long time. Even my brother Neji and I hadn't gotten along yet. I didn't go to the academy. I studied in the clan. I only came for the assignment. And how did you get here? Naruto and Sasuke took turns telling her everything. They even cried while telling the story. Hinata was a girl, so she couldn't help but cry. Naruto decided to cry too. It was so great to be happy once again that you have your own family. Even Sasuke couldn't hold back his tears. After all, his clan was alive, and Itachi hadn't gone to Akatsuki. How much more? The guys heard behind them. Kurama-san. Hinata was surprised. Hello, Hinata-chan. I see you're also in our company to get into a parallel world. Naruto didn't understand. What's wrong with you? And you just shut up, idiot. The fox yelled, growing in size and hitting his Jinchuriki on the long-suffering head with all his might. What's going on with you? What kind of roar are you making? It's been a few days since we've been here, and I've begun to notice that it's generally harmful for Naruto to think. Now he was addressing only the boy. Every time you start your thought process about how we got here and whether you have a family, you either cry or don't know what to do at all. I'm sick of it. What did you expect from me? I haven't had a family my whole life. And then, bam. Okay, I'll keep quiet. Kurama-san, where did you get your real body? Yes, nothing special. Just a new ability due to getting into this world. The fox grinned. Then the guys just sat there, watching the beautiful sunset over Konoha. So quiet and calm, just like back then. Naruto. The blonde turned around sharply. Sakura-chan. He smiled a little nervously. Where are you supposed to be, huh? The girl clenched her fist. You're the Hokage, darling, but you also need to rest, came from the side. Sasuke. The pink-haired girl didn't understand. Why the hell did you sign up for freeloading? The head of Anbu decided to lie around in the sunset. Are you completely out of your minds? Sakura couldn't resist and still hit the ground with her fist, but in a split second the blow was deflected to the right. Darling, calm down, this is the recognized stone treasure of the village. Why are you beating it with such fury? Sasuke smiled sweetly. As for Naruto, the formidable hero of the Fourth World War and part-time Sixth Hokage was already rolling on the ground laughing. You better sit with us, otherwise tomorrow you'll have to work again. Don't remind me. Naruto howled. These documents are already making my head spin. But you wanted to become Hokage so much. And as soon as you did, you immediately started shirking your work. But there's so much paper ag. The blonde howled. And when will this war end? Naruto hung his head. I hope soon. Sasuke whispered, hugging Sakura. That's how they sat. End of flashback. Yes. Sasuke sighed. Sakura will never be the same as I remember her. And our bodies are still at the level of a weak genin. Yes, but why look for the downsides in our situation now? Hinata began to reason. Isn't it for the best? In order to start life anew and correct our mistakes, we sacrificed our physical training and all our skills. In my opinion, this is not such a terrible price to pay. We can always make up for lost time. Yes, you're right, Hina, Naruto thought. Only now I absolutely don't understand what we should do. Confused. The fox grinned. You could say that. Naruto smiled. Well, I suggest you train and gradually catch up with your previous level. You are now at the level of a solid genin, and your classmates are just beginners. Your past experience and intuition save you. You have lost your physical training, and, therefore, the amount of chakra that you had. You must train more to pass the Chunin exam. Great, the plan is ready. All that's left is to put it into action, Naruto concluded. I'll train you, Kyuubi said. I've spent enough time with you to know your style, so don't worry, I can get you into shape. But, from here on out, I suggest we start right now. Hinata smiled. Naruto, do you remember that abandoned training ground? Sasuke asked. The 10th, or what? The blonde asked. Yes, I don't think anyone will go there. As always, brilliant, team, the former sixth looked into his eyes. Don't be jealous, Dobe. The genius of the Uchiha clan grinned. The training ground was in the most remote and abandoned part of Konoha. No one would even think of looking for them there. Well, Kyubi sat down in the middle of the clearing. For starters, the most banal thing, walk along a tree branch without hands. It's like 2 fingers on the asphalt. The most unpredictable ninja of Konoha yelled and ran to the tree with a loud roar. What an idiot, Sasuke pronounced. Meanwhile, Naruto took 2 large steps along the trunk, leaving huge dents from his feet, and plopped down on the soft spot with a loud cry. Come on, the blonde yelled. Well, I told you, Uchiha rolled his eyes to the sky. My predictions always come true. Damn it, Naruto, what did you expect from your underage self? Fox yelled at his Jinchuriki. You're still an idiot. So, if we speak in human terms, then I have terribly disgusting chakra control. The blonde clarified. Well, you figured it out. After moving to this world, you haven't lost all your brains yet. Congratulations, Kurama began to sneer. Shut up, you red-haired doormat. How are you talking to me? I am the 6th Hokage himself, Databio. And I am the most powerful of all the Biju on Earth, by the way, so shut up and go train control over your chakra. Hinata, do they often do this? Sasuke whispered in the black-haired girl's ear. Ha, what are you talking about, Sasuke-kun? The girl didn't understand. Well, they're acting so friendly. Sasuke nodded towards Naruto and the fox, who still hadn't stopped bickering. Oh. Yeah, they're always like that. Don't pay attention, they'll calm down soon. Let's go train instead. Yeah, let's go. The training ended as night fell. Phew, finally we're done. Kurama, you monster. Well, I'm off. Bye, guys. Sasuke turned towards the house. I'm going home too. Bye Sasuke-kun, Kurama-san, Naruto. Hinata waved her hand. Yes, it's time for us to go too. The blonde smiled. Yeah, right, the fox chuckled, returning back to his friend's body. Naruto reached home without any problems. Hearing the door slam, Kushina immediately rushed to the source of the sound. Where have you been, you naughty boy? The red-haired woman screamed. I'm all on edge here, and he comes home calmly at almost 1 in the morning. Kushina couldn't stand it and still hit her son on the blonde head with a frying pan. Mom, Naruto didn't understand. Of course Mom, who else? Sorry, mumbled the 4th son, rubbing the sore spot. Where have you been? The woman continued, raising her hand with the frying pan once more. I was training. Naruto yelled a split second before the frying pan fell on him. Kushina was so shocked that she couldn't stop her hand, and the frying pan hit the blonde's long-suffering head again. The young man shouted throughout the house. Commentary on Chapter 5. Here it is, the Pro-Ode. I'm staying here for another weekend, so I'm writing and writing again. Chapter 6. Naruto. Minato didn't understand. This can't be. Minato, he told me this himself. Kushina jumped up. Naruto and his team left for a new mission, and Kushina decided to tell her husband everything. She wanted to prove to him that he shouldn't turn away from his son, that he should be supported. Darling, Naruto has never shown such zeal. His brilliant genin exam. I somehow doubt it. How can you? The red-haired girl screamed. He is your son, and you don't value him. What did you tell me then? My family is my life. She whispered. Kushina. Minato stared at his wife in shock. I think I'll go. Maybe I'll train the guys. I'm sure they'll be happy. Turning around, Uzumaki left, slamming the door hard. Naruto simply howled. He, the 6th Hokage, who defeated Madara and that idiot Obito, who made friends with all the Biju, now had to weed the beds. Mockery. Hey, Naruto, Sakura called out to him. You're going to tear up all the normal grass. And indeed, he was so lost in his not-so-rosy thoughts that he began to pick up cultivated plants. Oh. I'm sorry, he looked down. About 2 hours later, Naruto returned home. So how was the first mission? Mom smiled at him. Horror. He sighed. Kushina laughed. Yes, we had some like that at first too. But don't worry, you'll soon be given something worthwhile if you show yourself well on simpler missions. But Mom, I don't want to do this nonsense. Naruto exclaimed. I want some important mission to prove to everyone that I'm not a weakling and that I'm worthy of being called the son of the 4th Hokage. After all, I'll become Hokage too. Yes, the dream is very good, Kushina approached her son. I am sure that you will surpass him. Thank you, Mom. The son hung on his mother's neck. Time passed, and one day Sasuke just freaked out. Then the Uchiha clan suddenly decided that it was not right for their heir to hang out on all sorts of crap. And so it happened, Team 7 was waiting for a new mission. So, by special request, I am giving Team 7 a new mission, the fourth Hokage began. Minato didn't want it, but the Uchiha clan demanded a worthy mission for their heir. He himself would have been happy too, but Naruto, the Hokage, didn't want his son to participate in this. Firstly, he was a Jinchuriki, and leaving the village would be dangerous, and secondly, he was weak. What mission? Sakura asked. For now, this is a C-rank mission. You must escort one person to the land of waves and protect him, Minato began to explain. Tazuna-san, he called. An old man in a large straw hat entered the office. What kind of kindergarten is this? He began from the doorway. Where at? He turned to Naruto, who entered. What? Are these my guards? Tazuna was indignant. That can't be. These suckers won't be able to do anything. What did you say? Naruto hissed quietly. No one even noticed how he moved from one side of the office to the other, to the old man. Do you understand that now you are disgracing not only us, but the entire village? The mission is of low rank, that's why they didn't send Junin, I'm sorry. We are shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, and to be indignant that you are not satisfied with the security is, at the very least, stupid, the blonde snorted. I'm going to pack my things, he waved his hand, leaving the office. What was that just now? The fourth Hokage didn't understand. Tazuna-san, please forgive him. He waved his hand. No, the boy is right about something. I shouldn't have grumbled like that. I don't know you at all. He smiled at Sasuke and Sakura. It's okay, Sakura smiled. I think we should prepare for the mission too. Well then, I'll be waiting for you at the main gate in 15 minutes, Kakashi commanded. Good. The guys came out. Kakashi, the fourth, called out to his student. Yes, Minato-sensei, Hatake asked. Please keep an eye on Naruto. He worries me a lot. He suddenly started changing. Sensei, don't you like these changes? You wanted Naruto to grow up to be a worthy shinobi and become Hokage after you. And when he was little, you often left me and Tenzu with him at night when Kushina-san was on missions. He couldn't fall asleep unless I told him a story about you or other great shinobi. He praised you so much. He wanted to become as strong as you. Yes, but everything has changed. Minato lowered his head into his hands. Yes, it has changed, but I don't think it was anyone's fault. He just looked at the situation from a different perspective. He doesn't want to kill. Well, that's a worthy aspiration. In our world, it can't be any other way. If a person becomes a shinobi, he becomes a killer in any case. I think that's why he decided to show you that shinobi don't necessarily have to kill. Well, Minato-sensei, I have to go. Kakashi smiled through his mask and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. What are you planning, Naruto? The blonde asked into the void. In 15 minutes. Meeting place. Ho ho, Sasuke, right on schedule. Naruto greeted his friend, sitting on the tree closest to the gate. Life has taught me, Dobe, the black-haired man smiled at his friend. So, we have this mission again. What are we going to do? Naruto began in a whisper. I think that this time Haku and Zabuza shouldn't die. Agreed, the blonde nodded and turned his gaze to the road. Oh, Sakura-chan, you're 3 minutes late. The boy shouted from the branch. You should keep quiet, Naruto. Imagine how much longer we have to wait for Kakashi-sensei. The pink-haired girl was horrified. What is it? Old man Tazuna approached the boys. It's just that Kakashi-sensei likes to be late. Sakura began. Hello everyone. The guys heard behind them. Kakashi-sensei was only 5 minutes late. Naruto screamed at the top of his lungs and fell out of the tree. Ha, Naruto, what's so surprising about that? The teacher, who was standing right on the same branch where Sasuke was sitting, didn't understand. Naruto is just surprised that you're almost not late, sensei. Considering your last time being almost 2 hours late. Sasuke began to explain. Okay, enough jokes. Let's go, the ash-haired man commanded. Naruto clearly remembered that they had been attacked the last time they had gone on this mission. Looking at Sasuke only confirmed his fears. Commentary on Chapter 6. Oh guys, this is it for now. You all ask for products. So don't be offended by the size. Smiley face, tonight I'm going to St. Petersburg with school for a week. Smiley face, I'll try to bring a computer, I'll write the sequel there. If they don't allow it, don't be offended. Bye bye. Thank you for being with me. Chapter 7. For the first 2 hours everything was peaceful, but as soon as Naruto saw the ill-fated puddle, he immediately looked at Sasuke. He followed his friend's gaze and nodded slightly, indicating that he had noticed it too. As soon as the bandits attacked, the guys were already ready. I'm even glad that we started all over again. It's much more interesting this way. Becoming stronger again. Even stronger. It sounds so tempting. Naruto admired, lunging towards his opponent. Oh yeah. Again a weakling. A complete idiot. Correction. You've always been an idiot. And you'll remain one. Booga gaga. The demon laughed brazenly. Oh. Come on, you huge, lousy lump of too bright fur. You're sitting on cold tiles, and in all my 13 years you've never caught a cold. The blonde frowned. What did you say? A minor misunderstanding. Even when you were Hokage, Konoha never knew peace. What you did at the 5-Cage summit. I will never forget that. So what? He climbed onto the table and punched the Raikage in the face. Anything can happen. That's right. Punch the Raikage in the face. Only you can do that. This idiot wanted to leave the alliance and join Madara. And for what? For his own benefit. What else could I do to bring him to his senses? That was the first thing that came to my mind. You're telling me this as if I don't know what happened and why. I'll tell you something. I was even there. And by the way, I advise you to keep an eye on the fight, otherwise you'll get your thick-headed head slapped. The red-haired idiot, he's completely talked me into it. Uzumaki mentally shouted at his friend. Well, I'm sorry. It's not my fault that you're such an idiot. Even when you talk to me, you're distracted from the fight. Oh, look, the fox mommy has come. Naruto pouted like a child. Well, in a sense, you could say that I'm your mother. The fox carefully depicted the thought process. I'll tear you into wool yarn and sell you. They'll weave curtains out of you. The blonde hissed. After about 2 minutes, Sasuke and Naruto finally knocked out the attacking thugs. They could have done it faster, of course, but the blonde was stopped by a red fox. Guys, Sakura called out to them, shocked and distrustful. How did you do it? So quickly, and so well coordinated. Sakura-chan. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Don't be afraid, after long and hard training we can do it together. Idiot. Sasuke yelled and hit his friend on the long-suffering head. What did I say? As always, nothing special. Guys, I understand, youth and all that. Old man Tazuna began. But it's time for us to go. Oh. Yeah, that's right. Naruto ran away from Sasuke and quickly hid behind the teacher. Kakashi-sensei, save me from this demon. He pointed his finger at Sasuke. He's so scary. Sarcasm was dripping from his voice. Oh. Dobe, you can't even imagine how scary I am. But let's put off the preludes for later, we really have to go. But what to do with criminals? Don't worry, Sasuke, Kakashi assured his student. They just need to be sealed, and Konoha will sort it out. But, Tazuna-san, I don't think this is an S mission anymore. The stakes are raised to an A-rank mission. After all, they wouldn't just attack an ordinary carpenter. Yes, that's right. Tazuna-san clenched his fists. Our village is on the verge of destruction, and if we don't build a bridge to connect us to the outside world, we will die. I am the head carpenter. You could say the key figure. If I am killed, everything will be over. The village is run by Gato, the main mafioso, and the current state of affairs is beneficial to him. It greatly helps his business. If I build a bridge, then his business and tyranny will come to an end. According to the rules, we can abandon the mission, Kakashi began. You tricked us. No, you tricked the entire Hidden Leaf village. Kakashi-sensei, calm down, Naruto intervened in the conversation. Do you really want to leave? Abandon a person in need of help, in trouble. Aren't shinobi supposed to help ordinary people and protect them, even if they are not from their village? Naruto. The copyist looked at his student in shock. Yes, you're right. Forgive me, Tazuna-san, I got a little angry. Kakashi scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. No, guys, it's me who should be asking for forgiveness. I deceived you. I would do the same in your place, Naru said confidently. You are doing this not for yourself, but for the whole village. The act of a true shinobi. The blonde smiled with all his teeth. So the day passed. After the attack, the boys chatted and had fun. Around the evening campfire, Tazuna told them stories. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened. The next day the squad woke up quite late. Phew, I haven't slept like this in a long time, Tazuna smiled. Great, Sakura exclaimed. Well, let's go, we only have a little bit left. The blonde laughed heartily. Eternal optimism, Sasuke smiled. When all the things were packed, the guys set off. 3 hours later, a rather familiar lake appeared ahead. This is the very place. Sasuke muttered under his breath. Get down, Kakashi shouted. And just in time, because a few moments later a huge sword flew over them. Well, here we meet, came from behind. Zabuza. Commentary on Chapter 7. Phew, I did it. Guys, sorry, lessons, school. Damn it. I also came back to One Piece. The new arc after 2 years is just super. Maybe I should write a fanfic about it. Smiley face, the size is not that great, of course, but still. I'm just sick of trying to pull it out of my finger. I want to know your opinion. Expect the next chapter in a week, probably. Or 2. Chapter 8. Naruto looked at Sasuke expectantly, who nodded as if he understood. Sensei, Sakura, Tazuna. The black-haired man called. Tsukiyomi. Uchiha activated the Sharingan and plunged Sakura, Kakashi and Tazuna into his most powerful genjutsu. Let them see and do everything that happened last time. Ah ha ha. Zabuza laughed. So you decided to go over to our side? Of course not. Naruto waved his hands. Just to talk without witnesses. Is Haku here? The blonde began to look around. Haku, come out, said Zabuza. I'm here, Zabuza-san. A young man in a mist Anbu mask appeared next to the swordsman. We only have a few seconds. We'll talk later. Meet here tonight, at this very edge of the forest. My genjutsu will end soon. Now let's go our separate ways. Sasuke shouted. And why? Zabuza didn't understand. No, I like it. All the little ones came. I thought we were going to fight, but no. We decided to talk. Ah ha ha. The swordsman laughed. Stop laughing, Zabuza. This is a serious conversation. We don't want to explain everything to Kakashi-sensei, and you can tell from his face that he's about to wake up. So, are you coming? Naruto bowed his head expectantly. Okay, kid, we'll come. I wonder what the conversation will be about. With these words, Haku and Zabuza disappeared into the fog. Ah, asked the copy ninja. Guys. Ah, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled his signature smile. I'm glad you're okay, people. Sasuke, we got him. Dobe. Sasuke sighed sadly. Sensei beat him up. But look, he got it too. And indeed, Kakashi was in a pretty bad state. Even though it was a virtual fight, the wounds still remained in reality. We have to go, said the white-haired man and fainted. Naruto looked at Sasuke, as if to say that he had overdone it. Sasuke's answering look said, well, it wasn't me, it was a genjutsu. Naruto looked skeptical. Well, yeah, but it was your genjutsu. The Uchiha rolled his eyes, mentally sighing, Kami-sama, why did I get this? Boys. Sakura ran up to the guys. I'm glad you're okay, but we need to take care of Kakashi-sensei. I suggest you go to my house. You'll spend the night there, and we'll patch up your sensei, the carpenter said. Thank you, old man. Naruto thanked Tazuna. It was quiet and calm all around. Everything was fine in Tazuna's family. Inari, sitting in the corner, looked quite content with life and did not grumble. The sky was starting to turn red, and Naruto and Sasuke went to that very clearing under the pretext of wanting to train together. Hey, you finally came. Naruto grinned. I'm glad. I just got curious, growled Zabuza, what some kids decided to offer me. We just want to warn you, Sasuke said. Your deal with Gato won't be to your advantage. What are you saying? He hired me and promised a large sum of money for that old man's head. Zabuza, listen, refuse. He calculated everything very subtly. He wants you to seriously engage in battle with us, and after that, when you lose most of your strength, he will come and kill you. How do you know, kid? I just know. Please, listen to me. Naruto begged. He will definitely kill you, because there is a big reward for your head. All he needs is money. The blonde screamed. Zabuza-san, let's listen to him, Uzumaki Haku supported. Haku, and why are you on his side? I don't want to take risks, the black-haired man shrugged. Naruto tensed. If Zabuza still refused, things would be tough for them. Okay, but if there's some kind of catch here, you'll die a terrible death. The swordsman growled. Good. The blonde smiled radiantly. They did it. Okay, we'll go, otherwise they'll probably miss us already. Zabuza-san, did you notice too? Haku asked as the two Konoha men left. Yes, they're very strong. When they entered the clearing, I thought that I would be crushed to the ground from so much chakra. But I can't understand why they helped us. Don't look for a hidden meaning here, Zabuza-san. I think they just decided to help us, Haku smiled. They just decided to help us. Don't make me laugh, such strong people don't do anything for free, the man shook his head. Well, now you will understand from your own experience that this happens, the young man laughed quietly. Maybe you're right, the swordsman whispered, looking at the full moon. When the boys came home, Sakura immediately attacked them. You're idiots, she screamed from the doorway. How much training did you have to do, huh? Sakura, Sasuke whispered in shock. Shut up, the girl screamed and hit the young shinobi on the heads with all her might. Did you even think about us? Kakashi-sensei is sick, and you were gone for almost half a day, idiots. Large bumps were already forming on the heads of the martyrs. But Sakura-chan, we were training. We have a fight soon, and we need to be ready. Naru decided to explain everything. Oh, how difficult it is with you. Okay, live, the green-eyed girl smiled. But watch out, next time you take me with you. As if we have a choice. Sasuke grumbled to the side. Did you say something? The young kunoichi leaned towards the heir of the Uchiha clan. No, it was at moments like these that Sasuke was happy. Moonlit night, it's so beautiful. Its glare plays intricately on the surface of the sea water. Sasuke sat on the shore and remembered. Flashback. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke called to his friend. What do you want, team? The blonde turned his head towards his partner. What are we going to do? If we destroyed Obito, then Madara escaped, even though he was beaten, we must kill him now, otherwise he will gain strength, and then we will definitely not be able to get away with it. Who are you explaining this to, Sasuke? Naruto tore his gaze away from the pile of papers and looked at the Uchiha. You are our Hokage. I am explaining this to you, not just anyone. Team, I know all this very well, so order your Anbu to go to the borders of the village. Naruto. Sasuke, don't be such a pessimist, you and Sakura will soon have a child, why are you so down? It's just not the best time for him to be born. Sasuke whispered. So, we have to make sure that your baby is born at a good time, a happy one. Naruto approached his friend and put his hand on his shoulder. Do you understand me, Naruto? A tall brunette burst into the office. Ha, Hina. Naru didn't understand. Hurry to the gate, Hinata shouted. What happened? The Hokage caught up with her. Sakura, she didn't have time to finish, since the young men were no longer in the office. Sakura, Sasuke shouted as soon as he saw his beloved. Sasuke, the kunoichi whispered. Kami-sama. Naruto's eyes began to widen slowly. Who did this? He yelled, running up to his friend. It's Madara. She coughed. Indeed, Sakura was not in the best condition. The whole ground around was covered with blood, pouring from her stomach. Darling. Sasuke sat down next to her in complete shock, placing his wife's head on his lap. Sasuke, I won't last long, she whispered. Our child, Sasuke said. I know, forgive me, I couldn't protect him. And he wasn't even born yet. Tears streamed from the girl's green eyes. Sakura-chan, Naruto shouted. It's Madara, right? Yes, the kunoichi said firmly. So this is a warning. It's not over yet, Naruto whispered, looking up at the sky. I'll end this war. The young man screamed at the top of his lungs. Guys, I love you very much. Please, let us win this war. It's a pity that I won't see it. The pink-haired girl whispered. Sakura, no, Sasuke cried. A warm drop fell on the girl's cheek, merging with her own tears and rolling down. I love you, Sasuke. She whispered and died with a slight smile on her lips. End of flashback. Hey, buddy, why are you so sad? Uchiha heard behind him. Well, I remember how I lost my family, which hadn't yet formed. The young man smiled through his tears. No need, Sasuke. Forget it like a bad dream. There we fulfilled our duty, won the war, as Sakura asked. We protected the whole world, helped many dreams come true. It's time for us to fulfill ours. The blonde sat down next to Sasuke. Rikido gave you a new chance, so use it, idiot, Naru smiled. Naruto, thank you, Uchiha said. I've thought about this many times, but I missed hearing those words from you. Address me, Hawk, laughed Uzumaki. They were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't notice Sakura standing behind a huge rock nearby. It can't be, thought the astonished girl. Commentary on Chapter 8. Yes. Here it is, the sale. Sorry guys. School, 10th grade, total control. Thank you for giving me an idea. I have a plot for the rest of the story. I hope my fanfic will be even more interesting. Smiley face, guys. Updates to fanfic art. Everyone go watch it by following the link in the author's notes. Chapter 9. Hey, buddy, why are you so sad? Uchiha heard behind him. Well, I remember how I lost my family, which hadn't yet formed. The young man smiled through his tears. No need, Sasuke. Forget it like a bad dream. There we fulfilled our duty, won the war, as Sakura asked. We protected the whole world, helped many dreams come true. It's time for us to fulfill ours. The blonde sat down next to Sasuke. Rikido gave you a new chance, so use it, idiot, Naru smiled. Naruto, thank you, Uchiha said. I've thought about this many times, but I missed hearing those words from you. Address me, Hawk, laughed Uzumaki. They were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't notice Sakura standing behind a huge rock nearby. It can't be, Sakura thought to herself. I can't believe that they're from another world. So that's why they suddenly changed so much, especially Naruto. And what happened to Naruto and Sasuke from this world? I really wanted to take revenge on that bastard for my family, Sasuke said. Team, how many times have I told you that hatred and revenge will drive you crazy? Do you remember how much I ran after you and tried to set your mind straight? Or have you forgotten already? Even though we died there, our souls ended up here in these bodies. I want to bring back the fun old days in the team, Naruto said. So that's what happened. I can't really hear. Maybe I should come closer. Oh. Come on. She gathered her confidence and came out of hiding. If you really want to remember the past, then go ahead. Just let me in on it, please, boys, said Sakura. Sakura-chan. Did you hear everything? Naruto and Sasuke stuttered in unison. Yes, I heard everything. There's no point in you hiding it from me now. Let's tell the whole truth. You won't be able to get away from me now. Both of you, said Sakura. Sakura, I'll explain everything. You see, we really are from another world. We really died back then, and we regret that the owners of these bodies are also dead. We regret and admit our guilt. And Sasuke and Naruto told her everything. Kami-sama, the pink-haired girl whispered in shock. Did you really go through that? Tears started to appear in the girl's eyes. Living without a family is. It's just awful. Tears were already pouring out of her green eyes. Boys, remember one thing now. You are not alone. Sakura pulled them in and hugged them tightly. With this gesture, she wanted to show them that she cared about them and wanted to protect them. Sakura, Sasuke whispered. Sakura-chan. Naruto hugged the girl back. We know. I hope everything will be okay this time. The boys returned late at night and immediately fell asleep. All together, they simply laid their futons next to each other. Suddenly the door quietly opened and an ash-haired young man entered the room. Well, he whispered quietly. His slightly laughing gaze was directed at the center of the room, where three teenagers were sleeping on futons joined together. In the middle was a cute pink-haired girl. On either side were two guys, who even in their sleep showed with their whole appearance that they would tear anyone apart for this girl. The hand of the brunette, who was sleeping to the right of the girl, was gently squeezing the girl's waist. The blonde, who for some reason was lying on the left in the form of a starfish, was lying with his head on the pink-haired girl's stomach and the girl's hand was in the guy's hair. You really are one team, Kakashi smiled through his mask. His eyes were filled with tenderness and love for the boys. I will protect you at all costs. The man whispered at the end, adjusting the blanket on the boys, and the boys only smiled in their sleep. Morning. Tazuna-san's house. Naruto's subconscious. Naruto, come crawl out of your subconscious. It's already morning there, said the fox. 1 second, Kurama. I'm almost done with setting up my subconscious for your convenience, Uzumaki muttered. Come on, hurry up. Oh. By the way, Sasuke and Sakura woke up. Oh. Look at those little sluts kissing. Not embarrassed that you'll wake up and see it. The fox said. Let them kiss. They can. That's it. I'm done, Naruto said. Okay, time to interrupt our lovebirds, because Kakashi is now climbing the stairs, said the fox. Okay. Naruto came out of the subconscious. Good morning, lovebirds. Stop kissing. Our sensei is coming here, Naruto said. How did you know, Naruto? Sasuke and Sakura said together, breaking away from each other. Kurama said. Let's clean everything up and go downstairs to eat. Naruto said this, folding his futon. Okay, they answered in unison and also folded their futons. Naruto grinned. Contact with Sakura was established. Now all that was left was to sort out the mission, and then he could establish contact with his family. More precisely, with his father. As soon as Naruto remembered the fourth, he immediately became sad. Well, how can he prove to him that he, Naruto, is worthy of being the son of the fourth Hokage? After all, despite the cold attitude, he still loves his father. Guys, they shouted from below. Go have breakfast, the food is ready. Let's go, Sakura answered. Boys, she addressed the guys, I understand that you already have a plan regarding Zabuza and Haku. Of course, Sakura-chan, everything will be in the best possible way. Naruto exclaimed cheerfully. I also think that everything will be fine. Uchiha supported his friend. I'm so glad. The girls smiled. What? The guys didn't understand. I'm so glad I have you. Let's become the best team in Konoha. Even better than the legendary Sannin 3. Well, that's a good idea. I agree. Sasuke smiled and extended his hand forward. Me too, Namikaze exclaimed, placing his hand on top of Uchiha's. We will become the strongest and be able to prevent war. Aha, was all the pink-haired girl could squeeze out, putting her hand down too. Together forever, Sakura whispered in complete silence. And Kakashi-sensei behind the wall just smiled. Commentary on Chapter 9. Anyone who watched One Piece, I hope, will understand me. Yo ho ho ho. In general, the promised sale. Smiley face, thanks to the new co-author. KSYU Yuka. So, sale next weekend, if everything goes okay, and I hope so. Don't be offended by the size. I just can't take it any bigger. Co-author. If you want a continuation, I can write it and post it tomorrow. Author. Hedgehog. He is a hedgehog. Only later they sent it to me. I have 7 lessons tomorrow. Write at 3 or 4. Beta 1. Gentlemen, don't flood. Thank you. 3 Eugenie. Heart. Chapter 10. When Team 7 met Zabuza and Haku on the bridge, they decided to tell Kakashi everything. Of course, Hatake didn't believe it at first. However, when Zabuza described the situation to him, the copy ninja even offered him to become Konoha shinobi, which they were reluctant to do, but still accepted. And Naruto, Kurama, and Sasuke were rubbing their hands happily. Mentally, of course. So what? Everything is getting better, the mist renegades didn't die, and all that's left is to punch Gato in the face. POV Sakura. Well, Naruto and Sasuke somehow found a common language too quickly. Something is clearly wrong here. Sometimes I get nervous when they give me these tender and sympathetic looks. Especially from Sasuke. He is somehow too tender. I would even say loving. But why did he start loving me so suddenly? No, something is definitely wrong here. I decided to eavesdrop on them, and what did I find out? They are from the future. But now everything can be explained quite logically. The obvious growth of chakra, and its control, confident gait, movements honed over the years. Naruto even began to think. Kami-sama, what is happening in this world? Almost everything was explained, except one thing. How did they get here? The guys then finally found me and told me everything. Of course, I could not hold back my tears. I died pregnant right in Sasuke's arms. I have enough of being a fool in love. After such a story, I will never be the same. Even Naruto became Hokage, and I became an even greater medic. I studied under Tsunade-sama herself. Wait, I studied under Tsunade-sama. Ah, is that true? Maybe I should ask Naruto and Sasuke to find Tsunade-sama and start training. According to those two, I became the best student of Konoha's most legendary medic Sannin. The boys, they've been through so much. I swear to you guys, this will never happen again. End of Sakura's POV. And then Gato appeared and was immediately taken aback. Of course, there are hired killers sitting here with a team of defenders and calmly discussing something. Something is definitely wrong. Oh. Look who's come to visit us. Zabuza exclaimed. And we've been waiting for you. Momoki, what's going on here? What am I paying you for? Gato immediately shouted. Well, why shout like that? Let's discuss everything. The renegade of the fog waved his hands. You betrayed me, Zabuza. I knew it. Really? The swordsman narrowed his eyes. Or maybe it was you who betrayed me. You didn't want to give me money in the first place. You thought that I would eliminate the old man and you would quietly leave or kill me. No way. Now I will show you how wrong you were. Zabuza shouted and pulled out his decapitator. Zabuza-san, wait, Naruto shouted. What's wrong, kid? He asked Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto called his friend. The young man responded. Hellfire or electric water? He asked, flexing his fists. No, I came up with a new technique, and I'll need your chakra, Naruto said, making strange seals. What kind of technique is this? Sakura asked. You'll see soon. Come on, Sasuke, Naruto said, making the last seal. Sasuke sent his chakra into Naruto and pulled his hand back. Naruto took his friend's chakra and cast a new technique. Genjutsu, forbidden fire technique, blue fire of the dark underworld. Naruto said the technique very quietly. Blue light, blue fire lit up around him, which only Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura could see. Genjutsu, blue fire release, fire guardian. Susanoo, Naruto whispered the second technique very quietly. Blue fire enveloped the owner of the technique and did not touch him. Susanoo appeared, but not like all the Uchiha. It was Susanoo in the form of a wolf, whose growl frightened the bandits, but they still did not see him and could not understand where this terrible sound was coming from, which terrified them. Guys, Kakashi-sensei didn't understand. What's wrong with them? Why did they run away so suddenly? Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I just couldn't hold back, Naruto said quietly. At the last phrase, Hataki somehow noticeably tensed up. Naruto, as if not understanding what had happened to his sensei, asked, Sensei, are you okay? Why yes, Naruto, everything is fine now, the copy one nodded. Sensei, we're not done yet, Sakura shouted, grabbing a kunai. Let's finish the task and return to the village with peace of mind. I agree with Sakura, Sasuke expressed his opinion, standing next to his beloved. Well, let's go, Zabuza commanded and rushed at the bandits. They had not yet recovered from Sasuke and Naruto's super technique, when another evil and scary swordsman rushed at them. They did what they considered quite reasonable at that moment. They ran to the edge of the bridge and began to jump into the water. Naruto and Sasuke grimaced in unison. They had seen a lot in their entire eventful lives, but this did not add optimism. Gato stood there with his mouth open. Of course, how can you feel confident when all your people almost wet themselves from fear and started jumping into the sea? Cutthroats, damn it. Weaklings, Sasuke said contemptuously. War at. Gato came to his senses from the shock. Yes, I'll finish you off. Do you even know that I'm one of the kings of the mafia of this world? You, Sakura was surprised. You almost wet yourself when Zabuza-san ran at you. And he was just running. There's no place in this world for dirty people like you. You've done enough damage, Gato, Haku said. I'm very glad that Zabuza-san and I decided to leave you. Boy, you'll die first. Gato yelled and ran at Haku. Does he really think he can hurt him in any way? Naruto was surprised. Shut up, team, don't disturb the show, Sasuke hissed at his friend. No, it just slipped out. Naru smiled. This guy is a real idiot, said the fox. Oh, look who came to visit us. Naruto's voice was completely saturated with sarcasm. And I didn't leave, but I'm still heartily glad that you miss me. The demon pretended to wipe away a tear. Oh, someone thinks too much of themselves. Don't worry, my beloved Jinchuriki, I'll share a piece of my glory with you. Let's say 15%, said the fox, showing his sharp fangs. Kurama, don't show off your chakra yet. But let's make a successor out of it, so to speak. Naruto said mentally. A successor? Let's do it. Only after the battle, the fox agreed. Then it's agreed. And yes, I will change your place of residence to a more beautiful one, Naruto continued. Create 9 little 3-tailed babies for me. And let them be on par with Shukaku. Add some natural chakra to them. And feed it to me. Just don't sleep too much, Kurama advised. Okay, I'll try not to get caught, Naruto finished. He looked at the bridge and noticed Gato lying there, completely beaten. Also, All the bandits were tied up very tightly. Well, Sasuke, have you let off some steam? Or is there something else you're still missing? The blonde asked his friend. Yes, it's missing, but I'll finish this later. Tonight. The bridge isn't finished, so tonight I'll do everything I need to do, Sasuke said, looking furtively at Sakura. You don't go that far with her. It's too early for you. Stop with kisses for now. Wait about 4 years, then you'll be able to have kids with her, Naru said quietly in her ear. Dobe, one more word and I might not be able to hold back in front of Hinata and say a lot of things. Uchiha hissed quietly. And what are you going to tell her? Uzumaki folded his arms across his chest. Well, a lot of things. Even if it didn't happen, I can spin anything, and she'll believe me. You know that on every mission assigned to us, she saw me off with the phrase, Sasuke, watch Naruto, because I know him. Sasuke imitated Hyuga well. She trusts you to me, and I have to keep an eye on you. So, if you don't want problems, you better shut up and don't bother me and Sakura. Otherwise, I can answer you in the same way, and even add on top. The brunette grinned unkindly. Okay, blackmailer, I'll shut up. Naruto frowned. But I'll get revenge on you, just know that. The blonde shouted after his friend, to which he only waved his hand. And so ended the first serious mission of Team 7. All that was left for them was to come to the village and tell the Hokage everything. Kakashi still had to prove the good intentions to the Hokage along with Zabuza and Haku so that they could become free people not only in their country but in the world. Commentary on Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Okay, blackmailer, I'll shut up. Naruto frowned. But I'll get revenge on you, just know that. The blonde shouted after his friend, to which he only waved his hand. And so ended the first serious mission of Team 7. All that was left was to go to the village and tell the Hokage everything. Kakashi still had to prove the good intentions along with Zabuza and Haku to join the Hidden Leaf Village. House of the Namikaze Uzumaki family. Kitchen. Meeting of the Namikaze Uzumaki family, Uchiha and Hyuga. Have you noticed anything about your children? They behave strangely, go somewhere together without saying a word. Maybe we should keep an eye on them. Minato asked everyone gathered. I noticed that Naruto has become much more skilled in painting. He paints so well that all the walls look like new wallpaper. I found such paintings in his room when I was cleaning that I wondered where he saw them from and when. On one of the drawings I noticed the inscription, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Beasts. There were 9 people from different countries standing there. 1 from Suna, 2 from Cloud, 2 from Mist, 1 from Waterfall, 2 from Rock and 1 from Leaf, she said. Kushina, are you kidding? Minato didn't understand. No, I'm not joking, she said. Besides, there was a portrait of the tailed beasts themselves. I would never have thought that a fox could smile. And Naruto himself was smiling next to the fox, she said. Mom, Hanako ran into her brother's room. Oh, I didn't know you were all here. The little girl looked down. It's okay, daughter. What happened? Minato approached his daughter. Brother will come soon. The girl smiled, and Dad was stunned. Yes, exactly. The Hokage smiled nervously. Well, run to your room. As soon as the door closed behind the girl, Minato stood up and looked at everyone gathered. Something strange is happening to all our children, he concluded. The main gate of Konoha. Oh, we're finally home, I'm so happy, Naruto said, stretching. Well, me, Zabuza and Haku will go to the Hokage, and you have fun, Kakashi said, and the 3 of them left, leaving Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto alone. Guys, here it is, a new life. Naruto smiled his signature smile. Hina will come running now, and everything will definitely be fine, Sakura giggled. Naru, the guys heard from behind. Oh, just right, Sasuke summed up. Hina, Naruto smiled tenderly, seeing his beloved. How are you? He whispered in the girl's ear when she threw herself into his arms. Excellent, she whispered back. Well, I felt you and decided to meet you. Let's go for a walk. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Just let me throw my things home. Of course. Oh. Sasuke, Sakura, hi. She waved her hand. I'm so glad to see you. But, looking at Sakura, she suddenly fell silent. Oh, don't be afraid, Hinata. Sakura knows everything. Sasuke shrugged and looked at his beloved, who in shock looked from Hinata to Naruto. I guess I still have a lot to learn about you. She babbled. Oh yeah, the current Namikaze confirmed. Well, we'll go. Bye, Guys. The blonde waved his hand, leading Hinata away. Let's go, we need to unwind too. Sakura pulled Sasuke. Sakura. The brunette was taken aback by the girl's pressure. Sasuke, stop being such a grump. We need to unwind. Take a walk. Relax. In short. Sakura smiled. Well, as you say, agreed Uchiha, and in his heart he was glad of such a cheerful pressure from his beloved. When everyone had left, a young man in an Anbu uniform jumped down from a nearby tree. Well, it looks like things are finally getting better for my wayward brother. Meanwhile, in the Uzumaki Namika's family's house. Kitchen. This is all very strange, don't you think? Darling, calm down. Naruto is already old enough. If he wants, he will tell you himself. Kushina stood up for her son. So, it's time for us to go. Naruto will be here soon. The father of the Namika's family rose from the table. Yes, I'm already here, came from behind. All the adults turned around abruptly. The culprit of the conversation and Hinata were standing in the doorway. Don't twitch so much, I just came to bring my things and then I'll go for a walk with Hina, the blonde smiled. Naruto. Kushina stood up and ran to her son. I'm so glad you're back. Me too, Mom. Naruto hugged his mother. So can I go for a walk with Hinata? Of course, go, Kushina exclaimed, taking the backpack with things from her son. When the door closed behind the children, she looked at the others. I suggest we just wait. I don't know about you, but I'm quite happy with the changes in my son. Everything is for the best, so I'll just wait and see what comes of it. Turning around, she went to unpack Naruto's backpack. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata walked along the evening streets of Konoha and enjoyed the peace and quiet of the city. I'm so glad, she whispered. What? Sunshine. Naruto turned to his beloved. Everything is going so well. We have a chance to start over and prevent so many deaths. Hina. Uzumaki took Hinata's face in his hands. Let's just enjoy life for now and train as much as we can. After all, we want to change so many things, and that means that after our actions we will no longer be able to predict history. We must be prepared for everything. Yes, of course. I'm thinking of learning medical techniques from Tsunade-sama, like Sakura. Great idea, it will help us a lot. The blonde smiled. Now, let's just go for a walk and then go in and eat. Is this a date? Well, finally you figured it out. Naruto rolled his blue eyes. The street was filled with a ringing girlish laugh. Everything was fine. The next day Naruto got up quite late and was woken up by, of course, the squeal of his little sister. Get up, brother, Uncle Jiraiya is coming today. Hanako started jumping on the blonde. Hey, I'm still sleeping. He moaned under the blanket. Of course he's sleeping, who came home at 3 in the morning yesterday. Mom leaned on the door frame. Well, Mom, I was walking with Hinata. Naruto exclaimed. This is our village, our dad is Hokage. No one will touch us. The young man began to justify himself. But, nevertheless, you came very late, so get up quickly. Kushina laughed, seeing how Hanako jumped on her brother so that he would finally wake up. That's it, Hanako, that's it, I'm already awake, that's enough. Naruto squealed when his little sister decided to simply tickle him. When everyone finally got up and ate, Naruto immediately ran to the training ground, but on the way he crashed into someone with all his might, and they fell to the ground together. Oh. Sorry, Osan. Naruto exclaimed, holding out his hand to the man. What's wrong with you, kid? Can't you see where you're running? He looked up at the boy, but the rest of his indignant words were stuck in his throat. Naruto, he asked, not believing what he saw. Perverted hermit, he whispered. Commentary on Chapter 11 Ta-daa. I'm writing it. I just have 2 more fanfics on me, you know. Smiley face, selling as always, next weekend. I was just on vacation, went to the dacha. Chapter 12. Oh. Sorry, Osan. Naruto exclaimed, holding out his hand to the man. What, kid, can't you see where you're running? He looked up at the boy, but the rest of his indignant phrases were stuck in his throat. Naruto, he asked, not believing what he saw. Perverted hermit, he whispered. Jiraiya reacted rather strangely, abruptly raising his head and staring into his Gosun's blue eyes. Naruto, what's going on? You've never called me that before. The gray-haired Sannin said sadly. Naruto already had a lump in his throat. Here he is. His teacher, mentor, almost a father, the man who understood him and loved him. But this is not him. This is not his Jiraiya-sensei, his beloved perverted hermit. Sorry. The blonde suddenly screamed and jumped up sharply, running away. Jiraiya, as if in slow motion, saw his godson jump up and a single tear rolled down his cheek, sparkling in the sun. Naruto, the man whispered quietly, sitting in shock on the street. Naruto didn't know what to do. It seemed like a parallel world. Everything was the same, but as always there was one but. His parents were alive, whom he never knew. The fact that his father and mother met him in his subconscious, for no more than half an hour, can in no way be called the fact that he knew his parents. His childhood friend, who went through so much with him and died pregnant right before his eyes, is also alive. And now the teacher, Ricardo, the young man screamed, sitting on a branch in the moonlit forest. Ah, he screamed. The blonde just needed to let off some steam. Kami-sama, he was used to not having a family. He always grew up alone. One careless step and you're dead. And the fact that you see your loved ones absolutely alive and well really throws you off track. Especially when, after your violent reaction to their unexpected appearance in his life, they ask, what happened? It was so infuriating. Naruto was furious right now. All that lump that had accumulated over this month was stressing him out. Naruto ran around the training ground and fought with the clone. Furiously and with passion. He hadn't received such adrenaline in a long time. So I was right. Uzumaki heard behind him and slowly turned around, developing a clone. Naruto, I'm so happy. And then he was hugged. Tenderly, warmly, like before. Old man, the blonde sobbed. Forgive me, I should have been there. Save you, Granny. She almost killed herself after she found out you were dead. Naruto, I'm so glad, Jiraiya whispered. But everything is fine now. And we can change everything. I promise you that everything will be fine. Sanin gently hugged the teenager crying on his chest. He was like a son to him and now the man was truly happy. You're a fool, Naruto. They sat on the Hokage's heads all night and told each other what had happened since their last meeting. So, does that mean everything can be fixed now? The man asked quietly. Yes, now everything is going as before, but I am going to prevent a lot and history will change a lot after this. I am so afraid. The boy hugged himself. What then? The unknown. Namikaze whispered quietly. Naruto, where is that same Uzumaki Naruto, who always moved forward? Where is that boy who never listened to anyone and acted only according to his principles? I don't recognize you now. I just showed weakness in front of someone dear to me. I died in the war. Sakura-chan died pregnant, in Sasuke's arms. Their child was never born, and Hina and I left our 5-year-old son there. The Sakura of this world knows who we are. Now, we are restoring the strength and techniques of our former selves. I knew that you would become a hero and savior of the entire shinobi world and you were able to change it. You died saving that world from complete destruction. I am proud of you, my godson. I never had a son, and you replaced him for me. Tsunade, you replaced her brother Nawaki and beloved Dan. From your story, a story can be written. But I also understand what you had to go through, said Jiraiya. Hey, this story is not destined to repeat itself. But we can write it so that people read it and understand what pain is. They should think about their actions, that every person close to them is dear in their own way and they should take care of them. Naruto said beautiful words. What should we call the book? Jiraiya asked. Let's call it, The Life Story of a Jinchuriki. Uzumaki answered. Well, let's do it this way. I'll write this book for you, Naruto. Don't worry, it will contain your entire life in that world, retold to you. And about all the moments of life, really, what should I do with names? Leave everything as it is, Naruto answered him. Okay, Jiraiya agreed. Okay, I'm going to Sasuke's. Today I'm staying with him, and tomorrow we'll stay with Sakura-chan together. Naruto said. Okay, go, I'll tell Minato where you are and yes, I won't tell him who you are. Thank you, Ero-sanin. Naruto smiled. How many times have I told you not to call me that? But it was clear from the man's eyes that he really missed this style of communication. In the Uchiha clan estate, the clan head's house, Sasuke was frankly bored. His brother had gone on a mission, his parents had gone to Naruto's parents. Uchiha missed the adrenaline of battle, but he had to wait for that. A little more and the Chunin exam would come, and this time he would become one. There was no point in going into a dark abyss now, from which he would never get out. Now he had a family, friends, everything he dreamed of and desired. This world gave them the opportunity to correct past mistakes. Thank you, Ricardo. Sasuke smiled, looking at the stars. Sasuke. He heard a scream and immediately understood who was screaming. Oh. Kami-sama. Dobe, why are you shouting like that? It's night outside. Uchiha hissed at his best friend. Sorry. Naruto giggled, scratching the back of his head. I was just thinking, let's go practice. I feel like I'm already going through withdrawal. What kind of drug addiction is Naruto? What the hell did you take that makes you look like a drug addict? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Yes, I want training, exclaimed the blonde. And you are the only person with whom I am really interested in fighting. Well, for now we are not at such a level of strength that you are the only one whom I will not throw out of the training ground, but I intend to return to the former level. Kami-sama, why is this happening to me? Uchiha groaned dramatically. The fight was a great success. Of course it was not the level they wanted, but they stubbornly strived for it. The training lasted all night. Sasuke and Naruto, under the sensitive guidance of Kurama, did sets of various exercises, and then went on to individual training. Kurama developed a training path for each of them and they stubbornly followed it, because they simply had to pass the Chunin exam. Sakura got up very early today. The sun hadn't even risen yet, but flashes of pink and yellow were already visible on the horizon. She stretched, going out onto a small balcony. How beautiful. The pink-haired girl smiled, looking at the dawn. Having decided that boys are boys, she went to the training ground, recently the only place where they lived, especially at night, on the training ground, and destroyed everything to hell. Well, you can't fool a woman's intuition after all. She drawled, looking at two guys who were snoring peacefully under a tree. Oh. And what should I do with you, two blockheads, huh? The girl asked the sleeping guys, but in response she only heard the snoring of Uchiha and Uzumaki Namikaze. Hello Sakura. How did you sleep? Asked Kakashi, who appeared out of nowhere. And you too, sensei. Those two, they smashed the training ground to pieces again and they didn't give a damn. They're like weapons of mass destruction. Sakura complained. Now they snore like two pigs, drunk after the bottom of the bottle they stole from the third Hokage or Tsunade-sama. She sat down next to Sasuke's head and began to stroke him, not forgetting about Naruto. And then Sasuke, almost in a drunken voice, said, although he was sleeping, but he said, Sakura, I want kids. From you, he muttered. Sakura blushed. Kakashi pricked up his ears, as did Jiraiya in the bushes nearby. Don't argue. I want you to like me and I don't care about anyone. I'll marry you and have kids. We'll make a bunch of them. And screw this Ino pig or whatever you call her. She'll ruin my and your mood. I don't give a shit. I don't care about anyone and everything with laws and rules. I'll marry you and we'll have kids. And he fell silent. The girl didn't know how to react to this, so she got out of the situation in a rather simple and favorite way. She hit Naruto. For what, Sakura-chan? What have we done? Uzumaki didn't understand. Uzumaki, it's not like you're hitting Sasuke-kun. Sakura's eyes flashed angrily. Naruto just giggled at this statement. Sakura's fist was heavy, but Haruno wouldn't be Haruno if she didn't hit him. Chapter 13. Naruto was happy. He had a family, all his friends were alive and his best friend never left. Hey, brother, is it true that you are leaving soon? Hanako asked and approached her brother. Yeah, the blonde nodded. But don't be upset, I'll definitely come back. You have to train hard while I'm gone. Don't waste your time. Be a worthy daughter of the fourth Hokage and your village. Naruto said with a poker face like Sasuke's. He, the girl laughed quietly. You said it with such pathos. But it's true. Naruto pouted. I know. The little girl nodded and hugged her brother from behind. They sat like that for half the night, looking from the roof of the house at the stars and the moon. Sasuke was also getting ready to leave. They all needed to train harder and the whole team number 7 gathered and decided that it was time to move on to individual training. Naturally it was necessary to start with the fact that they needed Tsunade's granny. Minato gave the go-ahead and the mission to find one of the 3 Sannin was successfully completed, but not without adventures and of course not without the help of Jiraiya. Every single day, evening and night, they trained until they lost consciousness and pulse. Tsunade was very surprised, as was Jiraiya, by their persistence. And so the day before the start of the exam, they were able to rise to half of their strength, which they had learned by heart. And then came the day they had been waiting for so long, the Chunin exam. All 3 were excited because here they would meet Orochimaru again. But if Naruto were not himself, he decided to take a risk. As they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. And so the first exam was passed, nerves were frayed, asses were sat, and now Mitarashi Anko should also fly into the window, and then Naruto quietly took out a kunai and prepared to throw it, not forgetting to soak it with wind chakra. And as scheduled, the glass broke and Uzumaki Namikaze attached the bag with Anko, completely entangled in a cloth poster, to the board. From the bag came a choice 3 and 5 story swear words and curses of the one who did it. Of course, everyone laughed, even Abiki quietly laughed with the examiners. Somehow getting out of the bag, Anko brought herself to order and announced the second exam in the 44th training ground, otherwise, as she put it, the Forest of Death. Well, Naruto, Anko won't leave you alone now. Sakura laughed. Oh yeah, I bet she'll scare you even more. Sasuke agreed. Ah, I'm scared, I'm scared. Naruto screamed, feigning universal horror. And here it is, training ground number 44, the Forest of Death. Anko naturally decided to make fun of the kids, scaring them. Naruto couldn't miss such a great moment and yelled that there was no point in scaring them here, we're not afraid. Matarashi seemed to be waiting for this and immediately moved to him, putting a kunai to his throat. Naruto didn't dodge on purpose, he just wanted to take part in the show. Anko whispered in his ear that he was still green to think about the Chunin exam and began to lick him. Yes, yes, she stuck out her long snake tongue and ran it along Naruto's cheek. Hinata, seeing everything perfectly, immediately thought that after the exam this idiot would get it from her. Ah. Anko-san, I didn't know you were a pedophile. Naruto laughed, completely ignoring the fact that she was running her tongue over his cheek. What? You're an impudent fellow, she screamed and, throwing her head back, approached the gates of the training ground, explaining the rules. The other guys just quietly laughed at the performance. So, small fry, if you are so eager to become Chunin, then you must pass the Forest of Death. There is a tower in the center of the forest, just reach it in 3 days. Each team will be given a scroll of either heaven or earth. A team can only pass this stage if they have 2 scrolls. A murmur was heard. Well, I have a feeling this exam will be quite interesting. Anko muttered under her breath, glancing at Naruto. She already knew that he would tear everyone apart, and not because he was the Hokage's son. She just knew. Oh guys, we've already changed the story a little bit and now we'll have to change it radically, but I'm not afraid. Are you with me? Said the blonde, turning to his friends, his family. You know we're always with you, blockhead, Sasuke grinned. Naruto, no matter what happens, we will always be there, fighting side by side. Sakura decided to support the guys. Boys, I know that you have already lived one life and it was full of hatred and pain, but I swear that you will not have to experience this again. I will do everything possible to make you happy. The girls smiled radiantly. Thank you, my love. Uchiha kissed the kunoiki on the top of her head. It means a lot to us. Well then, let's go. Naruto laughed cheerfully. I believe in you, my brother, said the demon fox. Yes, I know. Let's show them, Kurama. Oh guys, I'm sorry. They fixed my computer, but it's a bit slow. I'm trying to access FANFIC, and it tells me that Google Chrome can't access the page. The monster. I already finished writing the piece on my junk phone. Chapter 14. So, are we going to meet Kabuto like last time? Or just quickly grab a scroll from some weak team and head to the tower? Naruto asked. So your main question is whether we should show our strong side right away or wait? Uchiha raised an eyebrow. Personally, I am for the second option, since it would be illogical if we immediately showed our trump cards. It is better to lie low and then, when necessary, show ourselves. Now is not the time to show your strength. Naruto turned around and looked closely at his friend. For some reason, in her past life, such activity was not observed from Sakura, although, at that time, they did not even have a team. A guy Avenger, with a brain gone crazy for revenge, a young girl with raging hormones, and Naruto simply lapsed into childhood. He did not want to act seriously then, no matter what. That's true, said the fox. It's nice that your brain functions at least sometimes. And you just shut up, you red-haired, flea-ridden ball of demonic fur. The blonde muttered, but seeing 2 wary looks, he flared up. Did I say that out loud? Naruto asked, confused. Yes, now let's go already, laughed Haruno. In no amount of time. Halfway to the tower. Here we are. Sasuke, do you remember this place? Naruto asked. Yes. How did we meet him here? He will appear soon. I hear the creeping chaos calling from beyond the stars. Sasuke answered Naruto's question. They created Nyarlathotep and made him their messenger. They clothed him in chaos, so that his form would be forever hidden among the stars. Who is given to know the secret of Nyarlathotep? For he is but a mask and the will of those who existed before time. He is the priest of ether, the dweller of air. He has many faces, but no one can remember even one of them. The waves freeze before him, the gods tremble at his call. His whispers sound in the dreams of men, but who will recognize his form? Great, we'll make a short stop, and then, if our snake shows up, we'll finish him off, damn it. The blonde man cheered up. I completely agree with you, Uzumaki, said Uchiha. By the way, guys, what about Gaara? What are you going to do with him? Asked Sakura. Well, that's Naruto's part, honey. My job is to deal with Orochimaru, since you cried so many tears for me because of him that remembering it makes me feel sick. It's better not to talk about it. Uchiha hugged Haruno and kissed her on the cheek. He, Sasuke, come on after the exam. Sakura giggled as Sasuke tickled her with his lips, kisses and nose. Perverts. Outrageous. Absurd. Don't you have anything better to do? Asked Uzumaki. Shut up, to hell with Uzumaki, I want to be with Sakura. And what business is it of yours anyway? Uchiha started getting angry. What do I care? I just want you not to seduce Sakura-chan until you're 18. The blonde screamed. Okay, but I will kiss her. Okay, now let's wait for our snake, or we go straight away. I don't want to mess around with the damn seal again later. Naruto said. Okay, let's go to the tower, I want to sleep. Sakura, come into my arms, I'll carry you like my beloved to the registry office. Sasuke grumbled at first, and then purred. Sasuke, Ino will eat me if she sees me in your arms. I don't give a damn about her, I only love you. Uzumaki, come on, move us. Uchiha said all this with affection to Sakura, and to Naruto with a slightly cold tone. Just don't eat me. Space movement technique. Flight of the Thunder God. The guys found themselves in the very same clearing where their first battle with Orochimaru took place. Do you think the password is still needed? Although, why am I saying this? You won't remember it anyway. Sasuke waved at his friend. I prefer not to remember things I don't need, and especially since we are no longer at that puny level that we were before, so, oh Uchiha Sasuke, there is such a thing as chakra and you must distinguish it. Naruto decided to tease the black-haired man. I know without you, Dobe. Sasuke cried out, who wanted to continue to express everything he thought about Namikaze, but he was interrupted by a powerful stream of some kind of whirlwind. Oh. Right on schedule. The blonde couldn't help but comment. Sakura definitely didn't expect such an attack, so she fell to the ground, and when her vision cleared, Naruto was no longer next to her, only Sasuke remained, who was staring at something ahead. Sasuke, where did Naruto go? The girl asked her beloved worriedly. This idiot got into you know what again. It seems like he gets incomparable pleasure from it, but don't worry, he'll be running soon. Uchiha answered, still peering into the distance. And then Orochimaru himself comes out, albeit in Naruto's body, but you can't fool Sasuke. Of all people, he'll recognize this snake right away. In any guise. Sasuke, Sakura, there you are. He rushed to the guys. Did you see that whirlwind? It threw me back several meters. Phew, Naruto, I was already scared. Sakura breathed out. What did I want to name my daughter? Sasuke suddenly asked. What? Naruto didn't understand. What daughter? Sasuke, we're only 13. I thought so. Sasuke chuckled and breathed a stream of fire at the blonde. Sasuke, what are you doing? I almost killed you. He dodged the attack. You're not Naruto, said the Uchiha. Orochimaru. He practically hissed. Orochimaru raised a Naruto eyebrow. How did you recognize me, Sasuke-kun? The Sannin said in bewilderment. Sasuke-kun, who is this? Sakura asked quietly. I'm Orochimaru, girl, and I've come for Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru grinned, dispelling the transformation technique and appearing before the boys in the form of a girl from the grass village. What are you, a transvestite? Sasuke was surprised. He just couldn't understand why Orochimaru chose a woman's body. Deciding that enough talk, Orochimaru decided to attack. Genjutsu, what else? Sasuke skillfully prevented the attack and attacked himself. Sakura decided to be reasonable and not get into a fight. Let's just say it was hot. Sasuke was certainly stronger than the weakling he considered himself to be before, but it was still too early to compete with Orochimaru. Sasuke, Uchiha heard behind him. What the hell did you start without me? The blonde started freaking out. Sasuke decided to turn around and froze. The picture was of course oil. Naruto was standing on a huge branch with a kunai at the ready and was all smeared with some kind of slime. Kami-sama, Dobe, what happened to you? Sasuke couldn't understand. Have you ever been in a snake's stomach? Believe me, it's a shitty feeling, and this is its saliva and gastric juice. Namikaze yelled at the top of his lungs. Apparently he was really angry. Orochimaru, thank you of course. Now I have a great argument to buy myself a new suit, but damn, your snake not only licked me, but clearly wanted to digest me. And I can't forgive that. Naruto drawled. Just without me, okay. Kurama spoke up. And you just shut up, cynic, I'm still upset with you. Namikaze hissed at the fox and returned to Orochimaru and Sasuke. Are you the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Orochimaru asked. Damn right, buddy. Chapter 15. Well then, Namikaze Naruto, me. Orochimaru laughed. Naruto was noticeably tense, because it was too early for him to compete with Orochimaru. Don't worry, idiot, save your ass. Fox decided to tease his friend. Shut up, Kurama, now is not the time for your jokes. Naruto exclaimed in his heart, because the situation really was not the best. Orochimaru attacked suddenly, but thank the spirits, Sasuke reacted in time. Kunai, various techniques, all this led to the fact that in the middle of the huge forest a hole began to form, which began to grow into a funnel. Naruto prudently led Sakura away from the battlefield. Naruto, is this really Orochimaru? The same one? Sakura asked in shock. Naruto sometimes forgot that she was much younger than them and did not know everything. Yes, that one. In his past life, he put a cursed seal on Sasuke and our Uchiha became his guinea pig, but this is Sasuke, he was able to survive and become strong. Believe me, Sasuke really wants to kill him and I completely agree with him, but we are not ready. Now our friend wants this seal again, he says that with it he developed his own fighting style, so this is one of his stages to reach the old level. I see. Haruno nodded. And you've changed. Of course, we are older than you in some sense, but I am not going to change because of such nonsense. I just don't think my usual behavior is appropriate in this situation. Orochimaru is very strong, even with our previous strength we barely defeated him. What are you trying to achieve? My friend asked unexpectedly. Strength to protect. Too many died in that war, there was too much grief. Darkness. We will not allow it. Not now. Naruto clenched his fists in impotent rage. Then he raised his hands to the sky and shouted. Koryahoju, Zodkans, I call upon you with all authority and command you to rise, O mighty spirits dwelling in the great abyss. But you deserve a quiet life too. You deserve your happiness more than anyone else. Sakura exclaimed with tears in her voice. That's why we're saving you, because you are our happiness. He stood up. Well, it's time to find out how our hero of the day is doing. The blonde smiled. And Sasuke was having a hard time at that time. He knew that he wouldn't be able to fight such an opponent now and was holding on with all his might. You will be mine, Uchiha Sasuke. The Sannin hissed, dodging another attack. You will understand it yourself soon. Stretching his neck, he bit his fangs, like a vampire, into the defenseless neck of the young man, but his face showed neither pain nor disappointment, rather, he was satisfied. Orochimaru was so angry about this that he decided to leave something more for last, so he decided to immediately put his plan into action. We will meet again. I have no doubt, Sasuke whispered, looking helplessly at the place where the man had disappeared, in the clouds of smoke. Well, it's time to go to the guys. Sakura didn't know what to do. She loved Sasuke and waited all her life for him to pay attention to her and now she waited, but the problem was, her beloved turned out to be from another reality and almost 10 years older than her. Hey, Sakura, get up, we have to go, I think they had a good fight there and now they'll calm down for a while. Naruto shouted to his friend. Then several things happened. As soon as Sakura got up from the ground and took a few steps, Orochimaru appeared from the clouds of smoke, 3 meters away, with his katana at the ready, aimed straight at her. The girl didn't even understand what happened until Naruto blocked her. What? Sakura didn't understand. Naruto. Sakura. The blonde wheezed. Naruto didn't even think about parrying the blow, Only one thought was beating in his head: to save his friend, and how to do it didn't even occur to him. The katana hit the boy's stomach and the wound began to rapidly turn red. Naruto coughed up blood and thick liquid began to flow down his chin, but he continued his spell anyway. In the name of the terrible and powerful Azathoth, come and empower this blade, created in accordance with the ancient knowledge. Namikaze shouted in Orochimaru's face. To his credit, after meeting Sasuke, he had curbed his emotions and now only his eyes betrayed his feelings, but Naruto clearly saw in him the surprise and incomprehension of why the young man had so thoughtlessly thrown himself at the blade, and Naruto himself did not know. Naruto! Sakura screamed, taking a step towards her friend. Don't come near, the blonde shouted. Sasuke, where are you, you brainless idiot, when you are needed so much? The young man hissed under his breath. Namikaze, Naruto, you are also a very interesting person, I will be watching you both. Orochimaru hissed, disappearing again in clouds of smoke. Meanwhile, Sasuke appeared from behind the trees. His eyes widened in shock as he saw his best friend pierced through by his opponent's katana. As Orochimaru disappeared, drawing his weapon, Naruto fell to his knees in exhaustion, coughing up blood. Naruto! Sasuke exclaimed, running up to the blonde. You idiot, where have you been? The blue-eyed boy whispered, falling to the ground. Oh my god, Naruto, don't you dare, otherwise I won't forgive you. Uchiha screamed at the top of his lungs, picking up his friend. Dobe, Sasuke, don't cry. I'm a Jinchuriki, damn it, do you really think I can be killed that way? Kurama will patch me up real quick. The blonde smiled wearily. I'm glad you're so worried. Naruto, sorry I didn't come on time. Give me strength. Give me strength. Give me strength. Naruto shouted right into his best friend's face. I'm sorry, I should have said that. The boy leaned back. Phew, that makes me feel better. Idiots. Sakura snorted. You two are complete idiots. One of you decided to play the hero and threw himself under the blade of a katana without even thinking. Hey, I was protecting you. Naruto decided to squeak in his defense. Shut up, you idiot. Sakura shouted, hitting her friend on the head. The blow was not as strong as usual, but quite noticeable. And the second one also has a hero complex. He decided to fight Sannin, and when he outsmarted him by attacking his friends, he showed up at the very last moment, which could have been his last. The girl was already crying. After all, today really was a hard day. And if Naruto had died. I won't die, Sakura, the blonde whispered, looking at the sky. I know, but you are still idiots. I'll keep quiet here, Uzumaki giggled. Sasuke decided not to express his feelings in words and simply hugged his beloved. Guys, I understand everything, of course, but let's find some hidden place to rest, otherwise after today I'm unlikely to be able to get us the scroll. Yes, of course, sorry. Sakura chirped. Half an hour later, the guys found a pretty secluded spot to rest. Naruto immediately fell asleep, and Sakura healed her beloved's wounds after the fight with Orochimaru. Tell me, Sasuke, why is Naruto such an idiot? She asked him. I don't know, my love. But I only know that he is bored in this life, just like in the last one. The brunette answered Sakura. Bored? She asked him again. That's right, he lived alone until he was 13. He was alone since birth, not counting the fox that was sealed inside him. Honestly, I don't understand how he talked to that Shinigami, like he was his older sister. It's mind-boggling how he found a common language with her. Uchiha spoke. I see. Sasuke, tell me how you found Tsunade. She asked. Well, somehow Dobe and I went with Tsunade-sama and the others to celebrate her birthday. You got pretty drunk then, as did the fifth Hokage. Naruto and I didn't lag behind, as did the rest of our friends, except for Lee. Alcohol is generally contraindicated for him, since he would destroy half the village from one glass. He remembered what happened at our first drinking party. He retold me the story of how they met Tsunade. And Sasuke began his story. Having told everything in detail, he hugged Sakura and began to help her bandage the blonde generator of happiness, full of optimism and an eternal lover of gorging himself on ramen. They chatted until they finished treating Naruto. The blonde woke up 2 hours later and they all went together to steal the scroll from the other team. In less than 10 minutes. As it turned out, strange for the 7th team, but they arrived first to the tower only 2 hours later. The Suna shinobi arrived an hour later. The Sandman and Konoha sat in silence for an hour, maybe more. Naruto couldn't stand it first and decided to talk to the fox and went down to him. Kurama, What should I do? The blonde was tossing and turning in his subconscious. I can't just watch him go crazy. I know, Naruto, and I'm doing everything I can. You're the legendary 6th Hokage, and you're acting like a kid. In this reality, I still have a long way to go to become Hokage, and right now I'm just a teenager. Well, it was still worth a try. Gaara's consciousness is now tightly blocked. Shukaku did a good job. So what should we do? We need to somehow persuade Gaara to open his consciousness, or penetrate him by force during an emotional outburst, which in any case will be very difficult, because this tanuki is very firmly lodged in him. Shukaku is now the same as you were before our friendship. Yes, full of hatred for the whole world. After all, we are demons. The fox whispered sadly. Hey, Naruto approached his friend. You know that I'm not offended. What happened to us is already in the past. Look how good we are together now. We were able to overcome our hatred for each other and now they need to do the same. Yes, you're right about that. Kurama nodded, lowering his huge head to the ground, allowing Naruto to climb into his favorite spot, behind his ear. At this time, while Naruto was spending time with Kurama, Sasuke was thinking about how they had already changed the chain of events and how they would change it even more, because after the exam, he and Naruto had simply enormous plans, where there would be no time to rest, but they would like to, because they would have to leave the village again, leave their family again to comprehend the powers for their own protection. What are you thinking about? Sakura pulled the young man out of his thoughts. About the exam, because Orochimaru is here and is going to attack the village. What is he? The girl exclaimed so loudly that many people turned to look at her. Excuse me, she looked down. In our past life, Orochimaru attacked the village during the 3rd stage of the exam, and this time we are going to prevent any possible damage. Jiraiya-san should have warned the Hokage, so we are prepared this time. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who was lying on the bench next to him. The young man could not resist and habitually ran his hand through Naruto's hair. They often sat like this before. He is like a brother to me. Uchiha explained his strange actions to Sakura. He saved me, pulled me out of the darkness. I still do not understand how he was able to do it. I was blinded by hatred for my brother, who, as it turned out, was not so guilty. Yes, this idiot is like that. Sakura smiled. Another half day passed, when enough teams had gathered to start the 2nd round. Naruto was already awake and was rushing around in impatience, thinking about how he could delicately defeat Kiba, because he did not want to hurt his friend too much, but he did not intend to lose either. Just sit down already. Sakura couldn't stand it. Everything will be fine. It's time for me to freak out, because this is my first time, and you've been through all this. You know, there are some moments I wouldn't want to relive again, but thank Kami, things are already going in a different direction, which I'm very happy about. The blonde retorted. Suddenly, the Hokage came out onto the platform and everyone became noticeably quiet. The 2nd stage of the exam will take place now, the qualifying round, one-on-one fights. The winner goes to the 3rd stage, which will be the last one in the exam. So, let's begin. The first fight fell to Sasuke. Just like last time, he had to fight the same sound guy. If you don't defeat him faster than last time, you'll be in big trouble, Kurama, and I will make sure of that. Naruto hissed at his friend, flashing his red eyes with vertical pupils in confirmation. Sasuke only smirked at this. He wasn't going to drag it out, because he had already subjugated Orochimaru's seal enough to win this stage. Believe me, I didn't plan to. The friends bumped fists and Sasuke jumped off the balcony to the shouts of the audience, especially Ino and Sakura. Naruto preferred to just remain silent, but closely watching his friend. He knew that the cursed seal was not just a tattoo and Sasuke could be in a lot of trouble if he got carried away. In this case, Naruto didn't give a damn about all the rules of the exam, because a friend is much more valuable than any title. So it's you, Uchiha Sasuke? Asked the sound engineer. No, damn, his ghost. The blonde rolled his eyes. It seemed like Sasuke completely agreed with his remark, judging by his face. If you don't have to spend a lot of chakra on a fight, then a good beating is still a good idea. The sound guy thought his first attack was unexpected, but it wasn't for nothing that Sasuke was an Anbu captain, almost a deputy Hokage, so the Uchiha brushed it off like an annoying fly. PFFT, show off. Naruto snorted cheerfully. Kakashi watched his students closely. Everything was clear with Sakura, great potential, but she was still very young and inexperienced, but Naruto and Sasuke made him strain his brain. Strong, Definitely strong, and it was clear that they had experience, but it was unclear why. It felt like they were hiding something, but were not eager to tell. Hatake decided that when the time came, they would tell everything themselves, but now it was worth looking at his student, who was opening this stage. Sasuke decided to fight only with taijutsu. It was not worth touching the chakra now, because the body is trying to get used to and accept the seal. Of course, Uchiha took out his opponent in just 3 blows, pressing on the pain points and putting the sound guy on the ground. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke, the judge announced. Then there were fights between Shikamaru, Chuji and Tenten, and finally it was Sakura's turn to fight Ino. There were no changes here, they were still arguing, they were still talking a lot, and the forces were equal, which led to a draw, but it seems that Sakura was not upset. Well, finally, after a few more fights, it was Naruto's turn. The Hokage was really looking forward to this fight, but he was also afraid, because if his son lost, and Minato was sure of it, there would be no shame. Hey, Namikas, come here, I'll smash you against the wall. Kiba, who was naturally the blonde's opponent, laughed. Akamaru yelped cheerfully, nodding along. You can talk all you want, Kiba. Naruto jumped down into the arena. We both want to win, so let's not waste time on idle chatter. From the outside, everything looked in Kiba's favor, because the blonde looked rather pathetic, shabby shinobi sandals, torn shorts, which were more or less light and bright from the entire wardrobe of Naruto's past, and a white t-shirt with a jacket that was stained with dirt and blood. Especially bright spots were at the site of the wound, which Sakura carefully bandaged. Minato was already completely desperate and wanted to stop the duel without even starting it, realizing that otherwise his son could simply be maimed for life, or even killed, but he stopped, meeting the inquisitive gaze of his son, who was clearly serious. A spark of happiness and hope flashed in the man's soul that Naruto had finally pulled himself together and would clearly go to the end, so Minato held back. What? Are you scared? Inuzuka mocked. Can you tell from my face that I'm scared? The blonde raised an eyebrow ironically. Although his appearance left much to be desired, there was no trace of fear on his face. Kiba clearly had nothing to say, but he was saved by the referee's shout at the start of the fight. Sasuke didn't even have to say anything to Naruto. Knowing his character, he wanted to beat Sasuke's record for the fastest win, just on principle. Start. The referee shouted and Naruto moved right in front of Kiba. Probably no one except Sasuke, Hatake and Minato noticed the senbon that Naruto had discreetly attached to the enemy's clothes, and now, with its help, he was right in front of Inuzuka. Swinging, Namikaze filled his leg with chakra and hit the enemy right in the stomach, thereby strengthening the blow. The blonde knocked Kiba out with one blow. The guy, bent in half from unexpected pain, flew straight into the wall and crashed into it with good force, not fatally, no special injuries, except for a couple of broken ribs. Beautiful, fast, and almost did not cripple his friend. For a few seconds there was a deafening silence in the hall, only Akamaru whined quietly, feeling the pain of his master. The winner is Namikaze Naruto. Chapter 16. Minato stood in complete shock. How did he do it? Where did he learn to do that? Kakashi told him everything. And not every chunin can accumulate chakra in different parts of the body. Naruto just smiled cheerfully, looking slyly at Sasuke. His whole appearance said, well, did you eat it? Sasuke appreciated his friend's joke and swore to take cruel revenge. And Sakura laughed. She was happy. Her 2 blockheads had passed the second stage, therefore, they would get to the 3rd round. The girl herself did not understand why she was so attached to these 2. If earlier she put Sasuke in the rank of gods, now she loved him tenderly and somehow calmly. It seemed that Sasuke himself felt the same. Naruto, for her, turned from a loser into a beloved brother. She was ready to love and wait for these 2 as long as necessary. Sasuke had already mentioned that he and Naruto would leave after the exam. Leave for a few years to become stronger. He promised her that they would return in 2 or 3 years and she was ready to wait as long as it took, but she herself could not waste time. She was also going to train, because to stand on an equal footing with Sasuke and Naruto, she had to be strong and the skills of a medic would be irreplaceable. Sakura was pulled out of her thoughts by the fact that Naruto clearly looked bad and it wasn't just his appearance. Beads of sweat began to appear on his face, and his expression itself became somehow focused, as if he really wanted something and was holding back with all his might. The girl, without thinking at all, ran downstairs. Naruto, she screamed, falling to her knees next to her friend, tearing the already blood-red t-shirt. It's too early, she muttered. Your wound opened up again, idiot. You tore my shirt, Naruto whispered, throwing his head back. A thin trickle of blood was already running from the corner of his mouth. Well, you have internal bleeding. Sakura screamed in a rage. Kami-sama, call a medic already. She yelled into the hall. Sasuke decided that it was unclear when these medics would arrive, because Naruto was getting worse and worse with each passing second. He quickly ran up to his friends and picked up the blonde in his arms. Hey, hold on, Dobe. Uchiha whispered, moving into Konoha Central Hospital just as the medics showed up. Idiots, the girl shouted, running out of the hall. Hatake, deciding that he should also go to Naruto, followed Sakura. You have good friends, son. Minato whispered, hiding a barely noticeable smile behind his bangs. Naruto woke up already on the bed, in his room. Oh no, he sighed, seeing the whitewashed ceiling. Again, I told you so, the blonde heard from the side. Turning his head, Naruto saw Sakura. I told you that you are an idiot. I told you, Namikaze nodded. Jerk. Yeah. The last beast. Is it true? The blonde man pretended to be surprised. Well, now I've said it, the girl nodded with satisfaction. Sakura, I hope I can watch the exam to the end. Naruto asked cautiously, afraid of his friend's reaction. Okay, fine, but just try to do something else, otherwise you'll lie here motionless for a month. Even though Kurama patched you up, no one cancelled the hospital, just to be on the safe side. Where is Sasuke? Namikaze asked. We're here. The young man heard the sound of the door opening and Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei entered the room. How are you, Naruto? Kakashi became worried. It's okay, let's go and finish watching the exam, otherwise I'm interested in what kind of fight Hina and Neji will have. That's true, nodded White Fang's son. Hinata was worried. Now she was fighting with her brother and she had already forgotten how much he hated her. Now she had to go through everything from the beginning, but how could she explain to him that he was wrong? Should she let Naruto do it again? He would do it, but she would prove everything to her brother herself. At the moment, she had honed her skills to her brother's level, so their powers would be equal. Hey, don't worry, Shino encouraged his teammate. You can defeat your brother if you find a point of peace in your soul. Thank you, Shino. Hinata nodded. It's a pity that her beloved is not next to her now. His presence immediately calmed her down, but Naruto doesn't care about her now, although, knowing this noisy blonde, he would never miss her fight. Next fight, Hyuga Hinata vs. Hyuga Neji. Whispers were heard in the hall. Two representatives of the Great Clan were fighting each other. Such a spectacle is really worth seeing. Give up, Hinata-sama, Neji said haughtily. Don't waste your strength, because I'm much stronger than you. No, Nii-san, let me try. The girl snapped. Neji tried to convince her again, but it was clear that Hinata was determined. Let's start, shouted the judge. Hinata attacked first, but Neji quickly dodged the blow. The girl attacked weakly at first, but then the power of the attacks began to increase and clan techniques were added to the set. 64 blows from heaven. They shouted in unison. Neji began to understand his mistake. He clearly underestimated his sister. Then Hinata felt a very familiar flow of chakra and smiled softly. He had come. Naruto stood on the balcony and looked at his beloved. She fought like a lioness, like in the good old days, but none of the three of them had reached the usual level. The young man chuckled, imagining what would have happened to Neji if Hinata had fought him, with her former level. Is it really Hinata? Kurenai-sensei said in shock. Naruto chuckled. Yes, it was Hinata who had opened up a little more, because before she was sometimes scarier than Sakura. Only he and Sasuke knew the real her, even Sakura didn't guess, but judging by her face, she was not far from the solution. Wow, Haruno squeezed out. Come on, Hinata, tear him apart, the girl shouted. Naruto and Sasuke turned to Sakura in unison. Yeah, their friend recovered from the shock quickly. The forces were equal, as Hinata assumed, but such a shocked expression on her brother's face was very encouraging, but she still missed one attack and fell to the ground. Neji blocked the flow of her chakra. The winner is Hyuga Neji, the judge announced. Hinata-sama, the boy whispered, breathing heavily. I admire that you have honed your skills so much. His voice sounded rather dry, but Hinata felt a hint of admiration in it. I'm glad I could surprise you, Nii-san. The girl stood up from the floor. I hope we can fight like this again. She smiled cheerfully. Yeah, I guess. Hyuga whispered under his breath, looking at his sister walking away. Then his gaze accidentally caught the blonde. What did you do to my sister, Namika's Naruto? He asked quietly, looking straight into the blonde's sky-blue eyes. It was not hard to guess that this blonde played a significant role in such cardinal changes. Hinata, Naruto exclaimed, seeing his beloved, going up to the balcony. You don't seem upset at all. No, the girl laughed. I'm glad that I was able to shake Neji's confidence, and perhaps subconsciously wanted to lose. Well, yes. Naruto smiled slyly, looking into the beautiful eyes of his beloved. Let's go, otherwise Lee and Gaara will fight soon. Yes, Hyuga nodded. Naruto chatted with Sasuke for a few more fights, but when it was time for the last fight, the guys immediately looked at Lee. Now he was so cheerful and full of energy, but very soon there would be no time for laughter. Naruto looked closely at Gaara. He had to be prepared for his future friend to be on the verge of a breakdown and almost kill Lee. This time Namikaze was going to prevent those sad consequences. Thank Kami, the wound had almost healed and he would not faint. The final battle of the second stage of the Chunin exams, Rock Lee vs. Sobaku no Gaara. That's how it is. I don't quit, I just have a lot of things to do and I never get around to it, so it doesn't always work out. But still, enjoy. Chapter 17. Sasuke and Naruto visibly tensed up and Kakashi noticed it but said nothing. They obviously knew something but said nothing. Apparently this fight was very important. Judging by their reaction, they immediately stopped chatting. In fact, everything was the same as last time. Lee took off his weights and began to move around Gaara, trying to break through his absolute defense of sand. As strange as it may seem, but he succeeded. One precise kick hit the Sandman's jaw, which sent him flying to the other end of the field. Gaara was so furious that he unconsciously began to slowly release Shukaku. Here he is almost under the ceiling and throws Lee down, using considerable force. Naruto understood that this time the outcome of the fight could be much worse, so, giving Sasuke a sign to catch Lee, he himself rushed to Gaara. Everything happened in seconds. Lee falls down, when suddenly someone catches him and carefully puts him on the ground. Uchiha, Lee mumbled in shock. Naruto quickly moved to Gaara at this time, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and threw him down. If it would have been fatal for Lee, it would not have been fatal for Gaara. Having gone down, he walked up to Gaara with a stony face, who was rising from the rubble. Approaching his future friend, the blonde quietly placed his palms on his temples, penetrating his inner world together with Kurama. So this is what your subconscious is like, Gaara, Naruto drawled, looking around the room. Everything was very similar to Naruto's inner world. Just as gloomy, only there was sand everywhere, which was already becoming quite irritating. Who dared? A roar was heard from behind the huge bars. Namikaze Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The blonde shouted back. Hey, did you forget about me? Naruto turned around and saw Kurama. I can't let you go to this tanuki alone. Where is Gaara? Namikaze asked Shukaku. He's here, don't worry, the one-tailed one hissed, and then a hole began to form in the floor, from which Gaara began to appear. Kami-sama, Naruto whispered. Gaara sat on his haunches, rocking back and forth and humming to himself. All, one dwells in darkness. In the center of all dwells he who is in darkness, and this darkness will be eternal when all bow before the onyx throne. Gaara, what's wrong with you? Wake up. The chakra formed into a ball easily destroyed the sand crust and Gaara would have fallen if the blonde hadn't reacted in time. What did you do? Gaara shouted angrily, waking up. Saved you, Naruto shrugged. From what? From death and the complete subjugation of your body by the ancient demon. Namikaze shouted. You'd better not bother me. You don't know what I really want. Really? Seriously? Naruto hissed angrily. If Shukaku had gotten out, the entire village would have been destroyed. Do you even know how many innocent people that would have been? So what? Sobaku no didn't understand. Great, I want to kill. Did you just say that? The blonde asked unexpectedly. What? What do you want to kill? It's not you. The servants of the ancient have already settled so firmly in you that you can no longer distinguish where your thoughts are and where theirs are. What do you know? Gaara was indignant. Oh, Naruto was clearly confused. Hey, Kurama, don't you want to talk to your brother? Naruto chuckled. Have you already fallen so low as to reveal your Jinchuriki's name? Shukaku raged in the cage. Yes, and I am incredibly happy that someone has appeared in my life to whom I can say this. The fox hissed at the demon. How low have you fallen, Kyubi? Spat the tanuki. The greatest demon of our world has fallen so low that he began to grovel before his Jinchuriki, telling him his name. Gaara stood there in complete shock. What was going on? Who was this blonde guy who had so brazenly broken into his subconscious and pulled him out of oblivion? Shukaku was about to start possessing his body, tearing the village to pieces. He had nothing to lose. Gaara, listen to me. Shikaku is full of hatred, but so are you. Kurama and I were in the same situation, but we were able to overcome it and become one. It is very important to understand the demon inside you. I understood Kurama. I understood that we are very similar and our mutual hatred was overcome. Understand him and he will understand you. If one of you does not take the first step, then you will never achieve peace. But why would I do that? Gaara grinned evilly. I'm alone, I have no one to love and no one loves me either. It's better to die, but take more victims with me to the grave. I'm your friend. Naruto screamed desperately, grabbing the Sandman by the shoulders. I'm worried about you. Gaara, please stop. The young man almost cried from despair. Why? The Sandpiper asked, not so indifferently. You're an idiot. The blonde pushed Gaara to the ground and looked him in the eyes. Of course, the red-haired man was a little taken aback by such pressure. His green eyes began to widen slowly from shock. Something cold rolled down his cheek. It was a tear. Why? Naruto sobbed quietly. Why do you need this darkness? You have your whole life ahead of you, and you're ruining it like this. After all, Jinchuriki have a future too. I have friends, a sworn brother, a loved one, a family. They all love me because I've proven that I'm not a monster. And you're acting like one. Shut up. Gaara shouted angrily. Your own father didn't try to kill you. The most precious person in your worthless life didn't try to kill you. He couldn't kill me, but I could. And that's why I'm going to destroy this damn village. Tell me, when you were little, did your brother and sister love you? Take care of you, protect you. The blonde whispered quietly. Yeah, Gaara mumbled in response. But I was very little, so I don't remember much. Then why do you think they don't love you now? Gaara remembered. He remembered Temari's red eyes after the attack with Shikaku. She was clearly crying. How his brother clenched his fists in helplessness, from hopelessness. They really do love him. They haven't stopped loving him all this time. You see, the blonde breathed out, seeing his expression. You're not alone, Gaara. You don't say anything. You have to deal with Shikaku yourself. Befriend him, believe me, it will help. Just know that Kurama and I are here. Friends are always here, right here. Naruto placed his palm where the Sandman's heart was beating. We have to go, Kurama said. Naruto just nodded and began to dissolve. The next thing Gaara saw was the bright smile of this restless guy. I'm here, he said, removing his hands from his temples. Gaara's legs couldn't hold him up anymore. So he started to fall to the ground, but Naruto caught him in time and carefully placed him on the ground. Winner. Sobu no Gaara. Chapter 18. Sasuke examined Lee. The damage wasn't as severe as it had been then, but it still showed that Gaara was a serious opponent. And Minato didn't understand anything at all. Now a demon had almost broken out and his son had prevented the village from being completely destroyed. If he had been told this 6 months ago, he would have sent this psycho straight to Tsunade. Yes, for the Hokage today had been a bright and eventful day. The man was incredibly glad that this was the last battle. So, the second stage of the Chunin exam has just passed, the third stage will be in a month. All the winners will have a month of preparation and on the day of the stage, you will fight your opponent in the main arena. Many guests will arrive in the village, and I hope you understand how important this is. Now we will determine the pairs. You will have to take a card with a number from the box and find a person with the same number. He will be your opponent. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. Yes, apparently this time it would be the same. The main thing is that if everything goes differently, they wouldn't be put against each other, otherwise they would destroy the village, not Orochimaru. But the guy's fears were groundless, because everything really was like last time. Naruto got the first fight with Neji, and Sasuke the last one, with Gaara. Well, we have a month, Naruto said, walking out of the building with the guys. Yes, we can't relax, because last time I really screwed up. Sasuke nodded. Here, Sakura, remember these sacred words. Uchiha Sasuke himself admitted that he screwed up. The girl laughed, seeing the expression on the black-haired guy's face. So, Naruto. The girl calmed down. It seems to me that someone promised something. Huh, what? The guy didn't understand, but he became wary. Sakura's voice was too calm. Who told me he would sit quietly? The pink-haired girl screamed. I told you, no adventures, you're wounded, no, you had to get into something again. Forgive me, Sakura. Just don't send me to the hospital again. Sasuke and I need to train. We have an exam. Don't pretend to be an innocent lamb. The girl raged. At this time, a man in an Anbu suit was sitting on a tree, and next to him was Hitaki Kakashi and the fourth Hokage himself. Well, what do you think? Minato asked his former student. They are very talented. Sakura will become the best medic and maybe even surpass Tsunade. Sasuke is the true heir of his clan. He will be a very strong shinobi. Naruto. At this pause, the Hokage clearly tensed up. Naruto will surpass you, sensei. Hope flashed in Minato's eyes. Could his son really become what he dreamed of? A strong, talented shinobi, devoted to his village. Yes, Minato-sensei, Sasuke and Naruto will become great. Their bonds are very strong and, I am sure, they will only get stronger. Yes, Itachi, I think so too. Hitaki nodded. I think Sasuke will ask me to train again. Anbu took off his mask. I think, Kakashi-san, it would be better for you to do this. I've been training Sasuke since he was a baby, but he already needs someone else to help him develop. Well, now we can only watch and help the development. After all, soon they will go on their own. Kakashi nodded. Yes, for now we can only wait. Minato concluded the conversation. Sakura paused for a second. Before, at the academy, Sasuke had always been so withdrawn, but as soon as they became genin, the black-haired boy became much more sociable. They complemented each other surprisingly harmoniously when they weren't bickering, and Sakura was very glad that she also had a place in their company. She was happy that she got into a team with such amazing guys. She felt that there would be great events in the future and these guys would play an important role in them. Naruto, get out of here. The girl shouted. What, Sakura? But I'm fine. Physically, yes, but it's high time to straighten your brains out. A strong blow to the blonde head and the boy flies 10 meters away. I told you not to rush into trouble. No, your ass can't sit still. Well, Sakura, Naruto whined, and Sasuke, looking at this, quietly laughed on the side. For one night and don't even ask for more. The girl snorted. Thank you, Sakura-chan. The blonde jumped up and he and Sasuke ran forward. Hey, wait for me. The pink-haired girl shouted after them. And behind the tree, in the shadow, a red-haired guy with a tattoo on his forehead stood quietly. Namika's Naruto. You're a very strange guy, but I like it. Chapter 19. It was deep night, the stars were shining brightly in the sky, and Naruto liked it the most. Unlike Shikamaru, Naruto preferred not to laze around on the roof, but to draw. At night, well, artist. A red fox appeared next to the young man. Still drawing. Yeah, Sasuke and I have to leave tomorrow, so I decided to leave impressions. This is the last time I'm drawing here, because I won't be here for 3 years. That's so long. I didn't think it was that important to you, Kurama muttered. I've already gotten used to this life. To my mom, my little sister, and even to my dad and his attitude towards me. I still can't understand why he treats me like this, but I set myself the goal of winning his favor, and you know, I think I'm doing well, the blonde chuckled, remembering the expression on the fourth Hokage's face at his brilliant victory. You know, I'm incredibly happy to see him alive. You seem to think more often in this world. Kurama snorted. Go away. The blonde waved him off. Okay, what are you drawing? You're so carried away by it, the whole room is covered in it. I draw to remember, Naruto whispered. I agree with you. For Yog-Sothoth is the gate. He knows where in time the ancients appeared in the distant past, and where they will appear again when the wheel is completed. The fox carefully laid his muzzle on his friend's knee. Yes, you're probably right, Namikaze agreed, without looking up from his drawing. On the paper was a sketch of a drawing. Naruto's family was recognizable on it. The morning came completely unexpectedly. Naruto didn't even notice how the stars in the sky began to dim and more bright colors appeared in the sky. Naruto, the young man heard through his sleep. Get up, it's time for breakfast. The young man felt himself starting to slide somewhere and realized that he had managed to fall asleep on the roof. The blonde opened his eyes abruptly when he realized that he was about to fall to the ground. Kurama, Your mother. Namikaze cursed loudly and went on an unforgettable flight from the third floor. What about Kurama right away? The fox made an offended face. I have nothing to do with it. Well, yes, of course. He left me to sleep on the roof, and then he even pushed me. Well, maybe just a little bit. The fox neighed brazenly, evaporating into the air. What a bastard. Naruto wheezed, getting up from the ground. Kushina heard some noise in the street and decided to go out and see what had happened. Imagine her surprise when she saw her sleepy son lying on the street. Naruto. The woman didn't understand. Oh, you, who dwells in the darkness of the outer void. Namikaze quickly jumped up from the ground. Good morning. He kissed his mother on the cheek and quickly slipped into the house. Yeah. Kushina muttered in complete shock. What a morning. The woman was very worried. Her son had grown up too fast. Apparently she hadn't noticed it at all, and now it was as if she had opened her eyes. It was time for her child to leave the nest, to go out into the big world, and the worst thing was that she understood that she hadn't been able to give him the love he deserved. The baby was born weak and with a very small amount of chakra. The woman was very sad that her beloved husband had forgotten about the existence of his own child so quickly. When Hanako was born, he had switched all his attention to the baby, because she was doing fine. She matched the image of the Hokage's descendant. Naruto had always been quiet. Maybe when he was very little, he seemed cheerful and happy, but by the age of 5 the world had lost all its colors for him. Even when they were kidnapped, Naruto didn't care about his life, because his parents didn't care. Mom. Kushina heard behind her. Why are you crying? Oh. Naruto. The woman threw herself on her son's neck. You're already so grown up. Forgive me. Mom. The blonde opened his eyes in shock. What's wrong? Forgive me, Naruto. I couldn't give you what I should have. Your dad and I love you very much. I know, Mom. The blonde smiled, hugging his mother. Hi everyone. Hanako ran into the kitchen. Oh. It smells so delicious. The girl admired, inhaling the aroma of her mother's pancakes. Hi, little brother. Hey, baby. Naruto broke away. Are you awake already? Not quite yet. The girl muttered, rubbing her eyes. Wake up. The blonde shouted cheerfully, and, grabbing his sister under the arms, began to spin her in the air. Ahaha. Hanako laughed. Enough, enough. She smiled. Kushina looked at this scene with affection. Here they are, her children. And Sasuke was already packing his things. He understood that something had to be done with his seal, but he didn't regret giving in to Orochimaru. If his theory was correct, his strength would increase greatly. Oddly enough, his father approved of his idea of training and let him go, but he set the condition that Jiraiya would go with them. Naruto was quite receptive to this idea, justifying it by saying that he needed to get back into shape, and without Jiraiya it would be more difficult. Itachi was also happy with this idea, because he understood that Sasuke needed to develop independently from now on. Sasuke. The older brother approached Uchiha. The guy jerked as usual. Why do you always jerk when you see me? No, nothing. Sorry, Sasuke chuckled sadly. I want to say that I'm proud of you. I think that you're doing the right thing now. You need to develop further, and here we can't give you this development. Don't do that, brother, Sasuke interrupted him. I love you, and you know it very well. Don't blame yourself for the fact that I'm leaving. You gave me excellent training, but why I'm leaving now, you'll be able to understand later. Itachi became wary at these words. I understand. Come here. The older brother opened his arms and Sasuke embraced him with pleasure. At such moments, he was ready to cry. His beloved brother was not exiled for killing an entire clan, but was quietly working in Anbu. He was not an S-class criminal. Everything was fine. Minato nervously twirled his pen in his hands, sitting in his office. His son, whom he had almost chosen to erase from his life, had become exactly what he had dreamed of. Strong, cheerful, a real shinobi and a worthy son, but Minato felt not only joy, but also a feeling of uneasiness in his soul. Why? He understood his past attitude towards his son, remembered how coldly he had treated him. The man had created an image of his son for himself, and he was disappointed that his dreams had not become reality. But when he saw that his son had become exactly the ideal he had dreamed of, he felt ashamed. How could he treat him like that? Not notice. Naruto would never forgive him and it was his own fault. He had to take some steps to improve their relationship, but the Hokage was afraid. Afraid that his son would not forgive him, would not accept him, and realizing this was the hardest thing of all. Naruto. The blonde heard behind him. Turning around, he saw Sakura and Hinata running towards him as fast as they could. Girls, hi, he chuckled. You, asshole, why didn't you say that you were leaving already? What about the third stage of the exam? Sakura yelled at the blonde on the fly. Hey, Sakura-chan, don't worry so much. There's still a month until the last stage, so we're leaving for training. We'll be back at the stage, don't worry so much. He put his hands out in a defensive gesture in feigned fear. Really? Sakura was surprised. Well, just watch me. Okay, Sakura-chan, don't be nervous. Naruto's gaze fell on Hinata. She knew exactly why they were leaving now. After all, Orochimaru would attack and they had to be ready. So, while Sasuke and I are gone, you have to take care of each other. And also, he leaned closer to the girls. Look after our younger ones, otherwise Hanako will completely die without me and stop training, and she needs to go to the academy. Don't worry, Naru, everything will be fine. Hinata giggled. Well, that's great. Naruto nodded with satisfaction. Kushina, hearing their conversation, immediately ran out into the street with Hanako. Are you leaving already? The mother whispered. Mom. Naruto came up to her and hugged her. Don't be afraid, I'll come to the third stage of the exam, but I need to train for that too. Jiraiya and I will go to training, he will teach me many techniques, I'll come back. My god, it's like you're sending me off to the army, the blonde giggled. Oh. Come on, I've found myself a joker here, the mother laughed along with him. Brother, Hanako asked quietly. Yes, baby. Naruto sat down in front of his sister. And who will train me? The girl looked down. Hey, he picked up his sister. Look, this is Hinata and Sakura, they will often come to you and study with you. Nice to meet you, the girl nodded. We too, Hanako-chan, Hinata replied. Naruto. They all heard a shout from behind. Turning around, they saw Jiraiya running towards them. It's time, let's go already. Yes, indeed, the young man chuckled, picking up his backpack. Sasuke, Itachi, and Yog-Sothoth were already waiting for them at the gate. Oh, Itachi-kun. Kushina greeted the young man. Hello, Kushina-san, Itachi answered. Well, let's go. Sanan looked at the guys. Yes, let's go, Sasuke nodded. And so the trio moved towards the exit of the village. Of course, they would return, because the third stage of the exam and Orochimaru's attack were still waiting for them. Further events promised to be fun. And from behind the tree branches, Blue Eyes looked at them intently. Come on, Naruto, come back strong. Chapter 20. Naruto, but what's the point? The third stage of the exam is coming soon. Soon? That's in a month, and do you remember what happened when we met Orochimaru? That's right, I got thoroughly battered, you were left with almost no chakra, and Sakura almost had a heart attack. You've never had any problems with this. Sasuke, I've told you many times, and I won't be lazy to repeat myself, you don't have to do everything yourself. You have friends, family. You even have another brother. If only you knew how many problems there are with him. Kami-sama, how I understand Itachi now. Sighed the Uchiha. Aha, that's true. Namikaze smiled. I don't understand what the problem is. Jiraiya will help you. He's an expert in summoning. You've already summoned snakes. It was at Orochimaru's request. I've never been friends with snakes. He's the one who's so slippery. Sasuke, you already agreed with my idea and understand that we need this training. Yes, I understand everything, it's just the unknown. Naruto interrupted him. What? Sasuke didn't understand. This is the unknown. We will no longer act the same way as last time. You're probably right, nodded Uchiha. You see, it's just that the mask has come off in this world. In front of me or in front of the world? Naruto chuckled. In front of you, I stopped playing in my previous life. In this world, I can live the way I want. Finally, I don't have to follow some principles, but just live. Make my parents happy, play with my little brother. So this is what life is like? Sasuke asked quietly. Naruto looked sadly at his adopted brother. Tears of bitter joy ran down the brunette's cheeks. Yes, in some ways Uchiha was right. Now they are free. There is no longer that Sasuke who dreamed of avenging the clan, his brother, then the elders, for his brother. There is no longer that Naruto who wanted to prove to everyone that he is not an empty space and is worthy of the title of Hokage. But a person without a goal is nobody, and the blonde did not consider them nobody. They are the defenders of their village. Their family, friends. They want peace, and for this they need strength. A girl always transforms a person. They were getting further and further away from the village. Naruto was happy at the thought of returning to the Toad world again. He missed Pa and Ma and the huge Gamabunda and Gomekichi and Gomotatsu. Everything was getting better. So, Sasuke, let's first decide. What animal would you like to have a contract with? With birds of prey, falcons, hawks. Naruto interrupted him with a quiet laugh and Sasuke hissed at his friend. No problem. Make the summoning seal. Jiraiya chuckled. Why? Uchiha didn't understand. Do it. Namikaze nodded his head, emphasizing his words. Uchiha shrugged, quickly made seals and slammed his hand on the ground. Only after what he had done did he realize the idiocy of it. Naruto, you. He couldn't finish, as he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Phew. Good thing I didn't hear the ending. Naruto laughed. Are you sure he'll be okay? Exactly. The Sannin chuckled. Believe me, they will accept him. He is worthy. I didn't really doubt it. The blonde smiled. Well, let's go, because no one knows me on Myoboku yet. Trust me, you'll fix it quickly. Jiraiya gently ruffled his Gosun's hair. Naruto smiled. God, how happy he was in moments like these. The boy needs to be cleaned up. Yes, but later. It's too early, we need to wait. Enough already. As long as it takes. We have no right to rush, otherwise everything could fall through. Is that what you want? Of course not. Then moderate your ardor. Naruto sighed happily with a full chest. Mount Myoboku. How many memories are associated with this place? Naruto. A hoarse voice was heard from behind. Old fart. The young man whispered in shock. Where from? Why are you so small? The old man wondered. I ended up in a parallel world. The blonde answered simply. But how do you remember me? I thought this world would be different too. I see. The old man frowned a little, but after a moment his forehead smoothed out. You see, our world is above yours. I remember 2 lines of events. What? Naruto didn't understand. Okay, forget it. The main thing is that I remember you. The old man waved at him. Why did you come? To learn the hermit mode. Again, Namikaze chuckled. Well, you know where to go, I'll be there soon. Fukasaku smiled. Naruto smiled back and ran towards the rocks. Then Jiraiya came out into the clearing. Jiraiya-chan, the old toad exclaimed. Hello. The Sannin nodded. So it turns out that you knew both worlds all this time. When Minato died in my world, you mourned along with everyone else, but in this world Minato was alive. The gray-haired man whispered. Do you know how hard it was for me not to tell you about this? And how hard it was for me when you also left the baby. You know very well how painful it is to lose someone close to you. Yes, I know. I'm even glad that you and Naruto got into this world. You deserved such a gift. Said the toad. Thank you, Fukasaku-sensei. Go already, the old man snorted. Keep an eye on Naruto. The Sannin waved his hand. You won't train him. The old man was surprised. Why? No, of course I can arrange a training fight for him, but just to train. Why? He's already going to master the hermit mode. The training stage with me has already passed and this makes me feel somehow sad. The gray-haired man shook his head. Found something to regret, Fukasaku chuckled. But there are still things that will make me immensely happy, Jiraiya whispered quietly. Hey, Kurama, wake up. Naruto called to his friend. Well, what do you want from me again? The fox grumbled. It's time to train, get your fox ass up. The young man growled. Oh. Come on, you'll master this mode perfectly well yourself. Especially since it's not the first time. No, Ku, you don't understand. When I was learning the regime last time, you and I weren't on good terms and there were some difficulties, but now we are one and I'm interested in how things will go this time. You intrigued me. Kyubi chuckled. A few minutes later Fukasaku came and the training began. Naruto was having a hard time, even though it was not the first time, but the young man was not discouraged, because he was helped by a loyal friend and comrade. Everything was fine. Naruto, you're a monster. Sasuke yelled at the top of his lungs. Hey, where am I? The brunette muttered, looking around. The area was unfamiliar, but it couldn't be called unusual either. High mountains, bright sun shining in the sky. Hey, who are you? Uchiha suddenly heard. Turning around, the young man saw a huge white-headed eagle. Chapter 21. What are you doing here? The eagle asked again. Sasuke sat in complete shock. Well, Naruto gave it to him. He sent him to God knows where, and it turned out that fate itself chose his summoning. Now all that was left was to prove that he was worthy of this power. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, and I ask you to teach me your way of fighting. The young man stood up from the ground and bowed respectfully to the wise being. What? Laughed the eagle. You're cheeky, boy. My name is Yasuo. Do you really want to study with us? Yes, and sign a contract for conscription. It's been a while since Shinobi appeared here. Well, I think this will be very interesting. The eagle chuckled and took the vessel covered with black velvet from the young man. But first, I want to know what you're capable of. Sasuke could barely contain his emotions. He was an Uchiha. What was going on with him? He was ready to jump for joy like a child. Oh. Naruto had spoiled him completely. Naruto breathed in the fresh air happily. He who would go in his quest to the north, beyond the twilight land of Inquanic, would find the dark plateau of the thrice forbidden Leng among the icy fields. The weather promised to be simply wonderful. The sun was slowly coming out from behind the mountains, gradually illuminating the land. You would recognize Leng, forgotten by time, by the eternally blazing evil fires and the disgusting cackling of scaly birds soaring high above the ground, by the howls of Nahag, languishing in starless caves and sending strange madness to people through dreams, and by the temple built of grey stone near the lair of the riders of the night, where the one who wears the yellow mask lives alone. In hermit mode, the young man felt all the charm of nature. The intoxicating smell of the forest, the cheerful murmur of the brook, the melodious singing of birds that joyfully twittered, greeting a new day. The young man thought about what to do. He needed another summoning, but thank Kami, it was not urgent. He was ready for the exam and met the deadline exactly. The month was coming to an end and the final exam for Chunin was approaching. Naruto's subconscious. Fox Cage. Yo. Ku, how are you? Naruto asked. It's fine, the fox answered him honestly. What do you think the second appeal should be for me to sign? Uzumaki asked his friend. The idea is certainly good, but not now. Not many can master 2 summons. Most often, there is simply not enough chakra. Sometimes strong shinobi, like your godfather, simply don't need it. 1 is enough. PFF, that's true. 1 is more than enough for him. Naruto chuckled. Sasuke, my god, where are you? You poor latecomer. Naruto muttered angrily, picking up his favorite cloak from the ground. The young man decided to change his image completely. And this is what came out of it. Black tight shorts, the inevitable pouch for kunai and shuriken on his hip. A mesh t-shirt and his favorite cloak, so similar to his father's, only without sleeves and a different color. Naruto decided to keep the bandana. He was quite happy with its location, but he decided to change his hairstyle. Now his hair was combed to the left side, and the right was shaved, so that, on the way to the meeting place, the young man was simply pestered by girls interested in him. At first it flattered him, but soon the oily looks began to infuriate him. How he now understood Sasuke. What the hell? Naruto growled, crumpling his cloak in his hands. Don't growl, Dobe, came from behind. Uzumaki Namikaze turned around sharply and finally saw his adopted brother. Where have you been, idiot? The blonde hissed at Uchiha. I was training, Sasuke snorted. And anyway, I was getting revenge on you. You sent me God knows where, so I tortured you with waiting. Now we're even. Okay, Namikaze waved his hands at him. Let's go already, or we won't make it. Meanwhile, Konoha was in a turmoil. Today was the final round of the exam and many people wanted to watch it, so there were quite a few guests from other villages. They're still not here, Konohamaru muttered, sitting on a tree with Hanako and Takenaga. Today is such a day, and Sasuke and Naruto still haven't appeared on the horizon. Brother was never particularly punctual, giggled the younger Namikaze. Children, go to the stadium. Sakura shouted to the children. Don't worry, they won't miss their own exam for anything, Hinata, who was standing next to Sakura, encouraged the children. It wasn't for nothing that they trained hard for a month. That's true, Takenaga sighed. The Uchiha estate was too quiet without his older brothers. One was on a mission, the other was training, so Takenaga became very close with Konohamaru and Hanako. He made good friends. Konohamaru and Hanako thought about the same thing. Of course, they had many acquaintances, but they couldn't really be called friends. The three of them complemented each other well, and there was no desire to change anything. I wouldn't be surprised if we were on the same team, Konohamaru said as they walked towards the stadium. I'd be glad. Namikaze agreed. It would be great. We already know each other so well, so the team would be just perfect. Agreed, nodded Takenaga. But beware, oh man, beware of those who wander in the darkness of the tower walls of Cardiff, for he who sees their heads, crowned with mitres, will know the sharp claws of fate. I'll ask Dad. Hanako closed her eyes dreamily, completely surrendering to this idea. It's too early for you to think about that, laughed Sakura. I just graduated from the academy, and you just entered. Oh. Come on, Sakura-chan, it's a good aspiration. Hinata and the guys agreed. Oh. We're already here. You better go and take your seats. Do you think our guys will be okay? The pink-haired girl asked Hinata. Of course, it's not any different with them. I believe in them. Chapter 22. This whole situation was very surprising and stressful for the fourth. How did he even know about it? Did he have a contract with the Toads? Where the hell from? Minato himself did nothing, so his teacher had done something about it. His son was getting stronger and Jiraiya was playing a big role in this. Minato felt ashamed. He was his father, why wasn't he teaching him anything? Acting as if he didn't exist. But now Naruto was actively attracting his father's attention, and not only his. His son was moving further and further away from him, and he was the only one to blame for this. Where was his heart when he looked at the little beaten boy begging him for help? And what else could he do when the Council of Elders almost killed his child, his firstborn? As soon as the fox was sealed in Naruto, the council immediately put forward two options for discussion: kill him or give him to Danzo. Of course, the option of killing him would be more merciful, because Danzo would make Naruto a toy, a slave, a meek warrior who would only follow his orders. As a father, it was unbearable for him. Thank Kami-sama, he and Kushina managed to convince the council, but then all of the boy's chakra was sealed. Only a very small part of it remained, to sustain life. Every time Naruto asked him to train or just sit with him, Minato convinced himself that it would be better for everyone. But who was this, everyone? Naruto. No, the kid was in unbearable pain, but who would listen to him? Namikaze was happy that his son did not want to take revenge on him or anything like that. He was glad that his son was becoming a worthy shinobi and was afraid for him, because soon forces would come for his soul that he would not be able to cope with. Danzo was already stirring and only Kami knew what might happen next. His son was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the entire council was firmly convinced that he was a weapon with no right to vote. I believe in you, Naruto. Become a Chunin by all means. Minato said and closed his eyes, turning to the window. So, welcome to the final round of the Chunin exam. Minato began his speech. Today there will be single battles. I hope that the participants will not let us down and the process will be spectacular. The stadium exploded with applause. The judge entered the huge arena. First fight, Sobaku no Kankuro and Aburame Shino. What? Whispers were heard from everywhere. But the first fight was supposed to be with Namikaze Naruto. That same one. Hokage-sama's son. But why? Apparently, they decided to leave the most spectacular fights for later. Minato meanwhile mentally bit his lip, but his face did not reflect a single emotion. After all, he was the Hokage and he should behave appropriately. Hawk, he called over to one of his Anbu bodyguards. Yes, Hokage-sama. It is still unknown where my son and the younger Uchiha are. They haven't shown up yet. The fighter shook his head. As soon as you know anything, report it to me immediately. Hi, answered the hawk and disappeared. You're still worried, Itachi? Minato chuckled slightly. Meanwhile, in the arena, passions were heating up. I refuse. Kankuro shouted loudly. I refuse to fight. Do you understand that you automatically lose? The judge asked. Yes, the sandpiper nodded, nervously glancing towards his sister. Well, good. The winner is automatically Aburame Shino, since Sobaku no Kankuro refused to fight. Whispers immediately spread through the stands. What a turn of events. The judge glanced towards the Hokage. What to do? Naruto had the next fight, and he wasn't there. Kami, Naruto, where the hell are you? The elder Namikaze almost bit his nails. Mom, where is your brother? Hanako quietly asked her mother. I don't know, baby, but he'll come soon. Believe me, this blockhead always comes. Kushina answered cheerfully, although her soul was scratched by cats. The tension was growing. You weren't expecting us, but we showed up. The blonde giggled, hiding his sly eyes under his bangs. Commentary on Chapter 22. I'm a bastard, a bitch, a bastard, a snitch, a tiny, a cuttle and a paw. People, don't kill me, please. This is how it happened. Let me justify myself. It was the end of the year. I was running around with my tongue hanging out, correcting my C's, and then I flew off to Greece. The chapter is short, I know, but I couldn't resist. I had to at least post something to you while there was still time. I swear, hope, that the Naruto sale will be before my trip to Ireland. Woohoo, you'll probably dismember me now, but I'm leaving for Ireland from July 11th to the 26th. Briefly speaking, I'm back. Chapter 23. So, the second match of the final round of the Chunin exams. Namikaze Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. The referee announced. Naruto and Neji walked to the center of the arena and stood opposite each other. I'll tell you the same thing I told Hinata before. It's better for you to give up right away. So pompous. The blonde giggled. Neji-chan. Namikaze drawled, sarcastically. He was very lucky, because he knew the weaknesses of his future friend. That would be completely uninteresting. And what about demonstrating your strength? Naruto tilted his head to the side. Namikaze quickly glanced at his opponent. Neji hadn't changed at all. He was still the same cocky asshole. Sure, Hinata had shaken his worldview, but it wasn't enough. Not enough to completely destroy his wall of self-confidence and arrogance. Well, it was time to fix that. Rasengan. The best defense is an offense, isn't it? The chakra clot Naruto loved so much flew literally a centimeter away from the face of the representative of the junior branch of the Hyuga clan. Impressive, Neji assessed, to which Naruto only snorted. Praised, really. He was about to melt with joy. But I still dodged. Suddenly, from underground, right next to where Neji was standing, a clone jumped out, also armed with Rasengan, and this time luck did not smile on Hyuga. And if so, Naruto summed up. Don't act tough, Hyuga, it doesn't look tough at all. Who do you think you are, weakling? The aristocrat could not resist. PFFT, I'm just stating a fact. Uzumaki teased his opponent again. Byakugan. The brown-haired man shouted, activating the clan's trump card. At first, Neji got used to the new vision, and as soon as everything cleared up after a few seconds, his eyes began to widen. What the? He whispered in complete horror, but did not have time to finish, struck by a blow to the stomach from his opponent. I saw it after all. Naruto groaned. Damn, this certainly complicates everything a little, but I sincerely hope that you will keep your mouth shut. Neji pressed his hand to the place of the blow, perplexed, but as if he did not feel pain. He was preoccupied with something else. This blonde's chakra. It was more than unusual. Rich red with gentle flashes of blue. Too beautiful, too colorful, too mesmerizing and frightening. Quite mixed feelings. This chakra made you want to run away from it and, at the same time, it drew you to it. What do you feel when you see a strong person in front of you? His spirit is strong. Everyone sees it. You begin to feel timidity, smoothly flowing into fear and respect. What is this power? The blonde didn't understand. You mean chakra, demon fox. Naruto shrugged. It was the most banal and simple explanation. Demon fox. Neji didn't understand. You should know about the demon fox attack 13 years ago. You were raised in the clan. Yes, but now it explains everything. The brown-haired man muttered under his breath. It became clear why everyone hated this blonde so much in childhood and probably hated him now. Even despite the fact that he was the son of the Hokage, no one remembered this fact. Then Namikaze was a weakling and a crybaby. Behavior unworthy of a future leaf ninja. And what kind of shinobi is someone who has almost no chakra? But the Hokage's son confidently proved the opposite. Neji took the Hyuga clan's fighting stance. It was time to finish. The young man gradually began to accumulate chakra for the attack and Naruto, seeing this, immediately took the defensive position. He was ready. 64 heavenly slashes. The brown-haired man shouted. An oppressive silence hung over the stands. Everyone knew that this was the technique of the main branch of the clan, so the Hyugas themselves were simply shocked. For a representative of the side branch to use the technique of the main one. Absurd, but, strangely enough, this phenomenon stood in the arena. Naruto knew how it would end if he did nothing. Fortunately, training with Hinata was not in vain. He knew the Hyuga style, But unfortunately he did not yet have full strength to easily defeat Neji. He would have to sweat. But the blonde was glad about it, because what is the point of victory if you know about it in advance? That's right, none. Like with Kiba. Boring and simple. Rasengan. Naruto shouted the name of his favorite technique. It won't work twice. Neji shouted, and the blonde kept getting closer and miscalculated the turn, hitting Neji's blow. Damn it. The Hokage's son only managed to curse before the famous Hyuga technique fell upon him. 10 hits. The brown-haired man hit his opponent in the stomach. 25 hits. 30, 45, 50, 64 heavenly strikes. He finished, looking at the defeated opponent, but what was his surprise when the body with a characteristic pop dissipated in a white haze. A clone. Hyuga frowned. Naruto never ceased to amaze him. Did he create a clone from the very beginning? Or before his attack? When the hell? Meanwhile, the blonde was quietly moaning on a tree branch. It had been a long time since he had been tossed around like that, especially with such a technique. I'll give you a hard time all night, Hyuga. Naruto muttered angrily. He was still too weak after all. Rasen Shuriken was out of the question, using it without the mode was fraught with. Maybe taijutsu. Well then, shadow clone technique. The Hokage's son folded his seals, creating clones with his last strength. What a weakling he was. Neji didn't know where to expect the attack from. Yes, he had the Byakugan, but at the moment it was of little help. The enemy's chakra source was almost at its minimum and only professionals could detect it, and he was not one of them yet. Where are you? Attack already. Neji whispered. The tension was growing. And then, as per Neji's request, clones attacked him. They didn't look so good, clearly reflecting the state of the original, but they attacked clearly and efficiently. Namikaze clearly had no intention of giving up. Hyuga also fought off the attacks with all his might. After all, the blondie was strong. Suddenly, the brown-haired man noticed the original on the tree and immediately rushed towards it. You can't hide from me. Hyuga croaked. Well, that enlightened me. Naruto croaked. He had spent almost all of his chakra on the clones and it was already at a minimum. It made his whole body itch unpleasantly and he felt a banal weakness. The only good thing about this whole situation was that his opponent was in the same condition. It looks like the final blow will decide everything, the brown-haired man summed up. That's true, Namikaze agreed. The opponents, as if on cue, rushed at each other, raising their fists. Everyone froze in anticipation. The fight was striking in its color. The opponents were almost equal in strength, which made the duel simply unforgettable. Naruto felt like he was seeing everything in slow motion. His fist was almost at the aristocrat's face, and Neji's fist was literally a couple of centimeters away from his face. The blow was unavoidable for both of them, which led to their complete inability to fight. Both young men were lying on the ground, and each had a mark from the opponent's fist blossoming on their cheekbones. Good fight, Hyuga said suddenly. Aha, Namikaze chuckled, but immediately winced from the pain in his body. Nobody's draw. Chapter 24. Sasuke looked at the arena with a grin. This crazy blonde still managed to win, which made him incredibly happy, but now it was up to him to win, and no one promised that it would be easy, because his opponent was the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. His gaze involuntarily darted to the red-haired guy from Suna. Sobaku no Gara, far from a weakling, and the fight promised to be hot. Naruto smiled happily, which was a bit difficult with the bruise on his cheek. Neji had done a great job, putting all his remaining strength into the final blow. Namikaze hoped that Neji's condition was not much different from his. Kurama chuckled quietly in his subconscious, hinting that he deserved it. There was no point in thinking about great things if you didn't have enough strength yet. Naruto partially agreed with him, because great goals require strength. Hey, Naruto, that was just great. Kushina ran up to the boy. Thanks, Mom. The guy smiled sincerely, immediately wincing from the pain in his cheek. Neji is an asshole. You'll definitely become a chunin, kid, I'm sure of it. The mother chuckled, grabbing her child into a warm embrace. Mom, Naruto whispered quietly, burying his face in his mother's shoulder. How he missed this. It seemed like a simple and banal phrase to cheer up, but it was so nice. Meanwhile, the referee announced the next match. It was Sasuke's turn, but for some reason Namikaze was sure that history would not repeat itself, because he had managed to open Gaara's eyes and now everything would definitely be different. Sasuke entered the arena. All the sounds were literally deafening. The spectators were not afraid to tear their vocal cords from screams and whistles. Uchiha smiled a little, This was an unforgettable feeling. Then Sasuke noticed a lonely silhouette in the far corner of the stands. Anbu in a hawk mask. Itachi. He came after all. I wonder if it was just him or everyone. Although, Mom would never miss this. Let's start. The judge shouted, but the opponents did not move, looking at each other. The dog was very interested in this guy. He felt not only powerful chakra, but also an unbending will, like in his new friend, Naruto. This will be very exciting, and it seems that he was not the only one who thought so. Sasuke got tired of just standing there and decided to attack first. So far only taijutsu, it was necessary to take a closer look not only at the external data. Gaara dodged as indifferently as expected. Not bad for a start, but boring. Time to pick up the pace. Uchiha suddenly jumped into the air, deciding to do the same trick as in the second stage, but this time of course it didn't work, which was obvious, but the enemy was already coming out of a state of complete indifference, which could not but please, because this could be followed by retaliatory actions. Punch. Block. Another punch. The opponents were spinning in a wild dance, which was slowly mesmerizing, because some people came here just for this fight. Everyone was waiting for it, and it clearly did not disappoint in its spectacle. Suddenly Uchiha disappeared from view. Gaara began to turn around. Where is he? Meanwhile, Sasuke decided not to deviate from the events of his past life and decided to switch to ninjutsu. He stood perpendicular to the wall, forming chakra in his hands, which had already begun to acquire a small ball of lightning. Chidori! Sasuke shouted and rushed down the wall. The sharp chirping of birds was heard throughout the arena. Some realized what kind of technique it was and sat holding their breath. What would happen next? What would the Uchiha kid do? Minato glanced quickly at Kakashi, who looked like a cat that had eaten too much sour cream. Minato understood him perfectly. These feelings. Pride for a student. It wasn't hard to figure out who taught the little Uchiha such a technique. So Hatake decided to take the boy seriously. Well, maybe it's for the best. Meanwhile, Sasuke epically appeared in front of Gaara, which surprised the latter greatly, but it was too late. The charge hit right in the side, and the sand protection did not have time. How? Gaara whispered quietly. What do you mean? Sasuke didn't understand. How did it happen that I finally got a worthy opponent who could hurt me? I've already gotten used to relying on my sand defense. Apparently in vain. Well, I'm glad I can amuse you, Sasuke chuckled. Oh yeah. Gaara also decided not to sit idly by and decided to attack back. Kunai, Senbon, wind techniques, all of this was used skillfully and combined perfectly. Sasuke was a little shocked. Gaara is an excellent opponent, and it doesn't look like he's angry and Shukaku will be released now. But the Uchiha was haunted by the thought, when will it all start? Then, as if reading the brunette's thoughts, white feathers began to fall from the sky. Gaara realized that he needed an alibi and a completely tolerable plan matured in his head. Uchiha, pretend to be angry and chase me. Sandman whispered to Sasuke. Got it. The brunette nodded, not wanting to ask any unnecessary questions. It's getting more and more interesting. Hey, Shukaku, can you help? Gaara mentally asked his tailed beast. And what do you need from me? The beast asked with a bit of sarcasm. Can you pretend like you're trying to take over my body again, but within reasonable limits? Hey, no problem. One-tailed responded happily. Gaara began to change little by little before our eyes. One eye became black, with a yellow iris, his left hand began to look more like the paw of a wild animal. I think it is not difficult to guess which one. It's Shukaku, Sasuke muttered, but I didn't anger him, and everything was stable. Don't be afraid, what's happening now is under my control. Okay, Uchiha shrugged, running after the retreating Gaara. Naruto, noticing feathers falling from the sky, immediately understood that something had started. Looking at his sensei, he realized that he had definitely not expected this. Of course, his first thought was that everything would be okay with his family. All the people began to fall asleep, as if their power had been cut off, only the shinobi remained standing, and not all of them. Kakashi-sensei, watch out. The blonde shouted, seeing danger near the sensei. The sand shinobi decided to attack the copy ninja from behind. His attempt would have been successful, but no, luck turned away. Kakashi turned around sharply and knocked out his opponent with one blow. Naruto, run after Sasuke, he can't handle it alone. Hatake ordered his student. Got it. The blonde nodded. Stop, I'm with you. Someone shouted from behind the chairs. That someone turned out to be Shikamaru, next to whom Ino was standing. But you do understand that this is no longer a kindergarten. Namikaze, you must have forgotten something. Nara shook his head. We are ninja and now we must protect our comrade. Naruto just grinned at such an ambitious statement and ran after his retreating friend. Minato was in a really bad way. The head of the sand village turned out to be a scam, a deception, but who would have thought that it would turn out to be a Konoha renegade, a student of the third Hokage, one of the three great Sannin, Orochimaru. What are you doing in Konoha, Orochimaru? The fourth asked the renegade. Ah. Little Minato, how's your son? Orochimaru chuckled. What does Naruto have to do with this? The blonde frowned. Well, of course, I haven't seen him for so long, since his birth, I think. This doesn't concern you, the Hokage snapped. T-Bane suddenly rang out in the sky and Orochimaru received the most juicy blow to the jaw in his entire long snake life. Snake in the grass, don't drag my son into this. Kushina shouted angrily. Oh, Kushina, your blow is as formidable as always, but that's not the point now. I came to tell you, today Konoha will come to an end. Orochimaru, you're getting too brazen. Came from the roof. Sensei. Third Sama. Standing on the roof was none other than the third Hokage. Yes, this fight promised to be hot. Meanwhile, Naruto, along with Shikamaru and Ino, were catching up with Sasuke and Gaara, and what made Naruto incredibly happy was that this time Sakura wouldn't be in the center of events. The three genin were also being chased, so Ino stayed behind to hold off the opponents first, and then Shikamaru. Naruto sighed calmly, he didn't need any extra people. There you are, and I've been looking for you and looking for you. The blonde jumped onto the branch where Gaara and Sasuke were standing. Naruto-san. Gaara was surprised. It took you a long time, you idiot. Sasuke chuckled, giving his brother a slap on the back of the head. Hey, Sasuke, take it easy on the turns. You're skidding, Naruto hissed, rubbing the back of his head in resentment. So Gaara, what were you trying to achieve by hiding here? Naruto asked the Sandman. I need an alibi that One-Tailed got away and we fought. You'll help me, right? Of course, that's what friends are for. Namikaze patted Gaara on the shoulder encouragingly. Sasuke only smiled slightly, agreeing. Well, let's go. Commentary on Chapter 24 Hehe. Prodka, MDA. Here it is. Let's enjoy and drool, because it will be more and more interesting. Action is planned, there will be oh so much epic, it's summer now, I still study, and rest, and write, in short, there's a ton of things to do. But I'm diligently writing the sequel, so don't worry, I swear, the sequel is coming. In the meantime, enjoy. There is no basket for slippers, but there is a basin. No need to throw away heels, give them back like human beings all the benches. Chapter 25. Naruto couldn't understand why Gaara would pretend to release the one-tailed sword. Was this part of the Sound and Sandman's plan? Then in that past life, his fight with Gaara was planned. Or what? But unfortunately, he will never know the truth, because this is not the Gaara who became his family and was able to prove to his village that he is not a monster by becoming Kazekage. But enough of dredging up the past, now Naruto has a new life, a family, and loyal friends. So you want us to play out a fight between you and us? The blonde asked the Sandman. I had to leave the battlefield because I don't want to destroy what's dear to you, Naruto-kun, Gaara said quietly, a little embarrassed. Naruto froze in mute shock. Gaara, was he serious? Only a month had passed, and he had changed so much. Or had it happened all at once, and he just hadn't noticed? I've been thinking about it this whole month. About what you told me before the start of the second stage. After all, you changed me, Naruto-kun. My attitude towards life. You could say that you turned my whole world upside down. And also by giving me the opportunity to sleep, by ridding me of the demon inside me. Gaara, enough compliments, otherwise I'll soon feel like a saint. Naruto giggled. My god. Sasuke raised his eyes to the sky. What a modest guy. I'm really glad to see you, Gaara, I understand. We're friends, what's the problem? Namikaze chuckled, pulling Gaara by the hand and hugging him tightly. Remember well, Sobu no Gaara, you're not alone anymore. Gaara closed his eyes, fighting the urge to cry. How did this blonde manage to break his wall of indifference with just a few words? It was unknown, but pleasant. A gentle warmth spread in his chest when this restless blonde hugged him. Raising his eyes, shining with suppressed tears, Sobaku met the Uchiha's gaze. At that moment, he seemed like a completely different person. In public, the brunette behaved rather coldly, as if hiding behind a mask. But now Sasuke looked at him warmly, thereby confirming Naruto's every word. Thank you, was all the red-haired man managed to squeeze out, still letting out a tear, which immediately rolled down his cheek, leaving a thin, wet trail. The kid is no slouch, he's got a good head. Kurama praised Gaara. Naruto stared at one point in shock. Kurama was praising someone. The sky would sooner fall to the ground than Kurama would deign to praise him, but strangely enough, it happened. Namikaze even felt a twinge of jealousy that this praise didn't go to him, since his Kurama would only train until he sweated and scold him for his shortcomings. Hey, Othello, stop the flow of your thoughts. You're getting a little carried away. Growled the fox. Sorry. Naruto, stop moping, we can have some real fun right now. The tailed one decided to fix the situation. I'm not at the level yet where I can have fun in fights, I just need to survive them. Bogeyman, the red-haired man muttered. Well, at least I'll be able to fight one-tailed, that hasn't happened in a long time. Just don't destroy everything here. Ah. Naruto, when will you stop being Captain Obvious? So which of us is the beach after this? Namikaze chuckled. Okay, you win. Let me out already. Okay, don't whine. Naruto didn't even do any seals or passes with his hands, and what would he need that for? Just releasing Kurama's chakra, the fox quickly merged with it and began to slowly form a body. Of course, it wouldn't last long, but it was perfect for the plan. He also decided to make a dog know. A couple more seconds and the first and last tailed beasts appeared in front of Uchiha Sasuke in all the glory, with their Jinchuriki standing on their heads. Well then, let's go. Kurama chuckled cheerfully. Shukaku attacked without a word. After all, Naruto and Gaara couldn't raise a hand against each other. Even if Naruto was almost twice as old as Gaara, purely morally, but principles remain principles. Having achieved the title of Hokage, the main rule remained unchanged, friends are inviolable. Kurama had different principles. For his Jinchuriki he was ready to tear anyone apart, even if it was his best friend. Careful, Naruto shouted, and immediately a projectile of tightly compressed air, the one-tailed one's favorite weapon, flew over them, but Kurama playfully dodged it. Naruto looked at Gaara, who was standing on his tailed beast's head. There was no cold indifference in his gaze, which made the blonde terribly happy. Gaara didn't want this fight, it was immediately clear from his face, but it had to be this way, otherwise he would have problems. Gaara, to what state should we fight? Asked Namikaze. Well, so that it would be clear that it was a tough fight for me. My brother and sister probably went looking for me, so we should hurry, our location is hard to miss. Okay, Naruto nodded firmly. He didn't want to do it either, and who would like to cripple their friend, but it had to be done. Sighing, Naruto began to form his favorite rasengan, and Kurama opened his mouth for the Biju bomb. Shukaku also decided not to lag behind and also began to form a ball. Gaara simply defended himself with sand. Well, let's go. Naruto quickly appeared right in front of Gaara, aiming the rasengan straight at him. Gaara's eyes widened in shock. Why? There were tears in the blonde's eyes. Another moment, and the clot of chakra shattered the impenetrable sand defense, hitting the dog no. Why are you crying? Gaara croaked, but the pain in his side didn't want to recede into the background. What is there to be happy about? I wounded a friend, even if it was for his own good. Forgive the pathos. He giggled through his tears. I'm glad I can be with my friends now. Gaara tried to smile. After all, this was unusual for him. Yes, I know myself what role friends and family play in the life of a Jinchuriki. You have a family too, Gaara. Naruto whispered, and just then, from behind the trees, one could sense Temari and Kankuro's chakra. You see, they are worried. Naruto wheezed. Gaara's sand also touched him, and blood dripped from his cut chest. Now we're even, the one-tailed Jinchuriki chuckled. Temari looked at the scene in shock. Not only the one tail, but also the 9 tails had broken out, and it looked like they were in a heated battle, judging by the surroundings. Temari could sense the Uchiha's chakra nearby, but why would he appear here? Temari, look. Kankuro whispered and the girl looked where her brother was pointing. Yes, there was something to look at. Her younger brother was standing on Shukaku's head, and right in front of him stood Namikaze Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage. Wow, Kankuro still couldn't get over the shock. You don't see this every day. Be careful, they're going to fall. Temari shouted and grabbed her huge fan, flying on it towards the guys. Kurama stood right in front of them, managing to grab the two with one of his tails. Ah, they're nothing but trouble, the fox muttered. Yeah, Shukaku agreed without even noticing it. Temari stopped right in front of the tailed beasts, apparently realizing who she was flying to. Oh, look who we have here. The fox whispered, but the girl heard him perfectly. What a girl has come to visit us. The girl was paralyzed with fear, she could not take a normal breath, she was so frightened by the face of the most powerful of the demons in front of her. Hey, Ku, stop playing good fox and bad fox. Look how you scared her. Naruto came to his senses. Oh, you're awake, the red-haired man chuckled. That's right, Naruto tried to get up, but fell back into the soft wool. At least you don't need to be washed, your wool is so clean. Even considering that I lived in the sewers. The key word is, lived. Namikaze decided to justify himself. Hey, what's going on here? Temari stood in front of the tailed beasts, not understanding anything. Forgive Temari, I'll explain later. Gaara spoke up. Gaara, are you okay? She decided to approach the one for whom she had gotten so close to the demons. Yes, everything is fine, Dog tried to calm his sister. But you're wounded, the girl exclaimed, examining the wound on her side. Not fatal. Now you've calmed me down. The girl snorted. Okay, so I guess no one needs me anymore. Shukaku muttered. Then I'll go, I'm bored. And, turning into sand, he began to dissolve in the air. When there were few enough grains of sand, he was sucked into Gaara. Oh, Temari mumbled. Well, it looks like I'm not needed here either. The fox chuckled, gradually dissolving in the red chakra. Hey, idiot, put me down. Naruto flared up. The red cup, which had recently been a tail, began to descend to the ground, and soon completely dissolved. Phew, Naruto breathed out. Ow. He twitched incorrectly and crouched on the ground from the pain in his chest. A new figure began to appear from behind the trees. Hey, team, I have a wound. Naruto whined. Of course, idiot, what did you think? Sasuke snorted. Will you take me to the hospital? Naruto sang in a childish voice, deciding to make fun of his friend. Did you really say that yourself? Sasuke feigned surprise and Naruto realized how stupid he had been by asking to be taken to the hospital. Yeah, I was stupid. The blonde jumped to his feet. See, I'm okay. But then he doubled over from the pain in his chest. I see. Bye, Gaara, Temari. Naruto said goodbye. Bye, Naruto, Gaara replied. Naruto, he called out to the blonde. Yes, Namikaze turned around. I will become Kazekage, Sobakuno said firmly, to which Temari looked at him with great surprise. I know. Commentary on Chapter 25 Ta Daaaaaaaaaaaaa. Daddaadaa Prodka, that's how it is, yes. We write. I probably won't congratulate you on the end of summer, but I'm still going to cry here. Happy New Year. Yeah. Here of course are congratulations. There will be a sale, so don't worry. I apologize for the presence of bed scenes that were in the fic, and drunken delirium, spells. It was my former beta who decided to leave gracefully, let's say, she succeeded, special thanks to Chucky. At first I didn't understand what you were talking about, thank you, man. Chapter 26. Kushina was worried. Her son had run away after the One-Tails Jinchuriki too. To what? She didn't know, but she had to admit that the changes in her son were very pleasing. He had become stronger spiritually, which was much more important than his physical condition. A shinobi with a strong spirit was worth a lot. Sasuke, we have to leave. Right now, because there won't be another chance. Naruto spoke seriously to Uchiha. Dobe, stop shaking the air. I completely agree with you. Sasuke hissed at his friend. Sitting on a tree branch and swearing was not very comfortable, and it didn't matter that she was fat. The guys understood each other perfectly, a perfect duo, and now the instinct of experienced ninjas told them that they had to leave right now. Orochimaru, without knowing it, gave them a great chance to quietly escape. It was just fucking crazy. Well, to put it more conveniently, the guys were leaving for training, but what they were planning to do for the next 2 years was not at all like training underage genin. Only Itachi and Kushina knew about this. Of course, the guys did not go into details. Jiraiya covered for the guys, saying that he was leaving with the guys for a long training, but the less you know, the better you sleep, right? Nodding to each other, they disappeared from the meeting place, heading to their homes to pack their things. Quickly jumping into his room through the open window, Naruto began to hastily collect all the essentials. He had to hurry, in the shortest possible time. Sasuke was already waiting for his friend at the village gates, not at all afraid that he would be noticed. Of course he was not so careless, but even the guards of the village gates went to the battlefield, because everyone was needed. Well, shall we go? Asked Namikaze, suddenly appearing behind the brunette, but the surprise effect did not work. Naruto slowly turned towards his home village. From afar, noise, rumble and screams of people could be heard. Forgive me, Namikaze whispered. Still, this parting was a little different than when he left for training in his past life with Jiraiya. If last time it was a specific training, for a 12-year-old boy, then their journey does not promise to be as safe as then. But he is not alone, with him is the closest person who will never abandon him in trouble. Naruto has long admitted to himself that Sasuke was the closest to him. His true family. Of course, he will never abandon his parents, sister and friends, but Sasuke was a part of his soul, but that is another story. I swear, when I return, everything will be different. We will become stronger and faster. And gave vent to his feelings, shedding a farewell tear until it fell to the ground. Having wiped away the tears, the guys turned around and walked away from home, loved ones, family and friends. They were supposed to leave without looking back, forgetting about this place for 2 years. This is simply outrageous. Orochimaru broke the agreement by vilely attacking us. Now, come on, elder lady, everything turned out well in the end. Special thanks to Jiraiya-sensei. Minato reassured the elders. And if he hadn't helped? And the third Hokage sacrificed his life so that Orochimaru could never harm anyone again. Minato growled. Curb your ardor, fourth Hokage. Danzo. Namikaze looked like a cornered animal, who was ready to rip out anyone's throat, but couldn't. Did you know that the villagers' weapons have escaped? What? Minato leaned back in his chair in shock. Naruto. Suddenly the door swung open with a crash that was unexpected in this tense situation, and a red-haired woman ran into the main office of the village. Naruto escaped, but left a note. Namikaze immediately jumped up from his chair, running towards his wife and snatching the piece of paper. Dear Mom and Dad. Went away for 2 years to train with the pervert and Sasuke. Everything is fine, he will look after us, you know him. I will come back strong, I promise. Don't be bored, let Hanako study well. With love. Your Naruto. What a bastard. The Hokage muttered barely audibly. When he comes back, I'll pull his ears. Minato understood that he wouldn't be able to see his son for the next 2 years, but he would come back, right? And what are you going to do? Danzo asked in a voice full of true sarcasm. Nothing, Namikaze shrugged. The guys left with sensei, so I'm calm. You're just going to leave this. The elder was indignant. Koharu-sama, what should I do? Send Anbu after them. By what right? They went off to train, and if I were against it, I would have found out about it a long time ago and taken measures. But, Koharu-sama, I think we're done. Thank you for your time, but now I have to talk to my wife. It was clear that the elders were not at all happy with this arrangement, but would the Hokage ask? Yes, the elders are a very important part of the village government. But no matter how hard they tried, they never managed to fool Minato and never would. He wouldn't allow it, and shut him up once again. Who would refuse such a pleasure? Painful. Yes. Scary. Of course. Leaving home is always scary. And it doesn't matter that you are essentially 25 years old. Fear is an integral part of human existence, and without it we will be weak. Leave. Why? For power. Or maybe we are just running away from our fears. Or towards them. Life is short and it is only up to us where it will turn. Our decisions lead us into completely unfamiliar wilderness, and sometimes we ourselves do not realize how we ended up there. Strength. Quite a relative concept. Everyone understands strength in their own way. Strength of spirit is much more important than physical strength, because the one who is strong in spirit can do everything. Life is hard and cruel, and how hard it is to go this way alone. After all, who are we without friends? Alone and abandoned to the mercy of fate, and again, everything depends on us. Where will the road turn? What will be the next turn? A fork, almost at every step, but you must go forward and not stop. And remember, everything in this life depends on you. Commentary on Chapter 26, Oh. Selling. Yeah. Hi guys, I missed you. True. I'm in 11th grade and my brain is just in sleep mode. It's already hibernating. Will I continue writing and promise not to hang around like this anymore? No, I don't promise, but I can try not to hang around for such periods of time anymore. The main thing to remember is that I will never, ever abandon this fanfic. How long has it been since there was a sequel? I'm a bastard and thank you for waiting for it so devotedly. What would I do without your author, a sequel? Just thank you. Made me cry. The sale will be, well, a week, if I condescend next weekend. Let's cross our fingers and I will write it. Anyway, hello, I'm back. I wanted to convey the mood of this chapter. I hope I succeeded. Bear's Den, when you break. Guys, if suddenly someone sees a moment in the fanfic, and it seems to you that the author smoked something, don't be scared. This is my ex-beta who decided to leave gracefully, and let's just say she succeeded. Don't be scared and don't cross yourself from shock. Just copy and send it to me. I'll fix everything, preferably saying which chapter it is. If anyone is interested. 0. I will be happy if someone writes a fanfic based on my request. I apologize for such shameful advertising. Chapter 27. The day was absolutely unremarkable and calm. The wind slightly swayed the branches of the trees, causing the rustling of the leaves to disturb the serene silence. The sun shone brightly in the sky, warming the earth with its warmth. A little girl was sitting on one of the park benches. A year has already passed. The red-haired girl whispered. Her long hair lay like a halo on the ground, making quite an interesting picture. Hanako, a female voice called the girl. Daughter, it's time for you to run to the academy, you'll be late. I'm coming, Mom. She jumped up from the ground. Damn it, I was daydreaming again. Aruka-sensei will kill me. Hanako ran into the house as fast as she could to pack her bag, but as always, luck was not on her side and the little girl crashed into her father, who was standing in the doorway, about to leave for work. Ho, good morning, baby, he smiled at his daughter. Hi, Dad. Last year, you have to try really hard. Minato put his palm on his daughter's head. Dad, when will he come back? She asked, leaving her father in a stupor. Minato froze. That question again. His son had gone back and all this time his little sister had been waiting for him. Another year, Minato whispered. This is my last year at the academy, Hanako said firmly. I will be the best. Brother will come back and see how strong I have become. I know, the father smiled. Just try. Konohamaru and Takenaga were already waiting at the entrance to the academy. Hanako, you're the same as always. Sorry, guys. She ran up to the boys. It was already a full-fledged team and it was obvious that when they graduated they would end up on the same team. And Konoha Village had big problems, though, it wasn't the only one. Some organization calling itself Akatsuki started hunting for the Jinchuriki of the tailed demons, but here's the problem, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, belonging to the Hidden Leaf, had left and no one knew where. The only thing that somehow saved Minato was that Jiraiya was with him, but oh gods, how he would have panicked if he had found out that this was not the case. Konohamaru sincerely sympathized with his friends. The older brothers left, leaving behind an emptiness, a certain loneliness, and he understood them, because he felt the same. He also considered Naruto his brother and he was just as lonely without him. Takenaga missed Sasuke very much, because Itachi was always on missions and they always spent more time with Sasuke. Exactly 1 year, right? Hanako asked quietly. So long, Takenaga whispered. But this situation should be looked at from the positive side. Konohamaru shook his head, adjusting his favorite scarf. Does it have any positive aspects? Oh. Takenaga, stop being so gloomy. 1 year has already passed and we have one more, the last one at the academy, to get one step closer to our goal and become the best in the class. That sounds very encouraging, Hanako muttered. Yeah, but while we're chatting here, the lesson has already started. Takenaga interrupted the guys with a smart look and a typical Uchiha grin. Damn it, the fourth's daughter and the third's grandson screamed in unison. Idiots. Uchiha snorted and smiled. The pink-haired girl walked along the streets of Konoha, heading towards her friends, Ino and Hinata. Yes. Despite all the disagreements with Ino, they always remained friends, and then Hinata joined their lives and of course Naruto couldn't do without it. She knew that Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata came from another world, but she didn't feel like they were strangers at all. Sasuke loved her, she loved him, Naruto, although he remained an idiot, but you quickly become attached to him. Hinata somehow quickly became friends with Sakura, because, as it turned out, their characters are sometimes similar. Rarely, of course, but still. Hina rarely loses her temper, it happened only a couple of times, but it was enough to understand that it is better not to anger her. Even Sasuke and Naruto learned this. Sakura, hi, you finally came. Ino said, seeing her friend. Hello, Hinata, Ino. What are we going to do today? We only have one free day. Sakura smiled. And how are your lessons with Tsunade-sama? Hinata asked. It's getting better and better, it's so great. When the guys come back, we have to be ready. What are you talking about, Hinata? Ino didn't understand. They didn't just leave for nothing. Yes, you probably already know from Tsunade-sama that big problems are coming to the world and guys play a big role in these events. Hinata understood that when the boys returned, they would not fully reach their previous level. The yin and yang seals that Ricardo gave them had not yet appeared, because according to him, they would only be able to return after the boys reached their full previous level. Are you waiting for them like this? Ino asked. Yes, of course, we are worried, Hinata nodded. But you yourself shouldn't give in to despair either, said Haruno. By the way, how are things in your clan, Hinata? I pretend that I am good for nothing, because otherwise they will make me the head of the clan, and I don't need that joy. It must be hard. Ino looked down. Yes, of course, my father looks at me somehow. And Hanabi starts to get arrogant, but I don't care, because my real family is with you and Naruto. Hinata looked down, plunging into the past. Naruto was the 6th Hokage, they had a boy and she was already 2 weeks pregnant, but Madara destroyed everything like a house of cards. Naruto didn't even know about their second child. The girl hoped that in that world they died not in vain and with dignity. Hinata. Ino pulled Hyuga out of his thoughts. The others are inviting us to the barbecue, shall we go? Yes, of course. The girl raised her eyes to the sky. Come back quickly, fool. Commentary on Chapter 27. So here it is. I added new photos to the album. If anyone is interested I hope the sale will be next weekend. I'm just sad, I finished reading the manga and it didn't immediately dawn on me that it ended. Now I'm waiting for all this in the series, and of course, the last, 10th film, Everything will be in the best possible way, it will be cool, but for now no spoilers. Chapter 28. 2 years had passed, but the boys still hadn't returned. After 2 months of Naruto's time limit, Minato gradually became nervous. After another month and a half, he was already going wild. The sun. This bright light penetrated everywhere. 2 guys were walking down the street and for some reason everyone was looking at them. Yes, Konoha is a huge metropolis where many people come to achieve something, and what these lands have not seen, but today was special. So, 2 guys were walking down the street. To say that they attracted attention. Oh. Yeah, there's no need to even talk about the female side of the situation, you have to see it. Girls are like radars, if there's a cool guy on the horizon, you can only pray for him, because you can't help him with anything else. They were like yin and yang, light and darkness. It sounds too much, but it's a fact, especially if a girl notices it. As soon as these 2 passed the gates of Konoha, one could say that attention was drawn to them almost immediately. What was it about them that attracted him so much? Well, one was blonde. His hair was actually golden and brightened by the sunlight. His hair was shaved off at the bottom and at one temple. To say that it looked strange would be an understatement, but one could not help but notice that it looked, strangely enough, quite fashionable. One side of his head was shaved off, and on the other side the hair was longer, making a fringe. In his right ear was an earring, in the form of a silver stick, and a little higher was a stud. He was dressed in a red vest, with a collar and black stripes along the edges, sleeveless, and on his left shoulder was a steel pauldron with 3 holes. The vest was just below the ribs and there was nothing underneath. Next came red pants to the knees, which were wrapped in white bandages, and the invariable shinobi sandals. Over the pants was something like a cape, something that, from some angle, resembled a skirt, but this was the main thing in the image. On his hands were fingerless gloves and on his elbow was a black elbow pad with the Konoha emblem. The impressive sword on his back completed the look. The second one was his opposite. With black hair and eyes, he was dressed in black pants and shinobi sandals, also with bandaged knees, but he had a beautiful cream kimono with red edges and Sharingan patterns on the collar. There was only one sleeve, but it had the Uchiha crest on it. On his hands were black fingerless gloves, and on the open hand the glove was longer, with a mesh. Over the pants, like his comrade, was the same cape, only of a different plan and black, with red patterns. At the belt, almost behind the back, was a katana. No, this is simply outrageous, the elders said. Fourth, you told us to wait 2 years, but 2.5 have already passed. Our patience has run out. We are sending out a search party. Koharu-sama, I ask you to calm down. We've already talked about this topic 100 times. No, I don't, the elder began, but she was brazenly interrupted. Hokage-sama, 2 intruders have been spotted in the village. Sorry, what? It was quiet and peaceful in Konoha. Nothing disturbed the peace. Hey, Kotetsu, it turns out we missed 2 violators. His partner muttered sleepily. What are you mumbling about? What are the violators? Kotetsu answered just as sleepily. I have no idea. They just yelled at me over the radio. They let 2 strange guys into the village, in raincoats, they don't answer who they are and so on. Ah. Well, great, I'm going to bed, yawned Kotetsu. Izumo, Kaitsu, someone nearby barked and the gate guards jumped up as if scalded. Asuma, what the hell? Izumo yelled. Such a thing, idiots. Asuma hissed. You just let strange guys into the village, and nothing special, go back to sleep. What if it's Akatsuki? We're not ready for their arrival right now. So, can we finally have some fun? I'm sick of lying here in the sun. You see, we're falling asleep from boredom. Yes, I see. Asuma chuckled. Well, I went to catch them, and you continue to sleep here. What? Izumo was indignant. You're security guards. What if you let someone through again while you're catching them? Asuma, you're just a monster, Kotetsu groaned. Minato reacted immediately. At least some reason to get rid of the annoying elders. Apparently, everyone in the village was very bored, and when the news about the intruder came, everyone reacted immediately. A hunt has begun in the village. How are things going? The Hokage asked Kakashi and Asuma. They're running away from us, but all our posts in the village found out about it. Unfortunately, with such a speed of reaction, the fun will end before it even begins. You seem upset, Asuma. Namikaze chuckled. There is such a thing. He muttered. Sensei, don't blame others. You got all fired up when you heard about it. Hataki put in his 2 cents, with a stony expression. Hey, Kakashi. Minato pretended to be indignant. Well, yes, there is such a thing. The Hokage laughed. It's just that constantly sitting in papers, reports, and having elders nagging you every day doesn't add any joy. He's coming, came from behind. And indeed, suddenly one of those strange guys emerged from behind the building. Why strange? Well, the guy in the cloak, whose face you couldn't even see. Minato and Kakashi reacted instantly. Reikiri. Rasengan. At the same time, shinobi attacked from both sides, but the guy in the cloak simply eluded the techniques. Who are you? Minato asked, but naturally there was no answer. The strange guy got into a fighting stance. Well, as you say. Namikaze grinned. Taijutsu, Sataijutsu. It was clear from the first seconds that it would be hot. Minato even thought for a moment how great it would be if this talented guy was in the ranks of Konoha. It was impossible to determine who he was. He hid his chakra well and his cloak hid him from prying eyes, but you could tell that he was a young man. The guy lunged and dove under Minato's arm. Now, thought the fourth. In an instant, he reached for his hood, tearing it off. What he saw shocked the Hokage so much that he fell to the ground. He himself was looking at him. What the? Minato whispered. Where is it? Where? The archive is so huge, but unfortunately, no one really valued what was stored in this bottomless place, and in vain. Fortunately, there was no security. Naruto tried hard, but gods, there is almost no time left. The second Minato chuckled as he watched everyone shocked at this turn of events. Transformation technique. Well, let's see who you really are. He rushed towards the imposter Hokage, dispelling the technique. Naruto. Commentary on Chapter 28 TAA. 2. Sold. New image of Sasuke, approximately. Naruto. I drew it myself, but don't judge me too harshly, it's just so you have a rough idea of his image. I haven't drawn for 2 years, sorry if he looks gay here. Chapter 29. Hi. Did you miss me? The rascal giggled. Naruto, what the hell? Minato, slowly approaching his son, with all his love hit the blonde on his wild head. I. The younger Namikaze groaned. Do you even realize what a commotion you caused in the village? Everyone here is on their ears because of you. Minato met his son's gaze. Of course, he understood perfectly well what consequences his violent behavior had entailed, and it was clear from his eyes that everything was not as bad as his father described it. Oh my god, let's jump around a bit, stretch our legs, it's kind of boring here, quiet. Naruto waved his hands. Come on, tell me you're happy to run and feel the excitement again. The blonde giggled. Minato tried to keep a straight face. Where is Sasuke? Hatake asked unexpectedly. I'm here, came from behind. Hello, Hokage-sama. Hello, Sasuke. Well, let's go to my office. The fourth sighed. Naruto quickly glanced at the Uchiha, shaking his head as if to ask, well, how is it? Sasuke nodded in response and the blonde visibly relaxed. So, Minato said, returning to his chair. Where is Jiraiya-sensei? The perverted hermit went off on his own again, not long before our return to Konoha, said that we are not little, we are able to reach the village ourselves. He asked to tell us that he will return soon. Well, alright then. The fourth nodded. And why are you late? By 3.5 months. Minato flared up. To tell the truth, he was always calm and kept himself in check, but still, this had to happen sometime and he was finally pissed off. His own son made him go beyond the established boundaries of behavior appropriate to the Hokage. Although, if you think about it, the Hokage should yell at his subordinates sometime, but the subordinate is his son and for some reason he wanted to yell twice as much. Well, that's a pretty good chance. Sorry, I thought that the perverted hermit had warned you, but no, I hoped in vain. Yes, we were late, sorry that I had to act so evasive in front of the elders. Naruto lowered his head, as a sign of apology. He really felt ashamed. After all, if you think about it, he let his father down, and if you also take into account their not so warm relationship. In general, the whole situation could be described as follows. It's complicated. Wow, how difficult it is with you. So, since you've been training all this time, it would be nice to test your skills. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the third training ground, Kakashi will test you, and now you're free. Yes, said everyone who was in the office, except Naruto, of course, and disappeared from the office. Ah, home sweet home. Naruto smiled, looking at the panorama of the city. A magical view opened up from the stone head of the fourth Hokage. Yes, I think we should go home after all. It's been so long since we've seen anyone. You know, the phrase, and lieutenant, haven't seen my family for a long time and GT, sounds somehow too magical, if you remember our past life. Naruto whispered. Yes, I agree. Sasuke sighed. Finally, after so much time, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, right. Naruto smiled. Okay, let's go, it's time to go home. The guys nodded to each other and disappeared. Naruto was happy. Yes, he was returning to his family, they were waiting for him, they loved him. What more could he want? I'm home. The guy shouted happily throughout the house. What the? Came from above, followed by a terrible crash and the sound of someone's feet on the stairs. Before Naruto could come to his senses, he was caught in the arms of his younger sister and Konohamaru. Brother Naruto. They shouted at him from both sides. Then a beautiful red-haired woman appeared from another room. Naruto, she whispered through tears. Mom. The son rushed to his mother. Konohamaru and Hanako let him go and he hugged Kushina, burying his forehead in her shoulder. My baby, Kushina cried, kissing her son on the top of his head. Mom, you'll strangle me. The guy giggled through his tears. What is love? Love is the warmth that warms your wounded soul. Love is when you live and are ready to fight for your happiness. It is a pity that most often its full value is realized only by those who have already lost it. God, how you've grown. Kushina exclaimed, moving away from the blonde to get a better look at the already respectful image. Brother Naruto has become stronger. Konohamaru concluded. My little brother has become cooler. Exclaimed little Hanako, she waited for her brother. Naruto had indeed grown a lot, the outlines of his muscles were visible, but there was still some fragility and the huge sword on his back could seem quite comical to someone. His hair was neatly trimmed on one side and a little on the other, his bangs were on the side and he had an earring in his ear, one could say with confidence that it suited the guy. Very well. His huge blue eyes looked at the world with a challenge and determination and a happy spark appeared. This had not been there before and Kushina was very surprised by this. Her son was changing dramatically, and for the better, but she still missed this moment. Sometimes it seemed to her that she had missed a lot in her son's life and now she bitterly regretted it, but why cry about what was gone, because there was still so much ahead. The touching moment of the meeting was barbarically interrupted by the slamming of a door and someone's footsteps on the stairs. "What's all the noise you're making here?" was heard from the landing. "You." Naruto looked up in shock. "No, this just couldn't be happening. How could this be?" "What?" Naruto asked quietly, as if to himself. A young man, almost a youth, looked to be about 20 to 25 years old, about the same age as Naruto in his last minutes of that life, was coming down to them. His red hair was pulled back into a ponytail, like Itachi's, only higher, 2 strands in the front, like the fourth Hokage's, and of course, blue eyes. Where would we be without them? Naruto didn't like the conclusions that popped up in his head, especially considering what had happened a year ago. Punch. Another punch and a spinning kick to the jaw. Another one is ready. Great. The last one is left and another gang is closed. Yahoo! How much money will they pay us for them? In a forest clearing, 2 guys were arguing among a pile of bodies. It was a terrible gang that terrorized many villages and 2 young men decided to take on this case. "We owe a lot. Well, at least we'll be able to eat normally. I'm already tired of eating your instant ramen. Hey, don't throw a barrel at my ramen. We could have a normal meal if someone hadn't spent all the money on new clothes. The old clothes looked like trash, and we've long outgrown them. With the way we live, it's no wonder we need new clothes. By the way, when we finish with this gang, we'll buy you some." Fart. "Hey, guys, haven't you forgotten about me? I'm going to kill you now for what you did. How dare you?" The last man shouted, thinking that the young men were probably exhausted and while they were arguing, he could have easily killed them. But, shut up. The guys shouted at him, but there was no need to shout, because a blow to the ribs from both sides will shut anyone up. And the last one fell to the ground. God, it will take us a month to deal with their entire gang. Just look at that gang. One of them exclaimed. The sun's rays played in his golden hair, making it even brighter. His azure eyes looked at his partner with reproach, but happiness was visible at the bottom. "Yes, they made us sweat," agreed the other. His black hair created a contrast with his golden friend, but it cannot be said that they were different because of this. On the contrary, they complemented each other perfectly. "Watch out!" The young man shouted and threw his friend to the ground, protecting him from the kunai. New characters appeared on the field. It was immediately obvious that they were shinobi, but which country? "Who are you?" shouted one of them. "And you?" Sasuke asked. "You've ruined a 10-year operation for us. Do you even understand that?" The shinobi raged. Naruto stood in complete shock. A 10-year operation. We've been hunting for the leader for so many years, sniffing around, everything was almost ready, but you ruined it all. It was all a chain leading us to the one who is behind not only this group, but all gangs, and you. Calm down, dragon, one of the shinobi hissed at the leader. They didn't know. Naruto stepped forward. We simply took the task from the head of this village. He entered into an alliance with other victims and they asked us to take it on. Who are you then, if such people ask you too for help? The man called Dragon narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with you, Dragon? That's the Red Swordsman and the Black Hawk. Who? The dragon didn't understand. Oh, there are such people after all. Naruto chuckled. I swear, we'll meet again, and then I'll kick your ass. The dragon hissed. Naruto was slightly surprised that he had red hair. As you know, red hair is usually only found in one clan. Deal. The blonde smiled, lightly tapping the dragon on the shoulder. Let's go. He called his friend, sealing the bandits' bodies. The Red Swordsman, then. Well, we'll see each other again, he whispered, stroking the blonde's retreating back. This can't be, Naruto muttered, not believing what kind of person was standing in front of him. It was him. The dragon. The one. This red-haired guy was the one Daken. Mom. Who is this? They asked Kushina. In unison. Mom. Mother. What's wrong with you, boys? The woman was surprised. Akira, don't you recognize your brother? Brother. Naruto wheezed. Commentary on Chapter 29. Akira means bright, clear, dawn. Well, that's it. Happy holidays to everyone. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. But now I can congratulate everyone on the upcoming Old New Year. The second half of my 11th grade has come. I don't know whether to congratulate me or feel sorry for me. The chapter is dedicated to the fanfics, 9 Tales, and 9 Broken Mirrors. Authors, you inspired me. And a poll, does everyone like Bleach? Write in the comments. Chapter 30. I love my family, but Sasuke is the most important to me. I don't know why, but Sasuke has always been first in my life. In that life and in this one. And I know for sure that I mean no less to him. There is a tradition that if you drink your first glass of sake with someone dear to you, you become family. Yes, I am Sasuke's brother, not by blood, but in spirit, and I am happy. Almost 3 years have passed and we return to Konoha. It's nice to know that something in this world remains unchanged. This time that we spent together, far from home, taught us a lot. We met many good people, lost many, I experienced things that I don't even want to remember. Unfortunately, at the very moment when I so desperately needed Sasuke, he was not there and he will never stop regretting that he could not change what happened to me, but that's another story. My father has noticeably become kinder to me, you can see it in his eyes and it makes me feel so good. After all, the way the previous Naruto lived is wrong. Memories periodically appear in my dreams, I see how that Naruto lived and what he felt. My father was disappointed and the boy withdrew into himself. If you think about it, is it really that bad to not want to become a shinobi? To not want to kill? To live a normal life? To work? To be happy? But my father was not at all happy with this state of affairs. Of course, that Naruto did not at all correspond to the image he imagined. I already thought that I would have to sweat a lot, but no, all I need to do is behave as usual, haha. The most noticeable changes appeared after I was injured during the Chunin exam. Something noticeably changed in his eyes. We all face life's upheavals, but I did not expect such a dirty trick. You probably already guessed that we are talking about my new brother. Yes, that's true, but who knew it would be that dude? And if you think that the only thing that connects us is that skirmish in the clearing, you are mistaken. He was there. He saw me when I was so broken and trampled into the mud. But we are distracted again. Let's get back to that moment when I saw my new brother. Mom, what's going on here? Naruto whispered in a hoarse voice. The fact that he was seeing this person in front of him now was wrong, unnatural, and the thought that this was his brother sounded even more absurd. Naruto, meet your brother, Akira. You were just a baby when he left. Naruto was shocked, to say the least. Yes. Brother, why is he so surprised? Strange. Oh yeah, it's a dragon. A dragon. God, I hope he doesn't find out. Yeah, who is he kidding? He's found out 20 times already. Hello, Naruto whispered quietly, holding out his hand to shake. Akira, the red-haired man shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Akira had poured chakra into him. He looked at him and saw only tenderness and care. The dragon had poured a little of his chakra into him, which meant that he had recognized him. As a brother, as family. Of course, what they had experienced could well serve as an argument for such an act. It was strange that Akira was even aware of this custom, since these traditions had been forgotten long ago and Naruto had only known about them from Kurama and Rikido, but a logical question arose, how did the dragon know this? Naruto smiled. Why not? What Akira didn't expect was Naruto throwing himself at him. Why talk when you can do something like this? So childish. That said it all. Sasuke quickly returned to the past. Brothers, mom, dad, missions. As strange and surprising as it may be, but he and Naruto received Chunin. Of course, they saved the village from the one-tailed. Of course, we can omit the fact that after that they safely fled the village, but let's not go into details. Sasuke understood that the good and quiet life would end very soon, because Akatsuki had stirred, and as far as he remembered, they would soon attack Gaara. From now on, they needed to be prepared for new twists of fate, because no one was promising the same scenario. These 3 years spent outside the village had borne fruit. They had become known in many places, in certain circles. It would be problematic if someone recognized them on missions in other countries, because they had managed to visit many places. If something came to light, and this would happen in any case, the Hokage would immediately find out about it. And he would not leave it that way and would start checking the information. If everyone found out, it would be quite problematic, because it was not a fact that the Hokage would like the information received. So many problems. It felt like it was better to go and tell everything right away, rather than wait for someone to find out. Hina was happy because Naruto-kun was happy. Her Naruto-kun. It was so ironic, because she hadn't knitted him a new scarf yet, even though she had promised. The hardest thing for her was starting all over again. Knowing that their child was still there cut her heart the hardest. But Boruto was strong. Boruto would cope. The son took after his father. It was so strange to be a teenager again, to see his little sister Hanabi and Neji alive. Alive. He didn't die, bleeding out in that war. He was standing in front of her, alive and well, only he hated her again. It hurt. Of course it hurt, but like always, Naruto-kun would fix everything. He always knew how to do that, to pull people out of deep darkness. In just a day, the final stage of the exam was coming up, and that's where Naruto would change Neji-ni-san's entire understanding of the world. Like always, Hinata was always amazed by Naruto. His willpower, how he grabbed onto his friends like a drowning man grabs a straw. Ordinary people don't value their friends that much. You really start to understand it when a friend is on the verge of death, and Naruto didn't care. He always valued what he had. Hinata understood that she had never had this feeling before. Only with Naruto's appearance did she begin to understand the true value of what she had. That expression on her beloved's face when she left for Tonari, she would never forget. Despair, pain from betrayal, from her betrayal. Of course, everything had been fine for a long time now, but that face looking at her in the light of butterflies would never let her go. Naruto didn't know that, and he didn't have to. You walk along these same streets, still so quiet and calm, noisy and so alive. People wander about their business, each one going somewhere. Konoha is bustling with life. There was no pain who left a huge crater instead of a mighty village. Like in childhood. Although, she is already in childhood, and she needs to learn to live again. Forget their house with a cozy balcony. Her favorite chair, in which she loved to knit, sometimes looking at her husband's face on the rock. Forget her son. No, you can't. You need to learn to live again, correcting past mistakes, but you can't forget why you're doing this. For whom? Hinata smiled easily. After all, what mother wouldn't worry about the son she abandoned, but he will understand and will live on. He will. He simply has to. Brother, let's go to Ichiraku. Hanako pulled her brother by the sleeve. Oh. That's a great idea. Akira supported. Ramen. Naruto groaned. Where, but in Konoha the coolest ramen. The three Hokage offspring went to Ichiraku in an extremely good mood. This place clearly had some kind of power to lift the mood. Oh. Look who's back. Hello. Ayami's sister. The blonde greeted. How he loved this place. Oh. Naruto. Hello. Old man. One for them, and 3 portions for me please. Namikaze waved his hand. Ahaha. Well, when you come back I'll give you 1 for free. Chuki waved his hand. After all, he was also glad to see a regular customer. Manabu, give me 5 servings. Yes. Chuki-san. Came from the depths. In about 10 minutes everything was ready and portions of sacred food stood in front of the boys. Itadakimasu. All the Namikaze said in unison and pounced on the food. By the way, old man, I don't remember you having this guy before. Naruto said, pointing his chopsticks at the new character. Ah. This is Shimizu Manabu. He came to me for a part-time job. A good guy, he copes. Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun, Manabu said, extending his hand to the blonde to shake. Naruto looked the guy over appraisingly. He was a brunette with short wavy hair, just short of his shoulders, brown eyes with stony calm and some kind of warmth looked at the world. Quite tall, even taller than Naruto himself, which he would never say out loud, it was offensive. Mutually, Manabu. A new life, new characters in his life, there's more to come. They came back. Yes, I know. So what should we do, sir? Yes, very soon. Very soon we will begin to act. And very soon we will get rid of you, Uzumaki Naruto. Shimizu King Shui Pure Water. Manabu, Shui, Japanese name meaning, learning. Commentary on Chapter 30 TAA. Yeah, I know. It's been a long time since I last saw you. And it's not enough. Well, guys, 11th grade, March, the Unified State exam, and then a bunch of other things, like a snowball. You can't even imagine what will happen next. VUZZAZAHAHAHA. So here it is. For sale. Yes, we rejoice. I don't know when the sale will be. Time is running out, and the Unified State exam is getting closer, well, it will definitely be there and I hope before summer, encouraging, I know. Chapter 31. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 1. Malik lets devil from the line of events and go into memories. Dance in the Sky. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Hair color: blonde. Eye color: blue. Age: 20 years. Occupation: undercover Anbu. When you grow up alone, you quickly learn to speak a little louder than everyone else if you want to be heard. Because in reality, everyone has a voice and there always comes a time when you need to shout, to fight for what you need and what is dear to you. The life of a shinobi is always fraught with dangers, but for these guys it's even more complicated. Their life is something beyond reality even for a shinobi. Of course, getting into the past. And it would be fine just to the past, but also to a parallel world. Life always presents surprises, but this is a jackpot. Naruto always knew that his life would never be easy. He always found adventures on his ass. Problems were drawn to him like metal chips to a magnet. After Obito's death, the war did not end. Madara was still alive, he just lay low. And life went on and Naruto went towards his dream, to become Hokage. Working in Anbu was fun, Naruto thought. Of course, many people didn't share his opinion, because everything was much more serious than just being a shinobi, but Naruto always found the bright side in the situation, and Anbu, which many considered a dangerous unit, where death is at every step, and you don't dare reveal state secrets, because Anbu are much more educated than ordinary shinobi. Uzumaki loved working undercover. It was his favorite thing about the job. There was always so much new to learn and one story left a very big imprint on his soul. Konoha. 2 years after Obito's death. Oh. Granny is giving a new task. Uzumaki jumped for joy. Shut up, Naruto, Tsunade hissed. Damn. 20 years and nothing has changed. I thought at least Anbu would set you straight, but how careless I was, thinking that something would fix you. Granny, just don't start again. The young man, out of habit, ran his hand through his shaggy hair. Naruto-kun, maybe we should listen to Tsunade-sama. Oh. Sorry, Hina, the rascal chuckled. Well, at least you're listening to someone. Tsunade whispered. So, your new mission. An underground organization has appeared in the rice fields country selling a new drug. The daimyo asked me to send my best people, since we think Madara is somehow involved in this. So if we get to those guys, we can somehow get closer to Madara. The blonde summed up. Yes. The Hokage nodded. This organization has nothing to do with shinobi. They're just ordinary guys. You should join their company and find a dealer. Yes. Hokage-sama, Hinata answered. Granny, can I take Sasuke? Naruto made his puppy eyes. He could do it perfectly. You start looking and just melt, not to mention those stripes on his cheeks. Damn you, Uzumaki, as if my word would change anything. The blonde growled. Nothing, I just asked out of politeness. Minato's son giggled. Seeing the expression on the fifth's face, the boy realized it was time to retreat. Oh. Hina, I'll go, okay. And without waiting for an answer, he put on his mask and jumped out the window. Sasuke, they gave us some work, shouted the fox from the windowsill. Uzumaki, why is it always a window? Uchiha hissed. It's more comfy like that. The blonde mumbled. Come on, pack your things and let's go. And anyway, what are you still doing in bed? It's 7 a.m. already. Uzumaki was surprised. And what is that lump behind your back? All the ardor subsided, as if it had never been there, when his eyes discovered a pink strand of hair from under the blanket. Ooh, it finally got through to me, Sasuke exhaled. N.A. Ru, too. A quiet growl was heard. Saku. He didn't have time to finish, because a powerful blow to the jaw made him fly out of the window. Ra-chan. Naruto, you're a brainless moron. Echoed throughout the morning courtyard, scattering all the birds from the rooftops. Looks like I need to get out of here too. What's wrong with this day? Naruto asked himself. The rice field country was quite peculiar. The world was certainly developing, but when you come here, sometimes it seems like you are on another planet. Progress here seemed to be faster, so this place was quite peculiar, in every sense. Some people liked it, and some did not. But strangely enough, the rice field country played one of the key roles in the war. It supplied weapons. Yes, the war was not long, but the bloodiest and most brutal. Weapons are always a key factor, so the help of this country was undeniable. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata had long since established themselves as the most powerful and effective Anbu team, so Tsunade didn't even think about who she would send on this mission. Uzumaki was bursting with curiosity. What kind of country was this? When they traveled with the pervert, they never visited it. Ero-sanan explained it by the fact that inspiration does not come to him there and he cannot look for new material there. It is quite his explanation, and of course Naruto was not satisfied with this at all, so he really wanted to visit there, and here was such a wonderful opportunity. The capital of the rice fields was called Chibuka. This country was, like the country of Iron, completely independent and was not part of the union of the 5 great shinobi countries, but no one discounted it for that reason. Chibuka was a huge metropolis, radically different from Konoha. Firstly, Konoha had never had multi-story buildings stretching for many kilometers. Many people loved Chibuka at night, because at night the city was transformed many times. During the day, a fairly ordinary city was filled with many colors, making you admire. At night, life did not calm down, and it seemed to become even more active. There were many rumors about this city, and the country as a whole, and it was surprising that the rice fields asked someone for help. The country always dealt with all the problems itself, and the request to Konoha made you think about a lot. The team arrived only after 4 days, but Naruto was not upset at all. He was going to new adventures. For some reason, he felt that something very significant was about to happen in his life. He knew for sure that something would happen and it would affect him the most, but, as we already know, Naruto knows that there is danger ahead, but he still runs towards it. The sense of self-preservation was ingrained long ago in childhood, as Sasuke once said. Yes, the place was simply beyond reality. Even Sasuke did not hide his surprise, as usual. A huge city, in which everything was amazing. The way people dressed, the way they behaved. As if you got into the future 10 years ahead. It's magical, Hinata said, looking at the group of girls who passed by. They were so carefree, chatting among themselves. Oh, Midori, have you heard about this dance competition? One of them said. They say the coolest dancers from all over the country will gather there to get a 3-year contract with the Tennocho company. Yeah, they say it'll be a blast. Midori giggled. Do you think Benjiro will agree? I don't know, he said that we need to look for people for this, but you know, he doesn't like anyone. Yes, it's a shame. And the girls moved on. So what are we going to do? Naruto asked. Well, first of all, you should go to the hotel, otherwise we can't spend the night on the street, said Sasuke. The hotel was found quite quickly. The guys were very surprised that this hotel was not like anywhere they had been. Instead of the usual Japanese style, there were concrete walls, huge windows as tall as a man, strange bright paintings on the walls. Small indoor trees. All this surprised and amazed. The hotel was very cozy, which Hinata really liked. She, as a girl, immediately paid attention to this. The room turned out to be spacious and cozy. Wow, there's even a TV here. Naruto admired. Only it's kind of weird. The blonde stared at the TV. It looks like a painting. Indeed, it wasn't the huge box the guy was so used to seeing. This TV was very thin, which looked very strange. But it's still cool. Sasuke really liked his room. Everything was in rather subdued colors, but very stylish. A double pale blue bed, a small table in front of the window, an armchair and a bookcase. The bookcase was also striking, as the shelves were glass and on them stood an orchid and a couple of metal elephant figurines. Hinata was also satisfied with the room. It was slightly larger than Sasuke's and done in light colors. The girl was very glad that they were finally given a normal room, and not the pigsty they were in on regular missions. Maybe because this was an unusual mission, and that's why there were such amenities. The girl decided not to delve into such subtleties, but just enjoy it. Guys, Sunadba-chan told us to inspect all the most popular clubs to figure out where exactly this crap is being distributed. Hinata shuddered. She and Sakura decided to look up the details of this thing. It was a completely new drug that suppressed the entire essence of a person. His desires, feelings, making him a spineless doll, obeying his master. If Danzo spent years subjugating his Anbu, then here, just 2 doses, and you are a doll waiting for an order. Horror. Naruto went to change his image because he knew that he could be easily recognized. So the first thing he did was go to the barber shop. Uzumaki felt like he was in trouble again. Even though they had just arrived, he hadn't met anyone yet, but he felt like this adventure would cost him dearly. If only he knew how right he was. Waiting is painful. Forgetting is painful. But the worst of all suffering is not knowing what decision to make. Tennocho, the Butterfly of Heaven. The Butterfly of Heaven, commentary on Chapter 31. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 1. This is filler. I don't know why. It just seems that way. An impulse. Shush. Let's see what comes out of this. Maybe I just want to show you my Naruto. 3. Chapter 32. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 2. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 2. It was strange. Naruto understood that even here he could easily be recognized, so he urgently needed a change of image. Yes, he understood this not without the participation of Kurama and his vivid examples of what could happen if he was recognized. Henge is a temporary measure, and they're here for a long time. Arriving at the barbershop, he roughly described what needed to be done. It must be said, the workers knew their business and a stylishly cut guy with blood-red hair left the establishment. Green lenses and smeared stripes on his cheeks made him look like a completely different person. Having bought sweatpants in the store, tapered to the knees, a black and red sports t-shirt without sleeves and sneakers, the blonde was satisfied and ready to start the mission. Yes, do not forget that this is a mission and they all did not come here to relax. The clubs turned out to be rather strange establishments. Naruto had never been to such places and was very surprised. First time here. Some guy approached Uzumaki. Apparently, visitors who came here for the first time were not new here. Yes, Naruto nodded. I understand, it's a strange place, what are they even doing here? The guy seemed to read his thoughts. Strange music was blaring, a huge crowd of people were moving very strangely, most of them were moving inaccurately, jerkily. It was dark and only the spotlights, which were constantly moving in different directions, made this place mysterious. Their movements. Naruto muttered thoughtfully. Not all of them are smooth, most of them don't know how and what to do, so I'm not the only newbie here. Not bad, the guy nodded. You got it quickly. I'm Benjiro Takagawa. You know, just try it. Dance. Uzumaki didn't understand. Yes, you just have to get into the music, feel it. I've been dancing since I was a kid and I'm putting together a band. I like you, but judging by everything, you've never tried it. So now is the time. The guy was quite tall, brown-haired, his hair was cut short, only a little longer in front. Large brown eyes looked with complete confidence at him. Naruto didn't know. Kurama became strangely quiet. Apparently he himself was interested in seeing what would happen next. Shrugging his shoulders, Uzumaki stood up and followed Benjiro. Just try to repeat after me. Ben chuckled and started moving. Uzumaki stared at him in surprise. His movements were smooth, he knew exactly what to do, but not with his mind, but with his body. It was as if it was moving on its own, the music was picking it up. Naruto was already an Anbu and it wasn't that hard to repeat someone else's movements. Of course he wasn't Sasuke with his Sharingan, but still. It was amazing. At first, he repeated after Benjiro, but then he began to move himself. The music thundered, but not as intrusively as before. It stopped being so ragged, but became viscous, as if beckoning you to follow it. You yourself moved, not thinking about anything, all problems faded into the background. There was only you and your dance. It was as if the blonde had a second wind. The training of the shinobi and Anbu also made itself felt, because many movements in battle were like a dance, but Naruto realized this only now. Benjiro was shocked. Yes, he knew that there was something in this guy, who was completely unfamiliar to him, but he didn't know that it would be like this. In fact, Ben showed him only the basic movements, the simplest ones, and the guy repeated after him quite successfully, but later it seemed that this blonde was watching the movements of all the people in the hall and repeating them. Ben was satisfied with his choice. The guy felt the music and the movements. They captivated him. Exactly what he had been looking for so long. Finally. Hinata didn't understand. How could one find someone who was distributing drugs? What was connected with it? Just clubs, a rather strange lead, and something told her that this whole situation was a trap, not for her of course, but for Naruto and, possibly, Sasuke. In the clubs, she was constantly pestered. If it weren't for such individuals, she would even have liked such places. She had never seen anything like this anywhere. It was loud and even fun in some places. She accidentally ran into the same girls she had seen with the guys when they had just arrived. The girls turned out to be cheerful and kind, told her about the city and, naturally, the whole point of such establishments. Apparently, clubs can only be appreciated if you know what to do in them. Dancing. This was apparently the main thing that captivated the local youth. For her, of course, it was a little strange, because they were taught to be shinobi, to kill and protect the country, to be warriors, they saw blood, various wounds, danger on missions since childhood, because for the enemy it didn't matter whether they were children, the main argument was that they were shinobi of their village. Enemies and they had to be killed. How often had she seen Kiba's exhausted face, and the grimace of pain on the always imperturbable Shino. It was painful for her, since she was 13, to see how her friends suffered. Of course, she always tried to help, to heal, to ease their pain, but she didn't have the courage to become Tsunade-sama's student, as Sakura did. In vain. How in vain, she realized this, seeing her beloved, nailed to the ground with strange iron beams, with no way to free himself. The pain that was reflected on his face at that moment, she will never forget. Yes, of course, she rushed to him, threw pain back when he was ready to take him prisoner, the final blow, and she saved him. But when she saw his pierced hands, she realized how little it was. She tried to pull him out, to free her beloved. She even had the courage to confess to him, but she lost. With a collapse. Of course, it was stupid to hope for victory with an opponent like Pain. It was because of her that Naruto almost became a fox. Completely. Of course, her beloved later told her that thanks to the fact that because of her he almost removed the seal, he saw his father and peace reigned in his soul. He was able to convince Pain to become Nagato again. Yes, he had a strange ability to make enemies friends. Pain is the most striking example of this. Sasuke decided to act in his own way. Of course, they all decided to change their appearance a little, not as drastically as Naruto, but still. The main thing in Sasuke's image was sunglasses. Thank God the sun was quite often here, and not like in the rain village. He needed glasses to cover the Sharingan, because it perfectly saw all hidden movements. Walking along the huge street, Uchiha looked in every possible way at people who had at least the slightest hint that they were hiding something. But no matter how hard he tried, for some reason everyone looked at him. Especially the girls. It is worth noting that there were quite a lot of them here and they were all beautiful. And every time he passed by some person, she by hook or by crook stuck out her chest and made eyes. How infuriating it was. He immediately remembered Sakura, because they began dating about a month after the end of the war. Or maybe the battle. No one could understand. Sakura became everything to him. It was even strange why he did not notice her. Although no, it is not strange. After all, the main thing almost his entire childhood was the murder of Itachi. Sakura showed him the world from a side that he had not even thought about. Yes, Naruto became almost a brother, but you can't create a family with him. Another girl passed by, sticking out her chest. The young man shuddered. How does she even live with such guys? She can't even run around normally. How surprised all these girls would be if they found out that his fiancée has almost no breasts. Of course, she has a terrible complex about this, thinking that he likes big-breasted ones. Silly girl. But let's get back to the mission. Thoughts about your beloved are of course very important in separation, but no one cancelled the task, and a strange man with a huge bag returned the young man to Earth. Having looked closely, Sasuke realized that he had handed over a strange bottle to another guy. He never saw what was in it, but the fact that this man was handing out these bottles, constantly taking them out of his bag, was quite suspicious. He was worth following, maybe. Finally, after a whole day of wandering, he stumbled upon something. Naruto was happy. He didn't know why. He was still in that club, forgetting about everything. The cheerful music was blaring, it got you going, excited, there were lows and highs. There was a free space on the huge dance floor, because everyone was interested in what these two would do. People dispersed, freeing up space for the beginning of the song. Everyone was looking at the two guys, whose dance was throwing you into a fever. They moved absolutely identically, together, as if they felt each other's movements. They knew when to move their arms, when to jump back, lunge with their legs. Everyone was watching them, without looking away. I'm going to jump now, support me. Ben whispered in Naru's ear. The blonde just nodded. Suddenly there was a pause in the song, and Ben chose that moment to jump. It wasn't just a jump, he jumped backwards, right where Naruto was standing. Uzumaki bent down, exposing his back, and Ben landed right on it. Then he jumped again, letting Naruto straighten up, and landed on his shoulders. It looked extremely impressive. Everyone had already decided that that was it, but Ben decided to finish the feint. It became dark. Exactly what was needed. Apparently, the worker controlling the spotlights understood what was needed. Green tonic beams in the corners of the hall, and suddenly, the spotlights pointed straight at them suddenly turn on. Benjiro abruptly pushes off Naruto, as if trying to fly, flips in the air and smoothly lands on the ground. The people stood in complete shock. Such feints were very rare and few dared to do them. Ben, without any pause, straightened up abruptly and began to make smooth, but slightly jerky movements with his hands, periodically jumping and putting his leg forward. It is difficult to describe, you have to see it. Fire and rain. Dark, leaden clouds in the sky. And blood. Lots of blood. No, don't die, I beg you. Now there were only these two. And one was dying in the arms of the other. No, I beg you. Everything will be fine. How is that possible? Blood on his hands. Emerald eyes widen in shock. The horror that appeared before his eyes cannot be described in words. Scarlet liquid flows down the hands of the young man who held his friend in his arms. The rain seemed to be trying to wash away the blood, everything was already wet. Light strands of hair had long since stuck to his face, but the young man did not care. Oh my god, it's just a dream. Please tell me it's just a dream. Ben. Benjiroo. Hinata jumped up in bed. It was as if sleep had been lifted by hand. What was that just now? Commentary on Chapter 32. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 2. I was blown away. I hope the idea of some kind of crossover is not as terrible as I think. Thank you so much to my Cupid. My love is your chapter. We always discuss the details. I love it so much, guys. Let's thank my best friend, who doesn't let me write without thinking through all the details. Songs. Two cellos, they don't care about us. Towards the end crack and smark. Squeeze me little dragon. Twice Steve Aoki. Back to Earth Diplo featuring Four Sticks and Amanos and Kai. Revolution Avril Lavigne. How You Remind Me Hosier. Take Me to Church Avril Lavigne. Give You What You Like Owl City. When Can I See You Again DJ Static. Something helped me in production, like inspiration, and you can choose something like a soundtrack, but only the first one is a must. I'll scribble a sequel for May. Chapter 33. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 3. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 3. Ben, that was so cool. Naruto still couldn't calm down. Yes, but I still haven't found out your name. Benjiro chuckled. Tokiwa Kirito. Naruto lied. To be honest, he felt a little ashamed, since he had already gotten used to this guy. Nice to meet you, Kirito. Ben smiled at him, shaking his hand. So why was all this? The newly minted red-haired man still couldn't understand. I'm recruiting talented people for the team, because there's a large-scale competition coming up, where the prize is the opportunity to work for the Tenno-Che company. Ben pulled a box out of his pocket and started poking at it, then brought it to his ear. Hello, Midori. Hi, can you take the girls and come to our club? I just found a new member for us. What, you too? Cool. Anyway, come here. What is this? Naruto couldn't help but ask. This. Ben showed a strange box. It's a mobile phone. You're not from around here, are you? He chuckled. Naruto nodded sadly. Haha, don't be upset, but you got a chance to learn so much. The brown-haired man slapped his new acquaintance on the fly. About 15 minutes later the girls came. One of them, as Naruto realized, was that very Midori. But what was his surprise when he saw Hinata? Uzumaki squeezed out quietly. Hinata was no less surprised, but she wisely kept silent. Do you know each other? Ben didn't understand. Hina is my girlfriend, the future Hokage said proudly, hugging his beloved. Wow, and mine is Midori. Ben decided not to lag behind. And Hina cooks wonderfully, the red-haired man said to the sky. And Midori knits me mittens in the winter. And a scarf for me. A red one. Boys, I take it the introduction went well. Midori giggled. Midori-chan, my beloved can't take so long. Hina muttered, still not daring to address Naruto himself, so as not to give him away. Kirito. Ben hissed. Benjiro. So, guys, Midori decided to put an end to this circus. Stop it, we need to call the others and somehow introduce the new guys to the team. Yes, you're right. Ben nodded, glancing at Uzumaki. He clearly liked him. Sasuke was indignant. He almost missed that guy. But his efforts were rewarded. He came to some strange multi-story building. Probably an office. Have you done everything? It's just that. Sasuke couldn't hear any further because the conversation suddenly stopped. Are you going far, kid? He heard from behind. How did they notice him? Only if this guy can't sense chakra. Chakra. But how? The last thing the Uchiha remembered was a strong pain in the back of his head. It's dark. Why is it so dark? Oh. You're awake. Sasuke heard a quiet voice. Well, now you're going to tell me what you need. The body seemed to be numb. The hands were tied. The whole body was firmly held by the ropes that connected him to the chair on which he was sitting. Water. Uchiha croaked. His throat was burning. He really wanted to drink. The cool moisture in my mouth was surprisingly pleasant. My throat finally stopped burning. But another problem appeared. Huge hands closed around my neck, slowly beginning to strangle me. Who are you? So, dance is our life, what we live by. Ben explained to Hina and Naruto. You are the newest members of our family and I must say, welcome. Naruto chuckled. He definitely liked the situation. The infiltration was successful. His beloved was next to him. As he understood from the granny, the company with which the chance to work was given as a prize was engaged in black business, distributing those same drugs. If this crap began to spread on a global level, then the world would face another threat, much more dangerous and global than war. But Naruto was not discouraged, because this was not his ninja path. He liked Ben, as did all the guys. Midori, a cool red-haired girl, with cute freckles on her cheeks. Two twins, Tori and Yori, cheerful and lively blondes. Black Dan, which especially surprised Naruto, since he had never met black people before. Shy Alan and Curly Yuki. The company was cheerful, and as they showed, they knew how to dance. Great. The whole problem was that he and Hina did not know how to dance. Well, Kirito, he'll be good if he trains, but I'm very interested in you. He pointed at Hinata. Hina stood up and asked to turn on something melodic. The sounds of the piano began to spread throughout the hall. The girl began to move smoothly around the hall. The singer's voice sounded, and the black-haired beauty began to move her hands smoothly. The bass of the electric guitar sounded and Hinata began to move more abruptly, but she did not lose her grace. The chorus sounded and she jumped up, made a couple of pirouettes in the air, landed on the ground, pressing herself to the floor. There was a pause in the melody and the girl began to slowly get up, but it looked as if a swan was flapping its wings. Naruto could not tear himself away from his beloved. It was as if he saw Hyuga from a different side. No, he knew how feminine she was. With her whole appearance she showed how innocent and fragile she was. He wanted to protect her so much and he wanted to admire her so much. Uzumaki seemed to have never seen her before this moment. This is just magical, Ben exclaimed. Hyuga blushed. You use elements of ballet and your whole dance will look simply magnificent with a partner. Hey, Kirito, crawl here. Naruto stood up. His legs felt like cotton wool and he literally tiptoed towards Hinata, as if afraid to scare her. Hina, I didn't know that you dance. On, Kirito-kun. The girl almost got caught from shock and embarrassment. Thank you. Okay, guys, stop being so nice. Ben-san, Hyuga called him. Yes. So I passed, she clarified. Of course, I wouldn't have told you about the partner and all this if I hadn't realized that you were just a godsend for us. Ben, are you sure about this? Midori asked. In what? That Hinata is a find. Because her style is completely different. Well, maybe it's time for us to learn something new. Commentary on Chapter 33. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 3. Guys, hello. I screwed up the dorm, 64 points, but I coped with English, 82 points. I'm in shock, because I didn't expect it at all. Thanks for waiting, I'm finally back. Sell. Past everything. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Now, finally, I can continue my favorite work and continue to surprise you. Sorry, it's so short, but I couldn't resist, because I'm just too lazy to finish the chapter. Oh my god, at the end of the week, I hope I won't be a lazy ass. I'll write a sequel. Hello to you, my favorite readers. Carrot. Chapter 34. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 4. It all came rather slowly. The hands squeezing your neck, the sounds, the smell of sweat, and the fear. Yes, it was scary. After all, when you're in a cell, tied to a chair and your neck is being squeezed by a huge man, you start to feel that thread that is rapidly tightening somewhere inside. I'll ask you again, who are you? And why were you following me? The man hissed right into the young man's ear. My name is Sasuke, Uchiha croaked. I was curious about what you gave those guys and decided to follow you. There is no work, no money, so I thought that people like you could help me. Why should I believe you? The man did not calm down. So test me. Sasuke began to get used to the role with passion. I really need a job. I have nothing to live on. Everyone oppresses you, drives you away. I don't want to live like this anymore. The black-haired man wheezed. After all, the man still wouldn't let go. I don't want to be an outcast. There was a pause. The hand squeezing his throat slowly began to loosen the grip. The guy began to cough violently. Well, it's not up to me to decide your fate. But I don't trust you yet. You'll have to prove what you're good for. The man delivered his verdict. Sasuke nodded. It worked. Hina understood that the one who stood before her would die. He would not die a natural death and in the arms of her beloved. How and why? There was no answer. Why did she see this? Can she now see the future? The girl was not used to being ahead, like Naruto, not used to having some outstanding skills. She was always in the shadows and that suited her. But something had changed. The situation itself had changed. She realized that Naruto loved her not when she was a shadow, but when she showed character, came out of that very shadow. The girl liked it, but what she saw in her dream did not suit her at all. Her beloved was crying from the grief that had fallen on his shoulders. Again. Hina. The girl heard the voice she had longed for. Did something happen? He was worried about her. Don't be afraid, my love, everything is fine. Hyuga answered quietly. Kami-sama, what the hell is fine? Don't worry, everything is going smoothly so far. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by a gentle hug from behind. I know. And you know what? What? I'm the happiest girl in the world. Because I love you, Hinata whispered barely audibly. Me too. I love you too. The blonde turns around and takes his beloved by the chin. The kiss was gentle, intoxicating, making her feel with all her gut what was happening. They were standing on the roof of a high-rise building, and one could see the morning city, the fog, and the dawn, gentle as their kiss. Do you think this is a good idea at all? The girl asked. What are you talking about? The former blonde did not understand. About Ben, dancing. Don't you like it? No. What are you saying? Wouldn't it just be a better idea to help Sasuke-kun? Sasuke can handle this perfectly well on his own, he made that clear. He doesn't need us, he's much more used to working alone. You may be right, but I'm worried, Hyuga persisted. Sunshine, I'm worried about him too, but believe me, he won't disappear. Naruto kissed his beloved on the top of her head. Dragonflies in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you? Happy butterflies. You know what I mean. Sleep in silence, at the end of the day. And this old world is now a new and brave world for me. The black-haired girl sang. Shining stars, you know how I feel, the guy continued. The scent of pine, you know what I feel, yes, freedom is my life and you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, a new day, a new life for me. And I feel happy, Naruto whispered. He and Hina loved this song together and always sang it when they wanted. At such moments they understood that everything would be fine in the end. And Uchiha Sasuke was making progress. They finally let him out of the cell, and decided to show him to the local boss, because in their business an extra pair of hands will always find something to do. The building was huge. Sasuke was unaccustomed to it. Looking out the window he could barely see the ground. It was somewhere down there, far below, and before his eyes stretched endless glass high-rise buildings, reflecting the light of the rising sun. I wonder if he passed out for the whole night. Then it was not strange that he wanted to eat, because even when he was training with Orochimaru, when he had to travel a lot, he still ate something. The boss's office was huge. The richly furnished room made a strong impression. A dark-skinned man sat behind a huge glass office desk. As soon as Sasuke entered, the boss's gaze pierced the young man. Mako, I thought I asked you not to bother me with trifles. The man rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. I beg your pardon, Hokkaido-sama, but this young man wanted to join our ranks. Mako chuckled. The boss took a new look at Sasuke. Apparently they rarely have new recruits. Well, why do you need this, young man? The boss asked Uchiha, not without a bit of sarcasm. I'm tired of living in the dirt, alone. You understand, it's hard to survive on your own in such a city, so why not come to those who can help you? Believe me, I won't get underfoot. Well, the boss folded his hands into a lock, just like Sasuke himself did from time to time. Let's go, let's see what you're worth. Mako smirked. This sucker wouldn't stay with them for long. Although it was strange that Hokkaido-sama agreed to it so quickly. And judging by the fact that the boss got up from the table, he decided to check the sucker himself. Strange though. Of course Sasuke was nervous. Of course, it was the second day, and he was already standing in front of the boss. Thank all the gods, his upbringing did not allow him to openly show emotions, and apparently, the boss assessed his stone face quite favorably, because probably everyone was groveling and showing off in front of him, and then a kid came and asked to be accepted into the gang with such a face, as if he was asking about the weather. Boss, Mako and Sasuke entered some strange cabin, and Mako pressed a button on the panel on the side. A beep was heard and the doors of the strange chamber closed. The cabin jerked and the young man felt that they were going down. Of course, Uchiha did not react to this miracle in any way, although he really wanted to ask about this thing in more detail. He liked this city more and more. It was in no way comparable to Konoha, other shinobi villages or just settlements. After about 5 minutes, the doors opened. They were underground, as there were no windows in sight. It was a huge hall, and further on, behind the glass doors, you could see people in headphones shooting at a target from some strange black boxes, and in the hall itself, there were training fights. These were hand-to-hand fights, with various weapons, with dummies. As soon as they entered, everyone fell silent and turned to look at them. Apparently, Hokkaido rarely came down here. Gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to Sasuke. He has expressed a desire to join us. The people burst into laughter. Apparently, Sasuke looked rather pitiful in his shabby clothes and bruises. Thanks to the guy named Mako. And now we will check him out. Sasuke stepped forward and Mako approached him. Well, hand-to-hand combat. Well, don't expect mercy, you'll answer for your battered Uchiha face now. Mako attacked first. He wanted to punch him in the face. Kami-sama, how banal. Apparently, they didn't take the guy seriously at all. There was a hum and cackling everywhere. Everyone thought it would be over quickly. Sasuke simply ducked his head, dodging the blow. Mako tensed up. It wouldn't work that easy. With a roar, the man counted on hitting him in the ribs, but the Uchiha simply jumped back. Mako decided to get closer again, but Sasuke decided that enough of the show had happened. He tripped his opponent and knocked him to the ground. The young man added an elbow from above. Mako wheezed, but managed to get up. And the guy turned out to be no slouch. The Uchiha chuckled, a blow to the jaw from below and a lunge with his foot, right into the solar plexus. There was a pause. Yes, this outcome was clearly unexpected. Sasuke glanced at Hokkaido. The man looked at him with obvious approval. Oh yes, the boss's favor for beating up his subordinate, but apparently, judging by all the disbelieving looks, Mako was a tough nut to crack, and Sasuke, who had done it so quickly, commanded respect. Well, young man, you're good at hand-to-hand combat. The boss chuckled. Let's go see your aim. And he went into the next room, from where shots were coming. Sasuke had no choice but to follow. They entered another room, where they could see the stands behind which people were standing, and the targets at which they were hitting or shooting. Some with knives, some with these strange little boxes that made it feel like stakes were being driven into your ears. Hit the target. Hokkaido pointed to the empty stand. Sasuke approached. On one side lay a stack of knives, on the other this black box. Looking up, the young man saw a corridor with a mannequin hanging at the end. Without thinking twice, the Uchiha grabbed the knives, and one after another they flew into the chest of an imaginary enemy. And now all the knives are already in the mannequin. There was a clap, then another, and now a whole storm of applause. No one expected such agility from such a kid. But Hokkaido was waiting for something. And that something was lying to the side. A black box. It had to be shot from that too. Damn it. Sasuke took it in his hands. It was shaped a bit like a boomerang. Uchiha had briefly seen how people shot it, and how to hold it. The brunette took aim and pulled the trigger. But nothing happened. What? Sasuke went cold. So, we don't know how to communicate with a gun. Hokkaido's voice was heard. That's it. Will they really kill him because he didn't come up to par? Is that a failure? We finally found something to teach you, because I was starting to think that a young man like you was too perfect. The boss grinned. Sasuke chuckled crookedly in response. Outwardly, the guy remained calm as a rock, but inside there was a whole storm. He got away with it. Well, boy, you certainly need to learn how to shoot, but I don't think there will be any problems with your accuracy. You're hired. Commentary on Chapter 34. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 4. Why? I'm here. Congratulate my fanfic. My massa turned 2 years old on July 23rd. Sorry, I didn't post the 23rd, I forgot. Thank you for being with me. Because my dream came true, FANF has exceeded 1000 likes. Thank you. And yes, I'm a lazy ass. My butt is just. Thank you, my inspirators and friends, Tussia and Dasha, you are always with me and ready to support me. Thanks to my beaters for such a difficult job, girls, I adore you. Avicii, Feeling Good, song by Naruto and Henna. Yes, it may not be very original, but the song has sunk into my soul. League of Legends, Echo, The Boy Who Shattered Time. League of Legends, Echo, Seconds Avicii, Hey Brother Young Magic, Sparkly, Ostaro 1x04, Wolfmother, Joker and the Thief, OST. Shrek 3, Rai, Frank Wiedemann, Howling, Am Remix. Chapter 35. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 5. A Strange Place. A city full of oddities. People talking into some strange boxes, similar in their properties to the walkie-talkies that shinobi usually used on missions. The clothes were in many ways similar to those that ninja usually wore. Yes, a city full of oddities. But Sasuke was increasingly attracted to this city, with its oddities and its freedom. Yes, exactly, freedom. Here, people lived quietly, not needing anything. Life was in full swing here, but it was full of joy. Literally every person emanated positivity. The atmosphere was completely different from what Sasuke was usually used to seeing in various towns and villages he had visited. Even the fact that he was in a lair of unbridled criminals did not scare him at all. Excitement awoke in him. This often happened when he had to face Naruto. What would happen next? Those things that were called guns impressed the Uchiha. This almost completely changed his idea of combat. More and more interesting. Uchiha was told to wait for his pistol shooting teacher. To be honest, Sasuke was really looking forward to it. Something new. He would be able to become stronger, and this fact made him very happy. After some time, the door swung open and a short girl entered the room. Sasuke was taken aback. Her whole appearance spoke of her innocence, and the fact that she would teach him how to shoot was a little discouraging. Although, appearances can often be deceiving, as a shinobi, he should know. Oh. Hi, new guy. The girl asked. I'm Mayu, nice to meet you. Sasuke, the young man nodded. Oh. How brutal. The girl giggled. Sasuke only raised an eyebrow. Short, dark blonde hair down to her waist, braided into a pigtail. She constantly had to blow the fluffy bangs off her forehead, or adjust them with her hand, to at least see something. Beige t-shirt down to her belly button, tight shorts and sneakers. The militant look of one of the members of a criminal organization, nothing to say. Oh. I remember that look. How can this little one be a master marksman? The little girl immediately snatched a gun from somewhere. There was a click, and then a shot. The bullet flew literally a few millimeters from the ear, slightly touching the hair. Uchiha's face was still stony. He had seen worse, but he was glad that his suspicions about the deceptive appearance were correct. So are you going to teach me or what? The brunette asked quietly. Agreed, let's get straight to the point. As far as I understand, your accuracy is fine, otherwise you wouldn't be able to throw knives like that. Then, take a pistol and start shooting at targets. It's simple. If you get the hang of one, then I'll teach you to run with two. Without further ado, the young man walked up to the table where various pistols lay. Some were very fancy, some were too long, thick, or too small. Only at the very end lay an inconspicuous barrel, all black. Everyone he saw had pretty fancy pistols, so his gaze fell on the most inconspicuous one, as a rather practical option. Oh. 6-finger. Good choice. Mayu nodded. Now shoot. And the first shot rang out throughout the hall. Hinata stood aside. Everyone was having fun, but she had to think. When she looked at Ben, she saw the pain Naruto was experiencing at the moment when he held his friend's body in his arms. Her beloved's face was distorted with pain, not physical, but mental. The girl did not know at all how to fix this, how to help. But something told her that no matter what she did, the outcome would be the same. Ben's death. Henna, why are you so sad? Uzumaki approached. The girl shuddered. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice Naruto approaching. You're so beautiful when you think about something. He whispered to her. His breath scorched her ear. The girl realized that she was blushing wildly. But she stopped fainting after. They finished the stage of grimaces and kisses. Although she was still blushing, Naruto always told her that he liked it. The moon is so beautiful today, Hinata said, looking at the sky. Yes, very much. The moon really struck with its beauty, just drawing the gaze. Then, the gaze smoothly moved to the starry sky. It was strewn with these little white dots, drawing you into its depths. If you look for a long time, you begin to notice them more and more, how they go into the distance, gradually decreasing. Do you think we can do it? What? Well, deal with this drug. After all, if it spreads, then the world will be faced with an even greater threat than war. I hope so. At least we're trying to do something, that's important. And Sasuke has disappeared too. Darling, we've already talked about this. He's not an idiot, and if anything happens, he'll send us a message that he's in trouble. Yes, but do you doubt him so much? You are war heroes, do you really think he will let himself be hurt so easily? I have already told you, I will tell you again, if he has been gone for so long, then it must be so. Maybe you're right. I love you. Uzumaki smiled, looking into the milky eyes of his beloved. And I you, the girl whispered, laying her head on his shoulder. Ben tried to leave as quietly as he could. The main thing was that they wouldn't notice. The young man shuddered. Now he had no idea about his new friends. Drugs. What secrets were they still hiding? Although, if they weren't telling, then that was the way it should be. But on the other hand, if they were looking for this drug, then they would eventually find him. And then, maybe, there was at least the slightest chance that he could save his baby. God, the very thought that he could save his treasure, the meaning of life, warmed his chest. As if someone had returned to him something without which he could not breathe, and here was his first breath. Hope, I will save you, Yukin. No matter what it costs me. Sasuke finally got a breath of fresh air. He left that ill-fated building. And Mayu was no slouch. She chased him, squeezed all her juices out. But it's not that he didn't like it. New experience, new skills, something can always come in handy. He had a feeling that at some points this weapon could very quickly finish off a shinobi opponent if he was within the radius of destruction. But that wasn't the main thing now. He had managed to infiltrate a large gang that was directly related to the drug. He had managed to get one step closer to solving the mission. Uchiha really hoped that Naruto and Hinata had managed to dig up something too. Sasuke wouldn't say that everything was that dangerous. What he was doing would greatly help in completing the mission, but the problem was that Mayu inspired trust in him. He didn't plan to get attached to anyone, because they were all criminals, cruel, greedy, thinking only about themselves and their own enrichment. But it didn't fit with Mayu. Yes, she was a bitch, one of a kind, but she didn't fit any of the criteria. And that was exactly why she inspired trust in Uchiha. I feel like I'm going to have to sweat, the young man snorted as he walked up the street. After some time, he reached the hotel. As soon as he opened the door, Naruto attacked him with his fists. Where have you been, idiot? Naruto, Uchiha didn't understand. Do you even understand how hard it is to hide your excitement? You were gone for almost 2 days. It was only thanks to Hinata that I didn't run off to look for you. Thank Kami that he didn't go, Sasuke exhaled, afraid to even imagine what would have happened if Naruto had gone looking for him. Thank you, Hinata, for not letting that idiot go. You're welcome, the girl shrugged. Naruto snorted, closing his eyes and plopping down on the floor. So, what do we have? Sasuke has infiltrated a man who, judging by his assumptions, is far from the last place in the incident with this crap that Madara needs so much. And Hinata and I have made friends with a bunch of guys who dance and want to win a contest. Yes, while I was gone, you clearly spent your time well. Uchiha rolled his eyes. You shouldn't be so ironic, Sasuke-kun. I think that the fact that we are now on this dance's team is not a mistake or a way to have fun, but a very correct step. Hinata reasoned. We must study the situation from all sides. After all, the prize in the competition was not a joke. This prize is their ticket to a new life, but as we know, the war is still going on and the rice fields are going to come out of the shadows. Don't you think that such competitions should be held in peacetime? Are you hinting that this dancing competition is somehow connected with the war? The brunette summed up. But the rice field country is trying in every way to hide the war from its residents. Why did you even decide that this competition is connected with the war? The competition may only be an external shell for the residents, showing that everything is fine with them, but in reality, the winners may be drawn into a war, Naruto said. So, while I'm trying to gain the trust of the city's unofficial king, you'll be dancing. Uchiha snorted. I think that what we are doing is not in vain. If the competition is really just a cover, then it is only for the best that we will participate. If this is really the case, then we will report to Konoha. Hyuga said. Is it a double task? And if not, will you just have a good time? What will you get out of it? If it's just a contest, these guys won't expect you to leave. They win as a team, and here 2 people will leave. This is all strange. Naruto ran his fingers through his hair and shook his head. If we win, the guys will be in great danger. We can't take that risk. Naru, won't it be worse for them if we aren't there? Those who can help them if the danger really exists. Naruto just shook his head. Sasuke and Hinata continued to discuss their mission, and Uzumaki looked at the sky and thought. He felt that they would never forget this mission. It would leave too strong an imprint on them, another dose of adventure. They always turned even the most ordinary mission into a story, let alone such a large mission. The destinies would change dramatically here, but the young man felt that it would only harden him. A series of events is like stars, there are many of them in our own sky, they go further and further, into deep space. An automatic pistol produced in the country of Iron, developed in the middle of the 6th cycle, it seems to have been released in the year of the monkey or rooster. Weight, kilogram, 1.15, without butt, 1.42, with butt. Length, mm, 225, without butt, 533, with butt. Barrel length, mm, 135. Width, mm, 36.5. Height, mm, 143. Cartridge, 9x18mm PM. Caliber, mm, 9. Operating principles. Automatic based on the recoil of the free bolt, the clutch of the barrel with the bolt. Rate of fire, rounds per minute, 800 to 900, 30/50ths, combat rate of fire when firing single, bursts. Muzzle velocity, meter per second, 330 sighting range, m, 50. Maximum range, m, 100. Ammunition type, box magazine for 18 and 27 rounds. Commentary on Chapter 35. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 5. Yes. Creature. Bastard. Inspiration was there, then it went away, then it came again. Lord, you know, it's not really inspiration, but a spark, an image in your head, your ideal hero, inspiring you to write about him. So, there are moments when this image goes out, and it becomes sad, because you're just too lazy. You get distracted, do everything except continue. And as a result, you write the entire chapter in 3 hours, almost without getting up. Your tongue is on your shoulder, and then bam. The internet is slow, and the new part of the chapter is stupidly not saved. All your efforts and smart thoughts are flushed down the toilet. So now only holy word. Special thanks to Christina for such a motivating review. Winking face. I reread it several times, forcing myself to get off my ass. Carrot. To be honest, my image of the hero was returned to me by the fanfic, Green Light in the Darkness, at my request on the second account. It feels like this is exactly what I was missing. And now to the pressing issue. I didn't get in, so now there are no normal excuses, haha. I'll write at the dacha. I really hope that everything will be done by the end of the week. Or next week. Thank you for waiting for me, such a creature. Closing parenthesis. Calendar taken from Kitsune Miyato from the work, Uchiha Sasuke from the Radish clan. Original weapon. The name has been replaced with the most similar medieval iron. Greater than. Chapter 36. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 6. Ben got up early today. Today is the first round and he really hoped to win. It was not for nothing that they trained so much. Was it a mistake to put Hinata and Naruto in solo? Who knew, but at the rehearsal their part impressed everyone. Romantically tender, and at the same time passionate. They must win, because he was promised. If he does everything right, Yukine will be returned to him. God, how he wanted to see her again. His sweet little sister, remembering her smile in his chest began to hurt, because it was all his fault. What an idiot he was, thinking that he could leave him. As a result, his sister is paying for his mistakes. It hurts. His heart is contracting, the ringing in his ears becomes unbearable, he clenched his fist so hard that blood appeared. Ben, are you okay? Came from behind. Ah. Kirito, the guy smiled tensely. Of course, it's just jitters, after all, a lot is at stake. Ben, his friend came up to him. Everything will be fine, I promise you. Strong hands squeeze his shoulders. Don't worry so much. Naruto was increasingly surprised by this place, its people, and what they were doing. As it turned out, everything was not so simple in this competition. Ben was right, a lot was at stake, so the first round did not disappoint. This was a test of what the participants were capable of. They had to surprise. This round tested not only dancing skills, but also resourcefulness, creativity, teamwork. The dance should surprise not only with its movements, but also with where it is held. In this round, amateurs, banal and narrow-minded people were eliminated. It is clear that the company needed creative people. And it is also an excellent distraction and test, but Uzumaki decided to put these assumptions off for later, because for now they are only assumptions. As it turned out, Benjiro's brain worked like a motor to come up with something like that. They gave him 2 weeks for the first round. Some teams decided not to drag it out and performed on the first days, weak teams, as it turned out. Some decided not to bother at all and just performed on the streets, even without stage costumes. Some had thought of something before, but the dances had no story. They didn't want to tell people anything, and what Naruto learned was that dance is fascinating because you want to convey to people, you actually have to give your soul to these movements, join in and speak with dance. So, Benjiro's plan was great. With some adjustments from the whole team, the idea turned out to be brilliant. Ben came up with the idea of performing in the most expensive restaurant, Glades. The most fashionable and luxurious, the elite came there. In a good way, this is a violation of law and order, but if you escape in time, then everything could work out. You just need a plan, and it was based on surprise, because the main goal of the tour is to surprise. As soon as the sun rose, the whole team gathered in the club. A week and a half had passed. It was time to start. The restaurant was really luxurious. Naruto and Hinata had to spend a lot on their outfits, but as Ben said, it was worth it. And indeed, when Naruto saw Hinata, his heart did a couple of somersaults. She was perfect. The whiteness of her skin was perfectly emphasized by a scarlet knee-length dress, curled hair, red lipstick, black shoes and a small bag. Every time the young man was amazed at how lucky he was to have her. But he really didn't like the looks the guys gave her. Even Ben couldn't help but say, wow. Hinata was nervous, because she was so bright. But Midori didn't want to listen to her at all. She begged for something inconspicuous and simple. But the redhead completely rejected her pleas and simply dragged her to this store. After a few hours of trying on, she bought what Hyuga categorically did not want to buy. What the hell, Red? But Midori, she wouldn't be Midori if she listened to anyone. As it turned out, the other girls were completely on Midi's side, and that made it even worse. She had never worn anything like that. Was it so noticeable? Yes, the girl sacredly honored one rule of shinobi. Always remain inconspicuous, but apparently today it was definitely not possible. The girls made her wear heels, too. Wasn't she already suffering enough? Barely going down the stairs, her gaze fell on the one standing below. Naru. Her son looked magical, so mesmerizing that apparently she wasn't the only one who noticed it. The girls' glances were drawn to her Naru like a magnet. He was so handsome in a white shirt unbuttoned 3 buttons, a black jacket, the sleeves of which were casually rolled up to the elbows. Black prisoner pants and black sneakers. The casually tied tie only emphasized this recklessness. Yes, his appearance only said, I wear a suit, but even this I will do in my own way. Here. Ben approached him. You'll need this too. The guy handed Uzumaki a hat. Yes, as it turned out, a hat would be involved in the dance, and what efforts the war hero had to make to master it. After all, it had to be twirled and thrown in different ways. As soon as Ben lowered the hat onto Naruto's head, sighs rolled through the hall. Hinata shuddered. Jealousy is a rather peculiar feeling after all. Ben's outfit was also worth mentioning, casual but stylish. He decided to wear a short-sleeved shirt, tight pants with straps that he constantly tugged at, and a hat that looked very similar to Naruto's hat, which completed the look perfectly. Yeah, guys, we're going to rock today. Midori giggled. The plan was quite simple in action. Sneak into the restaurant disguised as guests, sit for a while at a large common table with the whole team, and then Yuki would change the music and they would start dancing. The restaurant was full of people, to which Ben only chuckled. They needed a large audience, and she also turned out to be from the upper circles. He also admitted that perhaps someone from the jury could be here. The guys all sat down at a large rectangular table. The quiet melody that had been playing in the hall began to gradually fade away and there was a pause. Only the conversations of the visitors could be heard. Ben began to lower his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Everyone quietly cleared away the plates and Hinata, having first taken off her shoes, climbed onto the table. The guys slightly moved their chairs and began to make sharp movements, in time with the music that had begun. As soon as the singer began to sing, Hinata, rather provocatively, as it seemed to her, moved her hips, spun around the entire table a couple of times, and Naruto climbed up to her in a mask. Oh yeah, they were all wearing elegant masks. What it cost Midori to get a mask for her, but it was worth it. The mask hid only her forehead and one eye. An elegant ligature of metal sticks, painted red and with black rhinestones on the ends. Naruto came closer and closer to her. While the singer was singing, they spun around the table in a circle, like predators, looking closely. The chorus of the song began. The dance and the song did a somersault. Uzumaki grabbed Hinata by the waist and threw her into the air. Gasps were heard throughout the hall. Hyuga landed on a hard surface and jerked her leg upward, gently pushing Naruto away. The dance was about a guy trying to win a girl over, but she wouldn't give in so easily, pushing him away every time. The notes of dubstep began to sound and everyone began to move as one. Hinata and Naruto on the table, and everyone else around them. Then everyone lined up in pairs and danced in sync in pairs. The culmination was when the guys made a bridge, clasping their hands, and Ben and Dan led her by the hands to another table, on which Naruto sat, like on a throne. Hinata spun around and finally sat down next to Uzumaki, face to face. There was a lull in the song, broken only by the singer's words. Hyuga began to wriggle, passionately and gracefully. Naruto ran his hands along her waist. The girl threw her head back, giving access to her neck, and the young man brought his face closer, breathing directly on her skin a few millimeters away. Hinata moved away a little and lowered her head. They looked at each other and could not stop admiring each other. Uzumaki sighed. And to hell with it all, and pressed his lips to her lips, kissing her passionately. Hinata squealed, but she did not expect this. The kiss was hot. The girl thought that they had never kissed like this before. Apparently Naruto did not want to push, but seeing her in such an outfit, and the dance was also quite revealing, so the guy could not stand it. But this did not spoil anything. On the contrary, this action was met with thunderous applause. Truly, this was the culmination of the entire dance and its perfect ending. But it all ended as quickly as it began. Once and for all, the guys who put on such a show are gone. Hello, boss. Yeah, I think I already know who's going to win. It was fun. The guys laughed, joked, walked along the pier, looked at the stars. And Naruto and Hinata still couldn't catch their breath. He looked at her, all open, happy and wildly beautiful. Even now, when her hair was already disheveled, her curls straightened, there was almost no lipstick left, she was delightful. You're so beautiful, Naruto whispered, approaching her. Their lips met in a kiss again. And only mine. The girl looked down in embarrassment. Then she raised her head and looked into his eyes. Yes, they were hidden by lenses. His eyes turned green, but no lenses could hide his emotions. Yes, here it is, happiness. To look at the love of your life and understand that it is you who makes him happy. No tears of pain and cries of despair. No enemies who hurt her beloved so much. The same Sasuke betrayed him so many times, and he forgave. All the time, every unfortunate second when these cold, lifeless eyes looked into Uzumaki's soul, turning it inside out. The girl saw everything. All his feelings, how he wanted to bring Uchiha back. And Naruto would not be Naruto if he did not succeed. Naruto was floating away into the distance, beyond her gaze. How he loved her. Yes, there was also Sasuke, but they, the feelings he had for them, simply could not be compared. They were two completely different people, but they were so dear to him. They were the meaning of his life. And now she stood before him, so beautiful that his head was spinning. Ben tactfully led the guys aside, offering to celebrate at the club, but Uzumaki had other things to do. There were two people standing in a dark office, lit only by a dim lamp on the table. So, Sasuke, I've thought a lot. After all, we don't have newcomers often, so you will be given your first task, a test. Depending on how you handle it, your future with us will depend on it. Your first task is to kill this person. The man handed the boy a photograph of a fat man. This is Yao Fei. He is a big businessman and our big rival in the secular world. You must kill him quietly so that no one suspects anything, understand? Sasuke swallowed. He hadn't expected this at all. I see, the guy whispered. Well, here come the problems. Commentary on Chapter 36. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 6. Oh ho ho. Well, As promised. The filler will soon be in its middle. And it will soon end. To be honest, I already want to write further, after the filler, because I'm interested in your reaction to the plot twists. Hee. Enjoy. Damn, guys, I don't have 100 likes on my avatar. How many do you put on fanfic pictures on VK? Azatsa, special thanks to the kids who sent gifts. Transrise, you are the best. Skylar Grey, Dance Without You, Ricky Luna Remix, Dance Yes, A Step Forward, yes, well, I was inspired by him, well yeah. Well, or if someone is short on imagination, here it is. %D 1% 88% D 0% BO D 0% B 3% 20% D 0% B 2% D 0% BF D 0% B 5% D 1% 80% D 0% B 5% D 0% B 4% 204% 20% D 1% 82% D 0% BO D 0% BD D 0% B 5% D 1% 86% 20% D 0% B 2% 20% D 1% 80% D 0% B 5% D 1% 81% D 1% 82% D 0% B D 1% 80% D 0% BO D 0% BD D 0% B 5 and Safety 1. Chapter 37. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 7. Sasuke swallowed. The wind was blowing hard and it was very dark. It was night after all. Mayu said that there wouldn't be many attempts. This Yao Fei had somehow really pissed off the boss, so Sasuke was sent to eliminate him. God, how he hated it. Even in Orochimaru's training, he had never killed anyone, citing the fact that only one person should die by his hand, Itachi. But then it all started. He knew no bounds, sinking deeper and deeper into the darkness. Glory to Kami. Naruto had come. Saved him. Although he would never admit it, Naruto was his salvation. If he were no longer his, then the Uchiha would finally give his soul to be torn apart by the darkness. The young man shook his head. Again, so many thoughts at such important moments. He didn't know what to do. He absolutely didn't want to kill, although, in fact, he didn't care about killing at all. He didn't even know this man. It was very dark in the office. It was only possible to see anything thanks to the light of the night city coming from the huge windows. They came for me after all. Uchiha heard in front of him. That same man was sitting at the huge table. His mission. Yao Fei. Why did they send such a young man? You knew. The man addressed him. Yes. Sasuke nodded. You are my ticket to this organization. The Uchiha stepped into the light. So that's how it is. Wait a minute. The man whispered. Hokkaido couldn't take someone so young. You're too young. He took you on purpose. Sasuke stopped. What? He suspected it was too easy. Even simple. Listen, I won't beg for mercy, just listen to me. Yao Fei began to speak. Hokkaido wants to kill me because I found out everything. I know what he wants. This competition is a complete farce. He wants to create an elite squad to be the base for a new army. I heard that he cooperates with Madara. Uchiha froze. Now everything became clear. No, of course he suspected that something like this would happen, but he did not expect to hear an answer so soon. He most likely took you as a potential candidate for this squad. He wants the entire squad to consist of young, promising boys and girls. He wants to pump you with this drug. I participated in its creation. It's partly my fault. Sasuke just stood there and listened. This man, he knew everything. That's why Hokkaido wanted to get rid of him, because he was a threat to the whole plan. If everything worked out, and the experiment with this unit was successful, then the second stage of the war would be inevitable. Madara was alive. Uchiha could feel it clearly. Unobtrusively, in the back of his mind, there was an understanding that he had survived and was planning something. Only Sasuke and Naruto knew everything, thanks to the marks. The gun barrel was pointed straight at the man's chest. He wasn't afraid. He looked at Uchiha firmly, even with gratitude. Thank you. That was all he said before he died. Sasuke pulled the trigger. A shot rang out and the body fell to the floor. Blood was slowly flowing out of the hole in his chest. Sasuke was shaking. It was as if he was watching the event from the side, as a spectator. His stomach suddenly twisted and the young man covered his mouth with his hand. God, this is so bad. We need to get out of here immediately. A moment later, only a corpse remained in the office. Hokkaido-sama. Yes, the boy killed him after all. You lost a bet with me. Anyway, He completed the task and passed the test, so pair him with Mayu. Wow, that will definitely be fun. The stranger pressed the end call button. Sasuke, you are a very interesting person. Naruto looked sullenly at the passing crowd. They were sitting in a cafe. All the guys were discussing heatedly what they would do for the second round. But he couldn't. His hands clenched into fists. He wanted to scream. He felt Sasuke. He felt how bad he was. Yes, Uchiha had killed before, so what had changed? Maybe Sasuke himself. Naruto had achieved his goal, pulled Uchiha out of the darkness, and now he felt everything so acutely. He had taken a man's life. Uzumaki closed his eyes. It felt like he had pulled the trigger of the gun himself. Made Sasuke commit murder. Naruto tried to get rid of the thought that he could have saved that man, but he couldn't. He had died for their mission, so that they wouldn't be exposed and this gang would accept Sasuke. Everything had gone great, but that didn't make it any easier. Hey, Kirito, why are you so gloomy? What happened? Den asked him. Oh, no, everything is fine. Naruto smiled tensely. So, what did you decide? Then Den began to vigorously express his thoughts, and everyone else joined in. Uzumaki honestly tried to listen, to at least somehow understand, but he couldn't. Before his eyes stood the face of that man before his death, and then Sasuke's reaction. He saw everything through Sasuke's eyes. Their connection developed further and further, but Naruto was glad that he saw it, because thanks to it he understood the Uchiha. His pain. Benjiro's POV. I was walking slowly down the street. It was drizzling, the weather was generally disgusting, as was my mood. Yesterday he called me. He said that I should come to the office the next day. They still won't leave me alone. How can they not understand that I was not responsible for my father's actions? But those bastards took my little sister. We were so happy together. My mother died when I was about 5 years old. I didn't remember her well, but the light of her smile always supported me in difficult times. My father managed to overcome the pain of losing his wife and switch to the children. My sister was 12, and I was 17 when all this happened. They went fishing in the park in the morning and then came home when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Dad went to open it and they burst in. As I understood then, it was somehow connected with Dad's work, but Dad didn't like to talk about it and always changed the subject. They burst into the room and started threatening Dad. He was a scientist and worked for some big company. One of them grabbed my little sister and started shaking her like a doll in front of Dad, saying something menacing about his work. Dad was sitting on the floor, in complete shock. As I understood from that conversation, my father had invented something very dangerous, but he realized the whole situation too late, so he destroyed all the notes on this development and these guys came to shake out the information. But soon they realized that all the data was destroyed and they would not find anything. They started beating Dad. One of them pulled out a gun. At the last moment, Dad managed to scream for us to run as fast as we could. A shot rang out. My father's body slowly, as if in slow motion, fell to the floor. I grabbed my sister and rushed to the exit. Having run out of the house, I rushed down the street, not knowing where, as long as it was as far away from them. But misfortunes pursued us that day. Finding myself at the intersection, I did not notice the car. The last thing I heard was the screeching of brakes and I passed out. Of course, the impact was not that strong. After all, the driver managed to brake, but I did not hold Yukin. I was thrown several meters, and she, curled up on the road, cried from fear. At the last moment, I took all the damage from the car on myself, but it still fell off my back. I lay a few meters away, passed out. When I opened my eyes, a crowd of people gathered around me, but I no longer saw my sister. I could not protect her. They took Yukin. Several months passed and I found the company where my father worked. Tenno-che. My father, together with the head of the company, Mida Hokkaido, developed a substance, a drug, which could save the world from diseases, as my father believed. But this substance could become a virus, which is what Hokkaido wanted. As it turned out, my father realized everything too late. I found their company, found Hokkaido, demanded that they return my sister. To which Hokkaido grinned and suggested that I pay for her. I was shocked by that astronomical amount, but I knew that I had to do it. I began to take out loans, get into debt, earn as much as I could. I wandered, found the same lost people as me, and we became a family. I began to teach them to dance. I was always a good dancer. They sent me to classes, Then I wandered and learned different styles of street dance. While wandering, I found someone and we all somehow united. But almost no one knew about my grief, except for Midori. I met her first. She was sitting in a gateway, leaning against the wall, completely exhausted from hunger. I went up to her and handed her a bun. She grabbed it without thinking. I picked her up and carried her to the club where I worked. I got her a job, persuaded the owner. Gradually they made her all the documents and she was already officially working in the club, which later became ours. She lived for dancing, like me. Dancing for all of us, the lost, is a way of self-expression. When we dance, we listen only to the music and ourselves, our heart. When we dance, it sings with happiness. When I dance, I forget about everything. Dance is a universal language, and it is up to us what we want to tell. Whether it is the pain of loss, or the joy of finding new friends. Commentary on Chapter 37. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 7. Just like that. I'm terribly sorry for your expectations, but damn, thanks for waiting. Do you know how many fanfics there are for this damn request? 92. 92. Carl. I read the comments. It was a bit offensive when they asked which were the best, and mine wasn't in that top. Well, no matter what they tell me, yes, the beginning is the same. But it should be the same. They start from the request, what the author wants, and then dance as you want. Damn, an especially relevant phrase after this chapter. Haha, yes. Probably a good half of my fanfic is faceless, meets the requirements of the application and a bit of classics, like Naruto got into the past and goes through everything again. Yes, not interesting. But I really hope that my fanfic has become individual and deserves such a number of likes. Thanks again for waiting, for believing. I want to finish the filler as soon as possible. But I have to finish it, damn. I hope you listen to the songs. Tor Miller, Carter and Cash the Wallflowers, One Headlight Fallout Boy, The Takeover, The Breaks Over Oasis, Wonderwall. Rise Against, Satellite Adele, Hello. We all read this FANFIC. This person, author, gave me back my fucking inspiration. Chapter 38. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 8. It was a sunny morning. Hinata got out of bed and stretched sweetly. Naruto was fast asleep, drooling on his poor pillow as usual. It amused her greatly. Giggling, the girl went to the kitchen to make breakfast. They had been training for a long time, and now the day of the second stage had arrived. The second task was to shoot a video. And yes, we needed our own music. But that wasn't a problem. Ben had gathered people from the most remote places, but they were naturals. Music, dancing, everyone had their own. Everyone was united by dancing, but everyone was a professional in their own way. Dan studied to be a cameraman, Midori graduated from music school and began working as a DJ in a club, Ben was responsible for the lighting, Tori and Yori were excellent designers, and all the stage costumes were their works of art, so if something happened to them, you were a dead man. So they were ready for battle. Everyone sat down to write the script. That meant it had to be exciting. So Naruto suggested action. So, people, Ben began. We were given 2 weeks, during which time we must film a video of our dance and post it online. Anyone have any suggestions? Well, how do you feel about action? Sword fighting. Naruto shrugged. There was a pause. Everyone stared at the blonde in shock. What? The guy didn't understand. Wow, Ben whispered. I take it everyone is in favor. The people nodded vigorously. We've never had such quickly proposed and unanimously accepted ideas. The idea just needs to be processed. And so the work began to boil. The girls ran around like crazy, choosing costumes for everyone. Hinata helped choose what would suit that era. It promised to be exciting. Naruto and Ben spent a lot of time in the club, in a separate room, working out a plan. Naruto taught him the basic moves. That should be enough for the dance. Den got them fake katanas that were almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Hinata, who taught the girls how to properly put on a yukata, also taught them various folk dance moves. Midori was almost glued to the computer, making various versions of music, figuring things out. Den was setting up his cameras. He had to call several guys to help. After all, filming from one angle would not be so exciting, and they were going to impress everyone. Again, the guys thought for a long time. Since it was a video, it had to be a good song, but almost none of them suited the style, the plot, and Midori never liked the voices. So they decided that Hinata should sing. Of course, she was shy, blushed, but she still sat down and sang. She and Midori spent several days in the studio, coming up with words. Midi spent a long time choosing the music. Seeing the girls' efforts, everyone really hoped for a high result from their work. Answer: the main day arrived, the day of filming. The story was quite simple, but played out in a very original way. It was a love story. It told about how people loved back then and how they love now. The guys decided not to think long and put Naruto, Ben and Hinata in the main roles. Naruto and Ben were supposed to fight for the love of Hinata. They had already decided to marry the girl to Ben's character, but she loves Naruto, and he loves her, so the young man decided to fight for his happiness, his love. A quiet melody began to play. Hinata was quietly crying in the room, holding a Shiro Maku in her hands. She was telling a story about her love. And it was sincere, because such a situation really happened. A groom had already been chosen for her before she was born, but of course no one asked the girl's opinion, because traditions are the foundation of the Hyuga clan. She loved Naruto, tenderly and secretly throughout her life. Naruto leaned against the wall. This was it, the day of her love's wedding, the decisive day. She would cease to be his, and leave him forever, and they would never see each other again. He clutched the katana at his waist. No, he would fight. Ben was putting on his holiday attire. Today the most beautiful girl would be his, and no one would be able to stop him. How wrong he was. Here are Hinata and Ben, holding hands. Here, just a little bit more, and everything will happen. But suddenly, there is a noise, and Naruto appears from behind, with a katana at the ready. Ben in response pulls out his. And the fight begins. It was colorful and exciting. They were like wild animals, fighting for their prey. And the first dance began. The shots changed one after another. The clang of swords, and a second later Hinata was dancing with the maids, telling how they fought. It looked exciting. Hinata was singing about how her beloved fought for her to the death, because according to the law, if he defeats Ben, they can be together, and no one can stop them anymore. Then the camera started spinning, the planes started to be built up, and suddenly, there was a whole city. It was already a modern version of a love story. Hinata was running down the street in a beautiful white dress. It looked absolutely gorgeous on the girl, the huge white skirt fluttering in the wind, as did her long black hair. She was running to her beloved, straight from the church. Ben was running after her, in an unbuttoned tailcoat. The girl he was promised to marry ran away right during the wedding. Unheard of. A dark club. Everyone is looking at only one person, Naruto. He was flying around the stage as always. But something was wrong. He was dancing without soul, just movements that didn't carry anything behind them, as was usually the case. But the general public didn't care, but those in the know saw it perfectly well, but they couldn't help, because today the love of his life would leave him forever. Suddenly, the doors swing open, letting in a girl in a wedding dress. Naruto stops in shock. What happened? Suddenly, Ben appears behind Hinata. Naruto's eyebrows were getting closer and closer to the bridge of his nose. He didn't like it at all. Hinata danced in a beautiful wedding dress, telling her story. The story of her love. Naruto and Ben went out into the yard to settle their problems like men. Ben attacked first. He made a sharp lunge forward, but Naruto ducked in time. Then a somersault, and a roundhouse kick to the body. This was not an ordinary fight, this was a fight. In the end, love wins, all difficulties are overcome, the enemy is defeated, and now they can live happily ever after, enjoying each other. Everything looked very harmonious. Singing Hinata in a wedding dress slowly dances and sings, as if telling about what was happening. Naruto and Ben fought very colorfully. It was not for nothing that Uzumaki taught him the methods of defense to which he was accustomed. Everything was filmed and edited. Hinata sang the entire song that she and Midori had worked so hard on. Everyone froze in shock. No one expected it to be so realistic. The girls cried their eyes out because it was so touching. The guys kept congratulating Naruto and Ben for how well they played. Uzumaki chuckled quietly. He really liked what he did, but unfortunately, all good things can't last forever. A dark office, only the dim light of the lamp on the table illuminated two silhouettes. Hokkaido-sama, are you sure? Yes, absolutely. Let's see what they can show in the second stage, but the final will decide everything. I just don't understand why they. Especially with that boy there. You mean Ben? Oh. Don't worry about him. I'm more interested in that red-haired kid. One of the interlocutors leaves the office like a shadow. Only the sound of the door slamming shut tells us that just a moment ago there were two people here. The room is enveloped in impenetrable silence. Well, Uzumaki Naruto, someone will be very happy to see you. Shiromaku is a Japanese traditional wedding dress for girls, in short. I really want to say, Shiromaku. Semicolon closing parenthesis. Commentary on Chapter 38. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 8. Hi, kids. Happy holidays to all. Happiness, bench and cookies. Gingerbread, with coffee. Yum yum. So, I figured, the filler has 2 more chapters and that's it. Expect trash, hee hee. I hope I'm not a crazy psycho, and you'll still like this crazy chapter. And if not, then sorry, I love you all very much and thank you from the bottom of my heart for so many likes. Special thanks to Anibus and Transrise, you are my cuties, thank you. And songs, I just scream into the pillow, hoping that you listen to them. Martin Tungavag, Vidora, original mix, I was hooked on the video for this song. Kaigo feat. Matey noise. Stay. Tsukima switch. Line, Ost Naruto Shippuden 18. Opening 12 Miwa. Change, Bleach OST, piano. It's better to look for it on my VK, but damn it's so cool. The heavy, how you like me now. The dodos, fools. DMX, X gonna give it to ya, Ost Deadpool 2016 trailer, and an update in the album in VK. Damn, why do the art in the album have twice as many likes as my avatar? Wow. Chapter 39. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 9. Everyone has bad days. Sasuke had not a day, but a complete failure. What happened, you ask? Oh. It's quite an interesting and exciting story. About how Uchiha Sasuke failed the mission from the very beginning. Sasuke felt that something was fishy here. Hokkaido was too pleased. He was looking at him too strangely. Intently, as if he doubted. This was bad. Very bad. He still hated himself for killing that guy. What's even more interesting is that this Yao Fei was a big pain in Hokkaido's ass, since he was there even before he came to power. Hokkaido staged a coup, destroyed the entire top brass and created his own on the ruins. And Yao Fei was very useful to him then, because he betrayed the king and worked for Hokkaido. But then he decided to leave. Of course, this arrangement was not at all beneficial to the new leader, so he decided to send little Sasuke to eliminate him. He immediately realized that something was wrong with this guy. He was too perfect in battle, but here's the catch, he didn't know how to shoot. And, judging by his look, he had never seen a firearm, although he skillfully hid it. And then there was the second stage of this competition. The video of those guys. Yes, it was very interesting and creative, but that was not the main thing. The main thing was that Hokkaido saw a very familiar face there. Who, you ask? Uzumaki Naruto, the one who thwarted all of Madara-sama's plans. Of course, he changed his appearance a little, but it was just a distraction. Those who saw him in person immediately recognized him. Change his hair color, paint over the famous stripes on his cheeks, and dress fashionably. Yes, it would do for people who have only heard of him and seen him in photographs. Yes, Hokkaido was at war. At that time, he was in the Soboku army, but Gaara. But he soon realized that eternal Tsukiyomi was the best way out for this world. The shinobi world could not exist without war, and no reforms or alliances with other countries would change that. The illusion of peace is the real world for shinobi. They were then attacked by the Zetsu squad. The entire squad died, and when he himself was on the verge of death, he began to beg Zetsu to take him to Madara-sama's side. He leaked all the important information he had. He was the squad commander, after all. Troop dispositions, the number of people in the squads. In general, all the most important things. And everything would be fine, but that Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails intervened. If he and B had been kept locked up, everything would have worked out. The plan of the eternal Tsukiyomi would have been completed. But no, that Jinchuriki came and everything went to hell. He saw their battle. Everyone saw. Naruto ran up to him to share a piece of his power. Oh. What a magical feeling it was. Power. Fortune smiled upon him. Uchiha Sasuke fell into his hands without even knowing it. And if you draw a logical chain, then Uzumaki will come for Uchiha. And then he will not be able to save himself. He will eliminate the threat. The threat to the whole world. Sasuke was cold. Standing on the roof of a house to freeze wasn't the best idea, but the view that opened up before his eyes was amazing. You'll freeze, came from behind. A blanket was thrown over my shoulders. Apparently, I'm not the only one who loves this place. It was Mayu. For some reason she had let her hair down, and now it was fluttering furiously in the gusts of wind. You fool, why did you come? Sasuke snorted. PFF. The girl snorted. I need you. It just wouldn't look nice if you decided to throw yourself off the roof, for example. That's a far-fetched argument. Uchiha chuckled. Listen, Mayu, what are you doing here? Such a fragile girl, your whole life is still ahead of you. It was a long time ago. I was little. My dad was killed, and my brother was taken hostage. He is constantly under Hokkaido's gun. He said that if I work for him, he will not touch him. But he does not allow me to see him. So this jerk did use her after all. Well, now another nail in Hokage's coffin. After all, this girl had somehow caught the Uchiha's eye. No, he hadn't fallen in love. Sakura was everything to him. Friends, Naruto, most likely, and Hinata too. After all, these two had been right there in his life. They hadn't abandoned him. More precisely, at first it was only Naruto, but then Hinata joined in. That was enough for him. Sakura was a whole other conversation, because she had been in love with him almost all her life. Before, he couldn't even think that he would ever reciprocate her feelings. Making friends wherever possible had always been Naruto's credo, but not his. And then, this girl, she seemed completely ordinary, like everyone else. But no, she was somewhat similar to Naruto himself, just as flighty, constantly snapping at his teasing, and she was there. Oddly enough, she also clung to him like a bath leaf. And if with Naruto the topic of falling in love could be dismissed immediately, author. I want to catch them so much, my hands are itching, then with Mayu such a possibility was quite possible. Beta, wake up, you unfaithful one, is already a lot of them without you. Looking into the girl's eyes, Sasuke involuntarily frowned. He knew that look. Love. Since childhood, this spark of affection had never faded in the eyes of girls. But, thank God, at least this one didn't run after him screaming, Sasuke-kun, like a little dog. That made him happy. And yes, Sasuke. What? The guy didn't understand. Forgive me, the girl whispered, with tears in her eyes. At first, Uchiha didn't really understand what had happened. Only the cold on his hand. His gaze slowly dropped to his hand. Chakra-blocking handcuffs. What? Oh you? The guy hissed. Forgive me, she screamed. The guys in black suits were already approaching from behind. This was bad. The Sharingan carrier wanted to turn around, but a sharp jab to the neck prevented him from doing so. Consciousness fades. Damn it, your mother. I don't. Uchiha woke up in the basement. Chakra-blocking handcuffs were tightly binding his wrists. And he was chained to a chair. Again, Uchiha Sasuke. They whispered in his ear. Yes, I should have guessed who you were earlier. But it's good that it happened. Better late than never, right? Uchiha-san. Of course it was Hokkaido. I finally got it, the black-haired man grinned. Yes, and I recognized Uzumaki-san too. How nice that the final of the competition is coming soon. What do you think? Should I tell him now what situation you're in, or present it as a win? Oh shit, Naruto. This idiot can't come now or this whole thing will fall apart. They have to win this fucking dance contest. You know, I'll probably tell him. But let it be just extra motivation for his team. I want them to show everything they can. Turning around, Hokkaido was already heading for the exit, but stopped. Sasuke jerked involuntarily. He began to shake noticeably. What was happening to him? Oh. And I almost forgot. There's a modified version of my drug in your blood now. It's still much better than genjutsu in some ways. Do you think Madara-sama will be happy when he finds out that you're finally on his side? No, Uzumaki-san will be able to save you here, because you'll be completely under the control of my serum. Great, isn't it? Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. The asshole had already disappeared into the corridor, whistling a frivolous tune, moving away from the basement. Everything started to swim before his eyes. If only this Usaratonkachi had enough brains not to rush headlong into this lair. But this was Naruto. Oh shit. Commentary on Chapter 39. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 9. MDA. Happy spring to all. Sorry, I'm a nasty and crap. Hee hee. But I love you all. Thank you so much, Monteg, for your gift to this fanf. Every new award is a new impulse to write something interesting in this fanf. Somehow, I don't even know how to justify that I'm such a bastard and haven't written a sequel for so long. Somehow, I didn't want to, but no. Yes, Briefly. Yes, I'm a bastard, but my beta is fucking awesome of course, my cutie, Lenica, I adore you, know that. Songs. Imagine Dragons, Gold NZCA Lines, 2 Hearts. Blade and Soul OST, Lin Theme, Character Creation, and in general, listen to Panic. At the Disco. Lena Lee, I love you too, you idiot. Chapter 40. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 10. Everything turned into one continuous fog, from which you could only make out one voice. It always told you what to do. All feelings seemed to have dulled, only emptiness remained. But sometimes the image of some boy slipped through. He had blonde hair. Sometimes it felt like the sun had settled on his head. This image warmed the soul. But each time it appeared less and less often. And how much had passed? A day, 2, and it seemed like an eternity. Naruto was shaking. Yes, shaking. What was about to happen very soon would change his whole world. No, it may sound too pompous, but for him it was a very important event. Each stage of this competition left its mark. He will always remember those feelings of the dance. Excitement, blood pounding in his temples. Just like in a fight, but then there was always only one thought: to protect. But still, this was different. Something exciting and so personal. Yes, he definitely liked it. Kirito, Ben called him. I heard you talking to Hinata. What drug were you talking about? And who is Sasuke? Naruto froze. Damn, this was bad. He didn't want to involve Ben in this, it was dangerous. But it was too late, he heard something he shouldn't have. Ben, listen to me. I wouldn't want you to know everything, but since you've heard something, listen. Hinata and I are shinobi, and our mission is to get to the head of a mafia gang who is distributing strange drugs that could become a threat to the world. If Madara gets his hands on these drugs, he will create a new army and the world will plunge into war again. I'm sorry we lied to you. But I really like what we do, despite the fact that if we win, there's a chance we'll get to the head of the gang. Wow. Ben stood in complete shock. Some small part of him suspected something like that, but clearly not on this scale. I don't even know what to say. But, we're friends, right? Of course, friends, Uzumaki exclaimed. Then promise me something. The young man looked at his friend very carefully. Promise me that if you are right, and you can find the one who is in charge of everything in this city, then none of the guys will suffer. Of course, you moron. I would never let anyone get hurt. This is our mission, to help your country. I became friends with you, I really want to help you. Help you. Now it was Ben's turn to stare at his new friend. Maybe he should tell them. He could be trusted, he wouldn't betray them, you could see it in his eyes. He could help, since they went after him. Well, you should know something too. Ben sighed. His name is Hokkaido, he runs everything here. He is the head of the country, but he has never appeared publicly on the international level. He appeared relatively recently. When I was little, he ruled secretly, but recently he overthrew the government, killed the king and the entire royal family. My father worked for his company, Tenno-che. I was 17 when they came. My father developed this drug, but when he realized what he had done, he immediately decided to get rid of all the records. Hokkaido found out about this and ordered to capture my father. My sister and I knew nothing about my father's work and were very surprised when some big guys burst into our house. One of them pushed me, slamming me hard against the wall. In the end, it all ended with my father being killed and Yukine being captured. She hasn't been killed yet only because I work for Hokkaido. Naruto was dumbfounded. No, this simply couldn't be happening. You work for this bastard. Uzumaki roared. What do you want me to do? Ben switched to a high tone. It's the only way for her to live. I distribute regular drugs sometimes, make money, thereby proving my loyalty. I'm just small fry, I know, but this way my sister is alive. Once a month they send me her photo. I know that she's alive and well, so there is some sense in what I do. The guy shouted. Ben, Naruto whispered. Ben, I'm going to help you, you hear me? We're going to get to this bastard and I swear to you, I'm going to shake the crap out of him. We're going to save your little sister. We're going to save your country. I promise you. Honestly, Benjiro asked uncertainly. Honestly, Naruto smiled. You know, you remind me of someone, Ben chuckled. Naruto flinched. No. He's had enough revelations, it's already embarrassing. Ben couldn't even guess that. What a lousy conspirator he is, He should have listened to Sasuke instead of doing things his own way. It always backfires on him. We have one fairy tale about a hero with a huge sword. Uzumaki was surprised. It's an old legend. He was a samurai from the land of iron. He was in the emperor's guard. He forged a huge cleaver for himself. They say it was a special kind of iron from the moon. That Hamura Otsutsuki himself gave it to him. But his warriors considered it treason and banished him for betraying his native weapon by creating a new one. The lonely samurai became a hermit, helped people and soon found land on which he built a settlement. He believed that outstanding people should continue to create, and what they do is very important. He gathered strange people who were not accepted in their native places, where they were outcasts for their ideas. He created a place where everyone could express themselves, continue to create. He protected the new land with his huge sword, which was endowed with strange power. He died a quiet and peaceful death surrounded by his family. His children continued his work, looking for outstanding people of completely different directions, scientists, creative people, craftsmen. And so our country was born, the country of rice fields. Many centuries have passed, and this legend has become a fairy tale for children at night, but they know that they will be accepted here with their ideas, because here everyone can express themselves. Yes, for other countries we are strange, they're afraid of us, but they respect us. Why are you telling me this? Naruto didn't understand. You remind me of him. I don't know why, but there's fire in you. The young man visibly twitched at the last phrase. They'd been telling him that too often lately, placing their hopes on him. And he hadn't lived up to them. He still hadn't been able to figure out Madara. Well, he'd find him this time. Just let that Hokkaido not tell him where he was hiding. If this whole drug thing turned out to be true, they'd really screwed Madara over. Thank you, Ben. I promise we'll save your sister and deal with Hokkaido. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the mission. It's okay, I understand. You're a shinobi and the mission is sacred to you. No mission will make me abandon my friends in trouble, Uzumaki said firmly. Know that I will always be ready to help you and your country. After all, I am the future Hokage. He giggled. Yes, we know, we can, we practice. Muttered the red-haired lump inside. Oh. Who woke up? Naruto exclaimed mentally. Shut up, I'm still sleeping. Wake me up if there's any trouble. Kurama giggled. It's hard to wake you up. The blonde muttered. Well, what can you do? Hey, Kurama. HRRR, was heard in response. Bastard, the young man smiled. So, shall we blow up the audience? The third stage after all. He decided to change the subject. Oh yeah, Ben exclaimed. Our video came out great, I'm sure we're the favorites. Only Ben, Uzumaki frowned. If we win and my suspicions are true, the team will be in danger. We still haven't figured out what the new drug variant will be or how it will work, but if Hokkaido is overseeing this contest, it's likely that the win and the new drug are related. Are you saying we're guinea pigs? Ben chuckled. Well, maybe he's already tried it on someone. Most likely the winners won't be the first ones to try it on, but they'll be in great danger. So you want us to win? To be in the thick of things? No, Ben, to be there and protect you, Naruto said. I do want to win, but not just because of the mission. There's a chance that our whole theory will just remain a theory, and Hinata and I being involved will just be a waste of time, but I don't care. And I'm sure she did too, gained life experience. And new friends. Ben smiled. He definitely liked Kirito. It could be very dangerous, because he was always afraid of Hokkaido, but if there was even a small chance that he could save his little sister from him, it gave him confidence, and a smile appeared on his face. He was incredibly happy that he met such a person. Notes. Because there is not enough space there. A short story in my defense. I'm a little creature. That's right. I wrote the chapter at the end of May. It was 2 days before the Unified State exam in Russian. I retook it, got 86. I'm writing like that, and then my mom comes in. The gist of it is, why am I doing some kind of nonsense instead of doing tests, because the exam is coming up soon. I managed to get up, sit my ass down in front of the computer, wrote it in 2 hours, but no, my mom came and didn't let me finish it by a bit. Then there was the Unified State exam in history. I got 63. Maybe I'm a noob, maybe not, I don't know, because I practically learned everything all over again in a year, and now I have to prepare for internal exams. I'll be stuck there from 10 to 6 p.m. on Monday. Lol, I'll hang myself. But the point is that I'm going to the dacha for the weekend, and I hope that on Monday Tuesday I'll post a new chapter. Because this one is small again, as usual I'm an ass, I can't write big ones. The anime, volleyball, inspired me for the third stage. I don't know what will come of it, wahahaha. I know, many are already fed up with fillers, but the finale starts with the next one. I hope I'll fit it into 2 chapters. Maybe 3. If I'm not the last ass and post everything promptly, then the filler will end soon. Once again, I apologize for being such a piece of shit. P.S. Am I the only one who thinks that I have a wild subtext to Naruto? P.P.S. Well, like the 40th chapter, like an anniversary, that's why I burst into comments from the author. Hee hee. Commentary on Chapter 40. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 10. Songs. Watermut. All My Love. TCTS Remix. 21 Pilots. Stressed Out. Tom Size Remix. Bastille Feet. Ella. No Angels Red Hot Chili Peppers. Danny California. Endgame. Jafar. Collier Manu. Under the Same Sun. I Can't. It's Coming Wildly. And new articles in the album. Chapter 41. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 11. Hinata was nervous. No, they were all nervous. The girl stood backstage and nervously tugged at the edge of her t-shirt. No, everything had to go well today. After all, this was the last stage. They had rehearsed so much, trained so much. Hyuga loved this city, her new acquaintances. This was truly her best mission. She would never forget it. But there was something else that made the girl worry. Sasuke had not appeared or given any news for a week. She was barely holding Naruto back from going into battle. The only thing that sobered him up was that they didn't really know where to go looking for him. They decided that after the competition was over, they would immediately rush off to look for their friend. Don't worry, Hina. It's great. Midori came up from behind. Learn to enjoy everyone's attention, and not run from it. When people look at you with admiration, it's worth it, the girl's friend encouraged her. A battle was planned for the last stage. A battle of the best dancers. The teams will take turns showing everything they know. All their trump cards, best tricks. The hall itself looked like a theater. More precisely, it was a theater. Only the stage was in the center. That is, people were located on the balconies, and the dancing itself took place below. There were just tons of people, everyone was shouting something, waiting. It is not surprising, all the teams managed to make a name for themselves during these days. Someone already had won, but still the tension before the final was clearly growing. So, are you ready? Ben asked. Today we will show everything we are capable of. Guys, I know that all of you are great dancers, each in your own way. New faces have joined us, and as it turned out, they were able to bring something completely new, thereby inspiring us. And now that very moment has come for all of us. We will finally break ahead, we will be able to make a name for ourselves. I dream of showing people all over the world the beauty of our country, our culture. I believe that the future of all ordinary people is behind us. Now it's our turn to inspire the world. Naruto stood and listened to his friend with his mouth open. But Ben's speech made him think. He was saying the right things, because the rice fields country had broken far ahead in terms of progress for ordinary citizens, people who were not shinobi. Naruto knew that Ben meant exactly that and was ready to help him with it. Uzumaki decided for himself that as soon as this mission was over, he would force the granny to start negotiations with this country. Someone touched him on the shoulder and this touch pulled him out of his thoughts. Well, gentlemen, it's time to put on a show. Ben grinned. Quiet music started playing, the stage was pitch dark. But then, in the spotlight, Naruto came out. He was dressed rather strangely. Skinny jeans, sneakers, a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves and a bow tie, and a black vest. He quietly walked to the center of the stage with a huge chest. As soon as he opened it, Ben began to climb out of it, who was dressed approximately the same, only with strange glasses and a cap. They walked forward a little together and began to dance in sync. Multicolored spotlights flashed, the floor began to illuminate. Naruto came up and squeezed Takagawa's shoulder. A sharp movement, and they began to move their right hands in sync. A movement of the pelvis and Ben bends exactly at the moment when the Jinchuriki's leg flies from above. Naruto's somersault in the air was met with thunderous applause. Ben grinned quietly. Well, his new friend was so happy, but that didn't give him a reason to relax. He danced superbly. Ben sat down on the floor cross-legged, and Uzumaki stood behind him. They folded their hands in front of them and abruptly threw the right one forward, smoothly moving and playing with their fingers, then they threw the left one at the same time. Naruto hung over and began to straighten Ben's arms. He, with his arms spread, grabbed his knees. And it turned out that the Jinchuriki moved Ben's arms, and he moved his legs. In this way, Ben got on all fours when Naruto had already let him go. Takagawa smoothly arched and stood up on his feet, simply bending over. He bent his arms back and he and Naruto began to make circular movements. Then Benjiro clasped his hands behind his back and Uzumaki stuck his head in there. The music began to sound a little louder. Various jumps, feints, all this was so synchronous and so smooth that the guys themselves were amazed. Another melody began to play and the tension grew. Other spotlights lit up, illuminating Naruto's path to the center of the stage. Water poured out of a special area in the floor and others began to appear on the stage, right out of the water. Uzumaki walked among them while they climbed out, making various movements with his hands. It felt like they were monsters that were just trying to drag you into the water. As a result, everyone climbed out and began to splash. It looked very beautiful. Drops of water playing in the light of the spotlights fell on the floor, scattering into millions of sparks. Naruto kicked his foot forward and jumped, crossing his legs in the air. Dap step began to sound, and while the Jinchuriki did a solo in the center, everyone stood at the edges of the water. It got dark again and girls with light sticks came out to the center. By the way, skirts and tops were also decorated with small lanterns. Midori came out to Naruto's place. It was time for the girls to show off the class. They jumped up and down, twirling these sticks so that it looked like each of them was standing in the center of the circle itself. While the girls were dancing, Dan, Yuki and Alan came forward. They squatted on their hands and did synchronized lunges with their legs. Oh yeah, it all looked simply magnificent. While the guys in front were distracting attention, Naruto and Ben stood in the center with their hands up. The girls came up to them on the sides and the guys started moving them like puppets on strings. Then everyone else came out, standing forward and making a circle of hands, from which Hinata and Midori came out. The girls were dressed in snow-white dresses below the knee. They twirled around the stage like butterflies, shining and beautiful, helping each other with support and doing smooth lunges. It really looked like they were hovering. It suddenly got dark again. There was no one left on the stage, only the two of them, under the spotlights on the dark stage. Suddenly they rushed forward. The hall froze. Where are they running? The girls ran up to the guys standing in the dark, already kneeling, with their palms outstretched, so that the girls could jump up with their help. At the moment when Midori and Hinata ran up, they suddenly straightened up, giving them the opportunity to jump higher. The hall exploded with cries of delight. The stage lit up again under the light of various lamps and the whole team appeared on the stage. They were all dressed like Naruto and Ben, the same pants, white shirts and vests. Another pause and new music started playing. It gave a certain intensity. The whole team began to move the same way, jumping, tucking one leg, landing and waving their arms. Only Midori and Hinata stood on both sides, standing on one leg, while lifting the other high up, spinning. The coolest thing was that Tori and Yori came out on the stage, two absolutely identical blondes cheerfully doing various feints, while the rest of the team lay down on the floor. The girls grinned and ran straight at the lying guys. They ran along their backs, pushing them apart. It looked simply magical. Hokkaido chuckled. Oh yeah, these guys will be perfect. All the experiments were successful, so if this team wins, they can become the first shinobi of the rice fields country. Absolute shinobi. Why train a soldier for many years if you can just inject a drug and a killing machine is already waiting for your orders? Oh yeah, Madara-sama will be pleased. Very pleased. Especially considering that he is about to get his hands on the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who was already able to ruin the plans of the Eye of the Moon. And Uchiha Sasuke. God, how lucky. Did they really think that in this country, in this city, there was not a single person who could recognize them? If Uzumaki Naruto still thought a little with his head, and decided to change his appearance a little, then the heirs of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans decided to relax completely. And they are also called Anbu, PFFFT. After all, he had been at war, and he knew very well how brightly one stands out with one's eyes. Well, Uchiha Sasuke had already made a name for himself before the war. It is clear that the rice fields country is isolated from the shinobi world even more than the rain country, but at least they had shinobi, and at least they could stand up for themselves. The rice fields country could not afford such luxury, for which it often suffered. But the previous king completely turned a blind eye to this. He stood until the last moment that the country did not need shinobi, and they were not obliged to bend under the general system. An old senile man. But now everything will change. Uchiha Sasuke was very stupid, but he got his hands on him very well. If even a shinobi of Uchiha's level takes this drug, then there will definitely be no problems with these guys. Of course, it would be possible to test the drug on his subordinates, but that would be later. He still needs them. You never know what can happen. A backup is needed in any case. And as for this boy Ben and his impudent sister, the boy is okay, but his little sister was already starting to really annoy him. She was clearly not as devoted to him as before. Oh. Right, ever since Uchiha came. Something had clearly changed in her. Hope. Well, who knows? In any case, it was all over. He had already prepared everything so that this boy Ben's team would win. Of course, they also tried hard. All the stages went off with a bang. The audience was going crazy. Each number was well staged and the choreography was excellent. He had been watching them long before the competition, and he realized that they should be the first. The first shinobi of the rice fields country. Ben stood there, wide-eyed, looking at the crowd. Girls were jumping up and down behind him. Guys were chuckling and bumping fists. Oh my god, they did it. They won. He held a document in his hand, confirming their partnership with Tenno-che. Ben, we won. Kirito jumped around him. Ha, Kirito. In such a short time, you changed everyone so much, without even realizing it. Den was always so withdrawn, but after a couple of conversations with you, he began to laugh more. I won't even mention Yuki, you were able to pull him out of his shell. With Tori and Yori, he was always making fun of everyone, playing pranks. Alina brought down to earth, because he got on everyone's nerves with his pride and pomposity. And Hinata was able to do what only Ben himself could do. Midori opened up to her. If Den used to just sit in the corner and not communicate with anyone, then Midori communicated, but did not let anyone near her wound. Her past. Thanks to communicating with Hinata, she was able to throw off this heavy burden of the past, and look to the future more boldly. Yes, Ben was amazed at how they managed to do it. But something told him that without these two, they might not even have stuttered about victory. But it all worked out. They won, and now it was time to return to that very conversation with Kirito. They won, and clearly this contest was not started just like that. If Hinata and Kirito only assumed it, then Ben was sure of it. He knew for sure that soon the nightmares of the past would be able to acquire very specific outlines. He would finally be able to save his sister and avenge his father. Yukin, baby, it will all be over soon. Announcement. 23.09. 16. You guys are fucking nuts. Lol. I deleted the ad because the rules say no. You can't do that in FF. I honestly don't mind the slash. Wow, how many straight guys are there? What kind of opinion is this? I understood only one thought. Hetniks are an adequate audience. Where did you get this crap from? As a slasher, I was really offended right now, eh? I realized that such an audience for my FF is a responsibility. And I didn't ask in vain, because many people would have been really pissed off right now, and what if I hadn't warned them? Kek, Karok, my brothers, lovers of the romance of Sasunaru, for you, and a little for me, wahahaha, there will be a separate slash version. I was somehow offended that slashers are no longer considered an adequate audience. Are we already considered gays? So many of my asses are itching, ooh, and I just asked. We really need NC-17 in a slash version. Kek, well, I asked you for a reason, my dear canon lovers, so this is Naruhina's version. Then another question, what is the rating of the Getter version, please? Anyone who wants to discuss this issue is welcome to the group. Ooh. I haven't touched her for 100 years. Commentary on Chapter 41. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 11. So, GGG, I posted it. Well, 2 months is not 3, so please don't kill me. I got into RUDN University for Foreign Regional Studies, so I'm cool, yeah. And, let me reassure you, the next chapter is the last one for the filler. I'm even a little offended that you're so eagerly waiting for it to end. Is it really that much crap? I love everyone, I kiss everyone, happy 1st of September to everyone. And read my application. Songs. Do you even listen to them? I'm a cheeky face, who's too lazy to draw some pictures. One Republic, kids. Out Disney the Aristocats. Everybody wants to be a cat. Ost step forward 5 final, important. So that you can visually understand what the U dance looks like. So watch the video with the final of the 5th step. Hey. I want arts. Arts. For filler, I'll draw it myself, but your view is more interesting. Chapter 42. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 12. Final, Part 1. Everything was swimming before my eyes. Why did it hurt so much? There was an image of something so bright in my head and it hurt so much. You couldn't reach it, the image was so far away, and it was so dark and cold around. It was becoming unbearable, so unbearable that you wanted to take out your anger on someone, and you become a beast that doesn't care about feelings, there are only animal instincts. But the most unpleasant thing is when they start training you. And Sasuke really didn't like it. A heart-rending cry of pain echoed through the room. It was too dark to see anything, but occasionally flashes of electricity illuminated the room. Well, Uchiha, you're not so insolent now, Sasuke heard from behind. When do you think your friend will run to look for you? Oh yeah, I forgot, he's already been taken to Hokkaido. You were caught like children, Uchiha Sasuke. The brunette was again struggling in his bonds. Periodically, he would let go and remember everything, and these bastards perfectly captured this period and pressed on the most painful. Sasuke had not felt so helpless for a long time. There was a dark blindfold with a seal on his eyes, his hands were tightly bound, his legs too. Even his neck with a corset. It was impossible to make an extra movement, the sharp straps immediately dug into the skin. The Uchiha had long been accustomed to pain, and he would have endured it if they had not also sent electricity through his body. He was already tired of perceiving reality, but such a luxury as switching off was simply not given to him. Too easy. He understood that they were trying to break him, but he would never have given in if not for this drug. After each torture session, they injected him with this nastiness little by little. It seemed to corrode him from the inside, burning out all feelings except pain and terrible fatigue from everything that was happening. Forgive me, Naruto. Naruto visibly flinched. He didn't like what was happening now. Oh, how he didn't like it. He always relied on his feelings and now they were screaming at the top of their lungs. After the victory and the awards ceremony in public, they were led through the corridors. He felt that they were being led to this Hokkaido and the understanding that everyone was in mortal danger was growing. Kirito, why are you so nervous? Ben asked the guy. Ben, I don't like this at all, Uzumaki replied. We're going straight into the spider's lair. Are you that afraid? Ben was surprised. For a split second, a thought of contempt flashed through his mind. How dare he be such a coward? Not for myself, but for you. I can definitely stand up for myself, but you. Don't be afraid. The guy patted Naruto on the shoulder. No one will get hurt, I'm sure. Naruto smiled. At least they would finally be able to deal with this asshole. How glad he was that his and Hina's plan had not been in vain. Their assumptions had hit the bull's eye. Finally they were brought into a huge office. The room was in semi-darkness, so the guys couldn't see much of anything. Just a table and a figure sitting behind it. You've finally arrived, the figure spoke. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Hokkaido Motsuoko, the head of the Ten-no-Cho company. So you've won this difficult competition. Well, great. Now we'll sign a cooperation contract with you, for 3 years for now, and you can extend it later. But before that, we have to do something. Isn't that right, Ben-kun? The man grinned, looking at Ben. Naruto looked back at Ben, completely confused about the situation. Forgive me, Kirito. He exclaimed. Forgive me for what, Ben? Uzumaki didn't understand. What happened that Ben's hands were shaking? Oh. What a lovely drama. Hokida clapped his hands. I would even cry, but unfortunately we have to end this quickly. Bring the girl. He ordered his men. Wait. The Jinchuriki frowned. Why should they bring your sister now? You said she was a hostage. I thought we were going to save her. You see, your friend sold you out. I ordered him to bring you to me, then I will return his sister. The world has turned upside down. No, that's not true. Uzumaki exclaimed. Ben is my friend, he would never do something like that. A person often faces a choice. And when the choice concerns loved ones. So he has made his choice. Naruto was shaking. No, he wasn't angry. He was furious. And it wasn't directed at Ben. He really wanted to punch some asshole in the face. You bitch. With a wild roar, he rushed towards Hokkaido. Naruto flew at Motsuoko, knocking out a huge window with it. Landing on the adjacent roof, which was 3 floors below, he turned and punched him in the jaw. It's you. It's all your fault, Uzumaki roared. Oh yeah, Hokkaido laughed. You have no idea how much. Naruto frowned in confusion. He wasn't looking at him, but at what was behind him. Chidori. A painfully familiar voice. These intonations and the sound of this technique. It's not even worth turning around. Sasuke ran towards Hokkaido with a roar. How that bastard had gotten on his nerves. They had been through the hell of war, had become Anbu, but it had never occurred to him that they would get caught like this. But everything ends sooner or later, and here was the culprit standing on this roof. Phew, you're okay. Naruto chuckled. I was afraid I'd have to save you again. Uzumaki began to slowly approach the Uchiha. Do you know how worried Hinata and I were, idiot? The Jinchuchiki swung and hit his friend so hard that he flew to the ground. Well, I'm sorry. Uchiha grinned. Damn, that hurt, Dobe. Let's kick some ass. Sasuke looked up at his friend and saw an outstretched hand. No problem, the brunette grabbed the outstretched hand and stood up. You can't do anything anymore. Hokkaido shook his head. Thanks to Sasuke, who so kindly fell into our hands, we've conducted enough experiments, and the first batch of drugs is already ready. Thanks to you, Naruto, we were able to choose the most suitable candidates. The process can't be stopped. What do you mean? Uzumaki didn't understand. Of course, they're there now. My people should have caught them and injected them with the drug. No, Naruto was about to jerk back, but a bullet whistled literally a millimeter from his temple. Oh no, Naruto-kun, you're not going anywhere. Ben wrung his hands and paced around the office. It's my fault. I'm to blame for everything. Guilty of what, Ben? Midori frowned. The girl still couldn't understand what was going on here. It's my fault, the young man exclaimed. It's because of me that Kirito is there now, with Hokkaido. He promised that he would return my sister to me if I brought Kirito to him. I myself don't understand why he needs him, but my sister. But Kirito is our friend. How could you do that? Den already rushed towards Ben to punch him in the face, but the others held him back. Cool down, Dan, we don't really know anything yet. Don't jump to conclusions. What's going on here? Tori sobbed. I'm scared. Guys, let's go home. What about Kirito? Midori asked. Then the doors suddenly swung open and Hokkaido's men began to pour in. So here they are, the first candidates, some guy giggled nastily. Some of them are even very pretty. At this statement the guys immediately jerked and blocked the girls with their bodies. Don't you dare touch them. Yuki shouted. But no one listened to him. Hokkaido's men were getting closer and closer. Someone save me, Yori cried. At that moment, as if by magic, people began to fall. Hey, who's there? The leader turned around. Hello to you too, Mako. Mayu, you bitch. How could you betray us? Why did you decide that I was with you? The girl grinned. She fought like a tigress, jumping, dodging, her blows were swift and deadly. Soon everyone except the leader was lying on the floor. Goodbye, Mako. And a shot rang out. The last body fell to the floor with a crash. Commentary on Chapter 42. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 12. Final, Part 1. In short, that's it, the end. I'm tired of finishing it, damn. I'm sitting here writing the second part now, so sorry, I'll deceive you a little, the last part of the filler. But I promise to finish it in a week. I had a very busy first semester. Chinese comes with a crack, but I like it. I can't wait for this filler to end, because it's like I was writing the main plot line in another universe. Kek. I love you all very much. Thank you to everyone who is interested in this shit of my sick head, who supported me with comments throughout my long absence. In fact, I will reveal to you a very stinking secret. I started writing this part in October and honestly tried to post it in December. But it didn't work out, sorry. Every time when there were 100 messages in responses in VK that someone liked the arts for FF, I was so ashamed, but I passed the first session in my life. I can't say that it was very well. I realized my mistakes, skipping classes, and the fact that it is still worth answering sometimes at seminars, but most of all I was taken away by the fact that I never answered the history of China and got 4, kek. This is a real skill. I am just a smart girl and wrote a good essay. So guys, study well and answer at the seminars. If anyone is from RUDN, right, maybe we can meet. I love you all, kiss you and I'm so sorry. There really were problems and there was no time for fanfic. But let's consider that I'm back once again, Azaza. The sale will last until next weekend. Happy late New Year to everyone, February 23rd and March 8th. Wo I Niman. Chapter 43. Dance in the Sky. Chapter 13. Final, Part 2. When the bullet whistled right past his temple, Naruto was scared. No, he had been close to death before, but this was the first time. In his life, he had gotten used to cold arms, techniques, but this was the first time he had a firearm. Uzumaki took a deep breath. Team, he got me, Naruto muttered. Sasuke grunted from somewhere to the side. Not just you, Dobe. Uchiha grinned just as menacingly as before. You know, Hokkaido, thanks for teaching me how to shoot. I stole a couple of your pistols. You don't mind, do you? The guy quickly pulled out a pistol and started shooting. Uchiha Sasuke, do you seriously think this will help you? I taught you how to shoot, and you have no experience at all yet. So let's play big. Agreed, the brunette nodded. Chidori. Naruto was slowly seething. It was raining, and he was pretty much thrown off balance by the bend situation. Uzumaki shook his head. When did he start doubting his friends? Ridiculous. Rasengan. Naruto shouted and rushed towards the enemy. Together with Sasuke, as before, no matter how stalemate the situation was, the thought that he was fighting with Sasuke always warmed his soul. Of course, the first attack failed. Hokkaido was no idiot and quickly moved to the other end of the roof. It's so funny. You're like blind kittens. Brave shinobi, but what will you do when you're thrown out of your usual environment? And a shot rang out. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. His right side slowly began to turn red with blood. What? Uzumaki wheezed, turning around. Something flashed on the neighboring roof. It was a sniper, Naruto-kun. That's what I'm talking about. This is a completely new battlefield for you. Hokkaido laughed. Oh. Madara-sama will be very pleased. Scumbag. Naruto fell to one knee from shock and pain. Hey, Uzumaki, get up. Sasuke shouted. Just don't pass out. Suddenly, Hokkaido quickly pulled out another gun and shot an electric charge at the guy. And electricity and water gave a rather sad result. Sasuke sank to the ground. Naruto grinned sadly. It all turned out somehow stupid. And this rain was pouring down in sheets, the eyes were covered with drops, visibility dropped sharply. There was just a little bit left for the clone to accumulate a sufficient amount of natural chakra. Hey, convenient for this team with his Sharingan, once and for all. Hokkaido's silhouette became clearer and clearer, he was coming closer and closer. Well, Uzumaki Naruto, I think Madara-sama will forgive me for eliminating such a big pain in the ass as you. The barrel of the gun was getting clearer. How far was it? 3 meters. 2. God, how quickly did it all happen? Sasuke still hasn't woken up. TCH. Damn, what should I do? And Kurama, as luck would have it, is sleeping, the red-haired bastard. Sannin mode. Damn, there's not much time, I won't make it. This can't be the end, it just can't. For everything to end so easily. So stupid. Naruto tried to use chakra, but, what the hell? Naruto, if you're trying to use chakra, then you can safely abandon all attempts, because the bullet that's in your side now is made of chakra-absorbing metal. What? Uzumaki definitely didn't expect this turn of events. Farewell, Uzumaki Naruto. A new era will come, but you will not see it. Grinning evilly, he fired. Uzumaki lowered his head. No, his whole body is starting to go numb. Apparently, this bullet was also coated with poison, and some kind of universal one. Ordinary ones would definitely not work on him. Is this the end? Why doesn't he feel pain? Naruto decided to open his eyes, but he didn't like what he saw at all. Ben, no, he screamed. His new friend protected him from the fatal bullet, shielding him from death. Kirito, he wheezed, sinking to the ground, but Naruto, with the last of his strength, rushed forward and caught his falling friend. Ben, no, don't you dare die. Do you hear me? Uzumaki couldn't see any more, as his eyes were clouded with tears. You can't die like this. Why did you go blonde? The guy croaked. And what's on your cheeks? It can't be. You're that same Uzumaki Naruto. The shot hit almost the heart, so the guy didn't have much time left. Naruto was taken aback at first. How did Ben guess? Then the guy realized that it was raining, and all his disguise was washed away to hell. Yes, I'm sorry I lied to you, Uzumaki whispered through tears. No, I'm glad that my friend is Uzumaki Naruto himself. It's a great honor for me to give my life for you. The only thing I still ask of you is, I beg you, save my sister. Ben croaked, losing consciousness. God, it's just a dream. Please, tell me it's just a dream. Benjiroo. Naruto screamed through tears. Kurama's eyes suddenly opened. God, what happened to his obnoxious Jinchuriki again? It took the fox a while to get his bearings. Oh. My God, was all the demon could say. No. What the hell? Naruto, get your ass up quick. He shouted at the top of his lungs at the blonde standing in front of him. He died, you understand. Because of me. All because of me again. Why are they dying, Kurama? Why? Uzumaki was enveloped in such rage that it was impossible to describe in words. Despite the fact that he had already become friends with Kurama, the essence of the demon could not be changed, and the blonde had not been so overcome by rage for a long time. All-consuming rage took over the young man completely. The fox tried to hold back his chakra so as not to burn Naruto, but then something happened that he could not imagine. His chakra and Naruto's chakra began to merge together, forming a new, more powerful and unbridled energy that captured his mind, stirring up his instincts and animal hatred. Both began to be consumed by hatred, rage and madness. Before Kurama lost consciousness, he managed to understand that the process of merging their chakra also affected the fact that Uzumaki's image began to change. He began to have ears and tails like his, and then complete darkness set in. To be continued. Bugasheki. Sorry, couldn't resist. Beta Lee, S. You'll thank me later, Sonya. Sakura the demonic Horino.